What's happening? What's happening? What's happening, y'all? It's me coming back at you again with another live stream vid. Uh, Today we got lots to talk about. Not only with boxing, but we also got to talk about the UFC card that happened on Saturday night as well, which was obviously a great card, I have to say. I mean, the UFC, man, they continuously put on great shows. Obviously, that's expected from them. That's inevitable, as opposed to boxing. So we're going to definitely talk about that. We're also going to talk about the Canelo Alvarez and Caleb Plant fight that took place last night for the undisputed 168-pound titles, the first time in history. And we're also going to talk about the fight that went down the day before in women's boxing unification bout, which was Michaela Mayer versus the WBO champion versus Mayer-Hamadouche, the IBF champion. So we're going to definitely talk about that. And I'm also going to preview the Devin Haney and JoJo DIAZ fight that's coming up. Now looking forward to that fight and so forth. So first things first, let me go ahead and kick off with the UFC fights that took place. I'm going to go ahead and cover the co-main events because I didn't really watch the undercards. First things first, I'm going to discuss Rose Namajunas versus Julie Wang. And I can tell you one thing, that was a very entertaining fight. It didn't end like it did the first fight when it ended in one round with a kick, with side kick to the face by Rose Namajunas, whatnot. We call her Thug Rose, whatnot. But there is some controversy on how this fight played out. It did go the distance. But there's a lot of people, and I watched the fight. I gave Wang the first two rounds because I thought she was more active and she was very effective with her takedowns and whatnot, and her strikes were pretty much on par. And to be fair, Rose did have a good comeback in the second round, I believe. It was very nip and tuck, but I gave it to Wang. The third round I gave to Rose. Fourth round, maybe Wang, you can give it to Wang, but the fifth round definitely Rose because she took down Wang at the beginning of the round and kept her on the ground, so that definitely gave her that the last round of the fight. But a lot of people, Willie Zhang, and a lot of people are outraged over the fact that Rose got the decision. I mean, the scorecards were very, very wide. I will say that. It was very, very, very Willie J. The scorecards were very, very wide. It was a close fight. It wasn't a domination by Zhang. I didn't see that. I'm just keeping it real. I did not see any domination in that fight with Wang at all. I mean, she did get the first two rounds. Third round I gave to Rose. Fourth round was pretty close, so you can edge it for Shang. And then you have Rose obviously taking the fifth round. So the fourth round was probably a very close round. But other than that, yeah, the scorecards are very wide. It was not a 49-46 type of fight. It was just no way. Rose did not dominate that fight, and Zhang did not really dominate that fight either, as people make it out to be. She didn't. I mean, she kind of faded at the end. She took some good strikes up, top. And to be fair, though, Rose was taking a lot of strikes from Zhang, and Zhang is very powerful. She was kicking her to the thighs, and her legs were whelping up very, very badly. But give credit to Rose. She kept her composure, and she changed her. She adjusted a little bit by keeping Zhang on the ground in the last two rounds, whatnot. But yeah, I mean, I didn't see no robbery there. I don't know why fans are making it out that way. I really didn't see it. What it do, Percy? What it do, that guy? Got some stuff to discuss about today and so forth. So, yeah, I didn't see no robbery there. I don't know why fans are worked up over the fact that, look, Zhang did come back from a horrible knockout loss. I guess some people are arguing that she should have gotten the benefit of the doubt. But hey, it is what it is. I mean, hell, make a third fight if you guys feel that way. Since there's controversy building around the way that fight was scored last night. But look, it is what it is. I mean, there'll definitely be a third fight in my opinion, and I'll be looking forward to that. The next one I want to talk about is Kamaru Usman versus Colby Covington. Of course, this was the main event. This was the main event, and I can tell you, it did not disappoint like the first fight. This was actually a much closer fight. Of course, Usman dominated the first 2 rounds because Usman is far. He's, believe it or not, Usman does not get much credit. I mean, he does get some credit for his strikes, but I know a lot of people laughed at him when he said he wanted to fight Canelo Alvarez. But look, man, this man can actually strike. He can actually strike. This man's got very good hand coordination as a great boxer. I mean, as a very good boxer. I mean, he was hitting Covington with a 3-punch combination, right hooks to the body, then coming up with the uppercut. I mean, he was hurting Covington, and he busted him up in this. I think in the second round, I believe, Covington suffered a cut underneath his right eye, and a gash, a little small gash on the cheekbone. So, I think, yeah, like I say, it was the first 2 rounds I gave to Usman. Then Colby came back and hurt Usman. So he kind of adjusted a little bit by taking down Usman, because the way he did have to do it is that he waited for Usman to strike first, and then he went around him and then turned him around and put him down to the ground momentarily. But Usman is too strong though, because he can recover pretty quickly. And very entertaining fight. I gave Colby the 3rd round. 4th round was very close. I gave that to Colby. The 5th round I did give to Usman. So my card 48-47. So yeah, Usman definitely. I think Usman won the fight. Very close. He didn't. It's not like he didn't dominate like he did the first fight. But he did hurt Covington again, and Covington's going to kind of slow down after those 2 wars with Usman. He is going to slow down. So, and I'll be honest with you, I did not want Covington to win that fight. I mean, look, I do respect his skill. I do respect his IQ in that octagon, but he's a fucking asshole. He's fucking annoying. Sometimes I think Colby does it intentionally just to get attention. No, it has nothing to do with the fact that he's a MAGA supporter. No, it has nothing to do with it. It's just the fact that he's an asshole. He's disrespected a lot of his, I would say the word elders in the fight game. He's done it intentionally just to get just to increase his profile, and I don't like that. But hey, it is part of boxing. I'm not part of boxing. Boxers do that all the time. It is part of the fight game, in MMA. So it is what it is. But look, he gave an admirable and courageous performance, but yeah, he fell short. He took another punishment, another beating from Usman. Even though it was a closer fight, he took another beating from Usman. And Colby may not be the same after those 2 fights with Usman. Now, where does Usman and Covington go from here? I don't know. Will there be a trilogy fight? Yeah, I think it will. Just like the Rose Namajunas and the Willie Zhang, there'll definitely be a trilogy for those 2 fights. But will it be immediate? No, probably down the road when all these fighters get interim fights in between. So yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to see what happens in the future. Even though I don't cover the UFC as much as I used to, but yeah. All right, so on to some boxing, guys. On to some boxing. Let's talk about it, shall we? First things first, I'm going to talk about the Michaela Mayer versus Mayer-Hamadouche fight that took place Friday night. All I got to say is that was a war, as I predicted. That was a war, okay? Now, I thought I did pick Hamadouche to win that fight because she was a little bit more experienced and she was more of an aggressive fighter, who could take a punch and give one back. Very good punch coordination. He's got very good pop, very good power. But as I predicted, Hamadouche was going to put Mayer on the back foot, all right, in that fight. And Mayer had to really, really, really work hard to win this fight. I mean, she took a lot of shots, and let's not get it twisted. She took a lot of punishment in that fight against Hamadouche, as I predicted. And to be fair, Hamadouche took a lot of punishment as well. So it was a definitely very, very close fight. I had Hamadouche winning that fight. I know it was a 10-rounder, so I had her winning, let's see. I had her winning 6 rounds to 4. That's how close it was. I had her winning 6 rounds to 4. But the judges, oh my fucking goodness, man. We got to talk about this, man. Look, I know she's a hometown fighter. Michaela Mayer, that is. I know she is. But just no fucking way that fight was 99 to 91 or 100 to 90. That was not that type of fight. I really don't understand. Look, I understand you want to give the win to Mayer, But yeah, she deserves a win because I thought she did pull it out. But the fact is that she didn't win that fight that convincingly. No fucking way. It was not a fucking 10-0 fight or 9-1 fight that or 8-2 by that matter. It wasn't that type of fight. Hell, it wasn't even 7-3. It was a 6-4 fight. I had Mayer win the fight, but if you think Hamadouche did enough to deserve a draw, I can't argue with that. If you think Hamadouche won the fight, I can't argue with that either. It was a fucking blatant disgrace how they scored that fight. I know Eddie Hearn took it to Twitter and voiced his outrage. Obviously, he was in Vegas just to not only be at the Canelo fight, but also promote the DEVIN, HANEY and JOJO DIAZ fight coming up. So we'll definitely talk about that. What's up, big boys? Yeah, Michaela's always had a good. She's always had a good inside game. She did prove that a bit against Brawatnikov, but the thing is, Brawatnikov was holding so damn much of that fight. Michaela couldn't get too much offense in. So in this fight, you didn't really see a lot of, there were some clinches, but it wasn't like Brawatnikov type of holding clinching where she was just holding and not trying to punch back. She was just there to survive. So yeah, Mayer-Hamadouche is she's a pit bull. I mean, she takes some shots and she'll give like 3 or 4 back. She has an incredible chin. So yeah, she's got a very good punch resistance, and this is one of the things I talked about lead up to the fight. Can Michaela Mayer hurt Hamadouche? I mean, she stunned her and hurt her. I think in a couple rounds, but Hamadouche recovers very quickly. It got back on the front foot and pressured Mayer. So I mean, Michaela definitely gets props to the win, but it was no fucking way that she won 9 rounds to 1, 10 rounds to 0, or 8-2, or 7-3. That was not that type of fight. It was a close, nip and tuck fight where you could have gave it. If you want to swing it to Hamadouche, so be it. I couldn't argue that. If you have it a draw, definitely can't argue that. If you had Mayer winning like I did, I cannot argue that either. I don't know what the judges were doing in that fight, and I just felt that's a fucking crime and a shame that Hamadouche got the short end of the stick of the scoring. Look, I'm not saying she won. Let me repeat. I'm not saying that Hamadouche won the fight. What I'm saying is that you should have gave her more of a benefit of doubt where she put in a lot more rounds and won a lot more rounds than what the judges saw it. It was just no fucking way. And obviously, Mayer is the hometown fighter. She's got more of the financial backing. Hamadouche is a fighter coming out of France with not much financial backing. So, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's kind of like these Katie Taylors and Canelo Alvarez situations, and I'll get to Canelo in a second. It's like when you take these top prime fighters to a distance, even though if you've done well against them and many people felt that you won the fight, if you're going to go the distance against them, you're not getting the decision on the card. That's just the way it is. You're not getting the decision. Big Boy says that Hamadouche just has a big heart and engine, nothing else really. And the style didn't work at the Olympics. I mean, yeah, she has a come forward pressure style, not much head movement. I get it. She definitely has a big heart. She has a great engine, and she does have a great chin. But Mayer was being backed up. Mayer had a very, very difficult fight. You had a 7-3 for Mayer. I didn't see that fight 7-3, man. I really didn't, unless there was a nip and tuck round couple nip and tuck rounds that you edged the Mayer. I guess, but I did. To me, it was a 7-3 fight. It was a 6-4 fight. I had a 6-4 Mayer. I mean, because the scoring was bad. A lot of people are calling this a robbery. No, it's a robbery on the cards. I felt Mayer got the decision. I felt she was a rightful winner. But if you want to talk about the robbery, it was on the judges' scorecard. That was the robbery that took place. So, yeah, props to Mayer. That was definitely a big win. She definitely moves up on the pound for pound list after that win. So, and she is the unified IBF and WBO super featherweight champion. What's next for Mayer? I know people are talking about Terry Harper. She's won that fight for a long time. I think Harper ducked that fight, if I'm not mistaken. I think Hearn didn't want that fight for Harper for some reason. But yeah, hopefully they could get that unification class going ahead with Terry Harper. She is the WBC champion. And the IBO, which we don't really count, but it is what it is. And then you have Yumi Choi, who's the WBA champion. So, and Mayer is one of those fights. She's called both of them out. I know she's been dragging their name to the mud to some extent, but I know Natasha Jonas chimed in on that and said, hey, wait a minute. What about me? You ducked the fight with me. Why did you tell anybody that? Michaela didn't really have a response to that when Jonas chimed in, but we know Natasha Jonas can't make 130 anymore. She's at lightweight now, um, she'll be killing herself to make 130 at this point. So there's no way that we'll see Mayer versus Jonas at 130. Definitely at 135. That's where the fight would more likely have to take place. Mayer says she has no problem going up to 135. So let's see. I like to see that fight. Let's see how Michaela does against a southpaw as slick as Natasha Jonas. So we'll see. I like to see that go play out. The cards were definitely disgusting. Yeah, they did. It was a terrible scorecard. It was terrible, terrible. It kind of reminds me of the Delphine Pursoon and the Katie Taylor fight, the first fight that is. Terrible scorecard, terrible. We all saw that fight, and we all knew that Pursoon won that fight, and they gave Katie Taylor 7 rounds in that fight. No fucking way she won that, and no way she even came close to winning that fight. So it is what it is, man. I mean, it's like this Katie Taylor's and I guess in this instance, the Michaela Mayers and Canelo Alvarez. When you bring him, if you drag them to the distance, knowing morally that they lost the fight, they get the fucking benefit of the doubt for the judges. It's crazy, man. So it is what it is. But all fairness, Canelo's fights hasn't really gone the distance, with the exception of I mean, his last few fights, other than the Golovkin and Callum Smith fights, they've all ended in stoppages or knockouts. So Canelo has really done a good job of not leaving it in the hands of the judges in his last more than a handful of fights. I know the Golovkin fans don't want me to bring up the fact that he won that second fight. He did on my card, and a lot of people are upset about it, calling it a robbery. Golovkin got the short end of the stick again, blah blah blah, all because here's the argument they made. I have to bring this up. They argue that Golovkin got robbed because he was a come forward pressure fighter. Canelo's running all night, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? In the second fight, Golovkin was on his back foot running in that fight, according to their standard. And yet they still say that Golovkin deserved the decision. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Hold on. You guys said that Golovkin got robbed because he was a guy coming forward, applying the pressure. But when Canelo does it to him, applied the pressure, put him on his back foot the whole night, had him running, quote unquote, Golovkin still got the short end of the stick. I mean, these guys, they keep changing their standards every single time when it comes to certain fighters. That's why I said, nah, forget it. You can't take these people seriously, but you do have to call this out. Yeah. So anyways, moving along here, let's talk about the Canelo Alvarez versus the Caleb Plant fight. I mean, the undercard, it wasn't rated a great undercard, so I'm not even going to talk about that. But let's talk about the fact that Canelo Alvarez made history last night. Made history, I should say. So he made history by becoming the first 168-pound or super undisputed super middleweight champion. Canelo Alvarez did that last night, and all the props to the man for the world of doing it. It's not an easy task. And I know some guys don't want to give him credit for it because of who he fought at 168. All right, let's go at the list of who he fought at 168. His first fight at 168 was against the full 168-pound fight, that is. I mean, excluding the Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. fight. Rocky Fielding, okay, yeah, it wasn't really Rocky Fielding's not really a world-level fighter, but it is what it is. Got to give Canelo the benefit of the doubt. Because he did come off a very, very back-to-back grueling fights with Canelo with Gennady Golovkin, so he definitely deserved a tune-up, quote-unquote, against Rocky Fielding, who's definitely not on great on world level. So that was his first 168-pound fight. Then after that, he fought Callum Smith for the WBA and the vacant WBC title. And mind you, we all thought that Callum Smith would be more formidable because Callum Smith was also the Ring Magazine champion. He was a WBSS winner, and he was undefeated. A very tall and big 168-pound guy. It surprises me how Callum Smith even made that weight. So if you look into that fight, yes, Callum Smith didn't even win one round in that fight. It was a complete shutout. complete shutout. And Canelo took his WBA and ring titles and also captured the WBC title in the process. Then the next fight, he fought Billy Joe Saunders. And some people felt that Canelo was going to be riddled and have so much difficulty with Billy Joe Saunders. And to be fair, he had some. No, he didn't really have too much difficulty. I mean, he broke Saunders' eye socket, quote unquote, and got him out of there after the 6th round, I believe, or the 5th round. And then after that, he beats Caleb Plant to become the undisputed champion. So this guy fought 3 champions back to back to back. And yet there's some guys out there that still don't want to give him credit for what he did, man. I mean, Jesus Christ, you don't have to like the guy, but give him credit what credit is due, okay? Canelo Alvarez did what's virtually impossible for any fighter to do. Yeah, you could say that Callum Smith wasn't great. I mean, that's not what you guys were saying when he fought the guy like the likes of George Groves and Hassan Adam Jekum, and others. You guys didn't say all that. We all thought that Callum Smith was going to be a very difficult fight for Canelo Alvarez because of the size and the length. I mean, the size disparity between the two is just crazy. I mean, Callum Smith was a giant compared to Canelo Alvarez, a giant. But look what Canelo did to him. I mean, now Callum Smith ain't shit. Same thing, Billy Joe Saunders. Yes, Billy Joe Saunders was a guy who ducked out of many prime fights. I get all that, but he was still a formidable opponent and a formidable champion. Okay, he beat him, took his title away, and pretty much, in my view, kind of ended his career. And now look what he did to Caleb Plant. And let's talk about the performance. Okay, now this was a very difficult fight. All right, Caleb Plant made this fight far more difficult than people give him credit for. Let's not get it twisted. Okay, Caleb Plant in my card was winning the fight 6 rounds to 4 before the stoppage. If you had it a draw, so be it. Or if you had Canelo winning 6-4, okay, I can't argue that. But Caleb Plant did far better than anybody gave him credit for. I thought this fight was going to end in 10 rounds. And Caleb Plant was still in the fight. He didn't look too deterred. He still looked, poised and composed. He stuck with the game plan, throwing some effective jabs and some combinations. He didn't really target the body that much. I felt that he should have done more of that. I think that was his downfall before the 11th round stoppage because he got knocked out. But the one thing I would say, though, is that Canelo was very effective with his power shots, okay? Very effective with the power shots, and they were getting to Plant, and they were kind of slowing him down just a bit, but I didn't think they were slowing him down too much. But what I would say, though, is that the one thing that I said watching that fight, and I was talking to, looking at that, I said to myself that, you know what? What's bothering me about the Plant and what he's doing, yes, he was being defensively responsible. Defensively responsible. What happened is that Plant kept his right arm very, very low. He kept his right arm very low. And to me, I say, you know what, man, if he keeps doing that and Canelo's back you up to the ropes and pinning you to the ropes like that, you're going to get caught with the left hook, and it's not going to end well for you. And to be fair, Caleb Plant was very effective catching those, outmaneuvering that left hook to some extent in that fight. But it got to a point that he finally got caught with that left hook, and he went down hard, badly went down hard in the first knockdown. And then the second round, the second knockdown came where he was really, really hurt. The one thing Plant should have done is try to tie Canelo up, is not trying to evade the shots. Yeah, evade the shots, but when he's coming in on you like that, you need to tie him up. And that's what he should have done. And that was a mistake that Plant's going to have to live with for the rest of his life, that he should have tied him up after the first knockdown to gather his senses, but he didn't do that. But again, the mistake he made is that he kept that right hand so low all night, and he was going to be susceptible. He was going to be vulnerable to that left hook, and that's exactly what happened. So all credit to Canelo. He gave a good performance. It wasn't a dominating performance as many people try to perceive it to be. It was not a dominating performance by Canelo. He had a very difficult fight on his hands. Even Canelo's corner had seen what was going on in the first and mid rounds of that fight. They were actually, Eddie Reynoso was actually creating the urgency in Canelo's corner to get this guy out of here, because at the same time, you don't know how those judges are going to score the fight, but we all know that Canelo is going to get the benefit of the doubt if it goes to the distance. So Canelo got the stoppage. He made history. He is 168-pound undisputed champion. the first in history to do so. He's a lineal champion in the weight class, so that makes him a 2-time lineal champion. So one at 160 and one at 168. So he's the goods, man. Now people are talking about him being the greatest Mexican fighter of all time, ahead of Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. That right there, I wouldn't go far to say that. Because Chavez has had a lot more Hall of Fame wins in historical fights than Canelo Alvarez. And yeah, I mean, I know that's another debate. I think we could talk about that. I don't know, man. I'm not going to put Canelo ahead of Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. I think that the depth of opponents and resume is there's still a gap there, man. It's still a significant gap between the two. That's just the way I see it. Big Boy says that Mr. Classical. What's up, man? Long time no hear. Actually, the first comment. You said Darrell. Big Boy said the Darrell knocked out was pretty impressive. Yeah, it was. I know Darrell was talking about the winner. He wants the winner between the two. Darrell has no chance against Canelo Alvarez. Let's just put it that way. Big Boy says, I hope he goes to 175. Yeah, I mean, if he, not quite. I think he needs to at least make 1 or 2 title defenses at 168. Once he does that, then he can go to 175 and fight Dmitry Bivol. Beterbiev, man, I don't know about that one. I think Canelo's probably going to bite a little more than he could chew for that fight. But we'll see how that plays out. But Beterbiev versus Canelo, that'd be a fight I definitely want to see. I think that's a fight that everybody's going to start pushing now going forward, because if you look at the 168 landscape, there's only one fighter left that we want Canelo to fight there. That's David Benavidez. That's a fight that we want to see as well. So if he could get that fight, I think that's part of the deal that he has with the PBC. After he gets past Plant, then he can get they don't have to set up the fight with him and Benavidez. If he gets past Benavidez and Canelo's free, he can do whatever he wants. That's just my assumption. But we'll see. Mr. Classical said that Smith is looking comfortable at 175 now with Buddy McGirt as his trainer. That was a smart move. Yeah, I agree. Joe Gallagher can only take him so far on world level, I think Joe Gallagher is still his manager, but as far as his trainer, no, not anymore. So, and I saw some tactical changes in Cal Smith's debut fight at 175 with Buddy McGirt. So, credit to Buddy McGirt. He is a transitional trainer. That's what he does to fighters who are, not saying that they're in their careers, fighters who realize their current style is not going to really be enough at world level, so they need to make some changes to come be more of a effective boxer or a boxer puncher, and that's Buddy McGirt. I mean, he's credit to transforming, saving Arturo Gotti's career, because we know Arturo Gotti was known to be a slugger, not much of a boxer, and he transitioned him to become a boxer more than just a slugger in the later of his career. So at Kovalev, to some extent, he transitioned Kovalev to be more of a responsible boxer rather than a pressure boxer. In other words, always looking for the knockout and not have no regard for defense. He did make Kovalev more responsible in that area and made him understand that, look, you're aging and you can't do the things that you did when you were a youthful fighter anymore. So you have to change up your style a little bit. So yeah. But speaking of Kovalev, we don't know if he's ever going to come back. So it's safe to say that he's probably quietly retired now. Who knows? I never liked Canelo, but I do admire his skills in his ring. He's a beast. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not the biggest Canelo fan either, and you have to respect what he's doing, man. And I don't understand why these guys don't want to give him no credit. I mean, seriously, no credit at all. And he's like, come on, guys. He is the undisputed champion. That's all we wanted, right? An undisputed champion. He did that. He fought 3 champions back to back to back to back. No tune-up fights in between those fights when he fought those champions. He did that. And yeah, he gets no credit. Okay. Now you want him to fight Benavidez? Well, okay. When that fight happens and he beats Benavidez, are you going to still complain about it? Are you still not going to give him no credit? Okay. I like to see that. See, a lot of people like to move these goalposts and narratives on this platform, and that's the one thing I can't stand, and I continuously call out. Really. Mr. Classical Metal says that, or Classic Metal, I'm not a big Canelo fan, but the fact is that he did something none of the other guys did. None of them took the effort to become on the speed of fighting each other. Yeah, he did do that. And it also sad to this day, man. I have to bring this up. It's sad to this day looking back at Wilder and Joshua, man. Despite all the bickering back and forth between the two sides, as far as the fan base is concerned, that fight should have happened 2-3 years ago or 3 years ago. It should have happened when these guys were undefeated in their prime and Joshua having the 3 belts, Wilder had the WBC belt. They should have fought, and we could have got the heavyweight championship right there. And because of them playing both, I'm blaming both sides here. It's not one side or the other. Both sides are the reason why that fight didn't happen. If you don't believe me, Anthony Joshua can tell you that because he admitted that in one of the interviews with the Breakfast Club. It takes 2 people to make a fight, all right? And because of the fact that they were bickering, going back and forth, trying to stall each other out, trying to marinate the process, as you want to call it. And to me, I was very worried about that and very upset because this is not the lower weight classes where you could play the whole I'm going to marinate the process and draw this out, because in the lower weight classes, you can move in between weights and pick certain fights. In the heavyweights, you can't do that. You can't really outmaneuver other guys in the heavyweight division. And because of what happened, both fighters taking serious punishment in their last few fights or handful of fights. Both fighters has been knocked out, and both fighters has lost their title. And both fighters could possibly be mentally shot. We don't know about Wilder yet, but Joshua, the way he's been speaking as of late, he looks like he's mentally not there anymore. In fact, Anthony Joshua, and just to change the conversation to Joshua, change the conversation the subject a little bit before I get back to Canelo. Joshua has unfollowed many of the fighters or other individuals on his social media posts. He's unfollowed them, including Eddie Hearn and Matchroom. So all he's following is his sponsors. That's all he's following. So I don't know what's going on with that right there, man. And to me, again, going back to one of my prior live stream vids, Joshua is not mentally ready to take that Usyk rematch. He's not mentally prepared for it. And I'm sticking to my guns on this one. It's going to end probably worse than how it ended in the first fight. I'll tell you that round. I just don't see how he can win that fight, and he's not mentally ready for it. But my point is that fight should have happened 3 years ago. All this pussyfooting around between the two camps, between the two fights, and look what we got. You got both of them defeated. Both got 2 losses on their record. Both been knocked out badly. Both don't have their titles anymore. Both of them pretty much are not the same fighters anymore. And one of them is mentally not there. And Wilder, on the other hand, we have to see how he comes back in his comeback fight, see how he is. But it's a damn shame that we didn't get that undisputed fight when we had a chance. It's a damn shame. And props to Canelo Alvarez for making the fights happen back to back to back. Exactly what he did. All right, I'm going to catch up with the comments real quickly. Plant has to stop that putting down his head crap, keep getting caught with overhand rights. When he does it, his upper, with the uppercuts. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. He kept that right hand low as well. So he should have kept the high guard. It did come underneath the counter with a shot. He was trying to play that shoulder roll game with Floyd Mayweather. See, I think what it was is that they looked at that Floyd Mayweather fight, his camp, and see how effective Floyd was against Canelo. But Floyd wasn't always keeping his right hand low. He was always he kept the high guard as well. He knew where the punches were coming. Floyd was just a far better tactician than Caleb Plant. Let's be real. A far better tactician, a far better defensively minded fighter, a better hand speed. So, yeah. Big Boy says I gave a Plant 1, 3, and 2, and 4 rounds were close, but 5 rounds on where I gave to Canelo. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, it was a pretty close fight until the stoppage. So, yeah. What's up on Rival? Yes, he indeed was very effective evading that left hook. Canelo was trying to land it throughout the fight, and it finally landed, and I saw that one coming. Exactly. Classic Metal. Exactly. Ace Stone says, a new commenter, Canelo is a great fighter. Is a great fighter in a room of good fighters. I mean, yeah. I mean, he's a great fighter. I mean, yeah, I guess. The guy to beat doesn't exist today. Well, Petervia may be the guy to do it. If they ever fight, I'm favoring Petervia to win that fight at 175. The thing is that Beterbiev, the one thing I do worry about is the fact that how long can he make 175? Because that man is huge to be at that weight class. It could get to a point that if he's not active enough, he'll be more compromised making that weight as time progresses. Because I don't know, man. I don't know how long he can make that weight. He's not active enough to fight down there to be defending his title. So yeah, let's see. Ace Stones that guys like Kawasaki, Ward, Jace Tibbet, etc. I mean, Kawasaki, I definitely favor over Canelo. Ward, yeah, definitely favor. If you're mentioning, etc., like Carl Froch, I think that's a more winnable fight for Canelo. Because Carl Froch, the thing about Carl Froch is that, yeah, he had durability, he had endurance, but he was slow as a puncher. Very slow hand coordination. He did have some technique, but he had slow hand speed. So, yeah. I like to see Canelo versus Charlo. Jamal, Jamal did say he probably would go to 168, so that definitely be a fight I want to see too. So Benavidez and possibly Charlo and Jamal Charlo. Those are the fights I want to see, and then after that, go up to 175 and fight Beterbiev and Bivol. Let's see. Chavez only had two Hall of Fame wins. Camacho and Rosario. Yeah. Yeah, he did. So well, I mean, he had a great career. Let's not give it twisted. He had a great career. He beat very good fighters, such as Meldrick Taylor. We all know that was a controversial, ending to the first fight, but he beat him badly in the second fight. Roger Mayweather was a very good win. You had other wins over Craig Ogden. You also have wins over Roger Mayweather. You had wins over Frankie Randall. Obviously, he rematched him pretty much at the end of their career, obviously, for both fighters. So, I mean, look, Chavez is, he's fought a lot better fighters. I mean, yes, the two Hall of Fame wins over Camacho and Edward Rosario, but those are very great wins. Now, Canelo, his Hall of Fame wins over guys like Miguel Cotto, which is future Hall of Famer, Shane Mosley, that's already a Hall of Fame win. But I mean, is it arguably you could say that Shane Mosley is better than Edwin Rosario and Hector Camacho? I mean, there's a debate there. We could talk about that. I mean, to me, Camacho and Shane, I mean, they're kind of neck to neck in some regards. So is Edwin Rosario. So, and then you have who else you have there? I mean, Miguel Cotto, he'll be in the Hall of Fame eventually. Maybe that was a controversial win. I think Canelo. Yeah, I thought Miguel Cotto won that fight, but we knew how the scoring went. The thing is that what separates the two is that Chavez had maybe had a few controversial decisions going in his favor, but Canelo's had a string of them, and that's a problem there. That may be one. I'm not saying he's not a Hall of Famer. He definitely is a Hall of Fame fighter if he retires today. But if you to rate him over Julio Cesar Chavez Sr., that's a bridge too far because Chavez has actually dominated most of his opponents. I mean, to be fair, Canelo has done to some extent, but when it comes to like his earlier high-profile fights, he's got controversial decisions. A controversial decision over Alexander Lara, a controversial decision. I know he didn't win the Mayweather fight, but there was a controversial scorecard when one judge scored it 114-114, AJC, aka CJ Ross. Then you had the Arizona Lari fight. Very controversial decision. Then you had the Golovkin first fight. I don't know why people. Well, the only controversy in that fight is that Adelaide Burr scored at 118-110 for Canelo. So he's been a favor. He's been giving these darling decisions over the judges over the years. So that's one thing you have to take into account. Let's see what we got here. I got to catch up with the comments, guys. So Bivol might be a tougher fight than Beterbiev, I think, due to the way Bivol moves. He has fantastic footwork. Not the strongest puncher, but plenty of pop and accuracy. Yeah, that's definitely a good point. And the thing about Canelo, he likes fighters standing in front of him. Beterbiev is the type of guy. But the problem is that Beterbiev is too strong. He's very durable. He's got great endurance. He's got a very good hand speed, and very, very powerful guy. And that's the thing about it. That's what worries me about Canelo taking that fight. Yeah, he stands in front of him, but he'll get his shots off. But can he hurt Beterbiev? Can he hurt him? I mean, I know Callum Johnson hurted him, in their fight. But once you hurt Beterbiev, he recovers very well. And Alexander Gvozdyk, who I think, in my opinion, hits harder than Callum Johnson, he hit Beterbiev with some monster shots, and Beterbiev didn't seem to be bothered by those shots. He kept coming at him and shook him off. So, yeah. So let's see. I see A Stone says I see Canelo getting a light touch in May, and getting the Benavidez fight in September 2022. 2022. I think he might get the Benavidez fight in May because of the fact that Benavidez does have a fight coming up. Canelo didn't really take much damage in his fight against Caleb Plant. I mean, even though it was a difficult fight, but he didn't take that much. He didn't really take concussive damage in that fight. So I think he'll be ready to fight Benavidez in May. That's if Benavidez is up for it. Salute to Bruce Goes, man. What's happening, man? What's happening? Let's see. Yes, the fans' double standards are a joke and make me laugh every time. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure that Joshua's social media is run by a publicist anyway. Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense that you're unfollowed all your promoter Eddie Hearn, and you unfollowed all the other fighters too. I just don't understand why Joshua would do that. I don't know if he's psychologically not there. He's upset. I don't know, man. But the point is that he's not mentally ready to take the Alexander Usyk rematch. He's not ready for it, man. I'm just being honest. He's not. Let's see here. I have to say, though, the guys who can never be accused of picking weak opponents to become undisputed are Josh Taylor and Usyk. Very good point. Very good point. That's why I respect those fighters, man. Taylor and Usyk continue to take tough fights back to back. Taylor keeps going to other fighters' backyards to take fights, even though he's had a couple fights in his backyard, but he still wanted to travel to take on tough fights. Same thing with Usyk. Usyk, I mean, has Usyk ever gotten a hometown fight in his pro career? Maybe early in his career that when he made like in his first few fights, he fought in Ukraine. But when I'm talking about war level fights, has Usyk ever gotten a war level fight in his backyard in Ukraine? Never, as I recall. I mean, this man, we got to talk about that. Who's pound for pound number one? I'll talk about that shortly between Usyk and Canelo. So, yeah, credit to Josh Taylor and Alexander Usyk. You may not like those guys, but those guys are tough. They got heart, and they take tough fights back to back. You got to give them a lot of praise for that. And that's the reason why both of these guys deserve to be on the pound for pound list. So, Ace Stone says the shoulder roll worked with Mayweather is because he was offensive with the right hand counters over the top. Yeah, that's a good point. But the thing is that Floyd was mixing his punches together too. He was very accurate with those punches. I mean, fair, Caleb Plant was mixing his punches together as well. But to me, he relied too much on that that overhand right, not the overhand right. He was relying on that pop shot counter a lot, and he was going to be vulnerable to that left hook if he didn't land that shot properly. And when he did land the shot, he did give Canelo didn't really be bothered by that. He couldn't get Canelo's respect. So, and that was one of the things that one of the commentators was talking about in the middle of the fight. It's just like, if you can't hurt Canelo, then how are you going to win the fight like this? You're on your back foot. Yes, you're scoring some talent. You're scoring some shots. You're jabbing. I mean, he was jabbing Canelo's head off. He was landing some great jabs, but are you going to get you're not getting his respect, and that was a problem. So, even though I had Caleb Plant winning on my card before the stoppage, but the judges saw it no different. Obviously saw it differently before the stoppage. One judge had it 98-92 for Canelo, another judge had it 97-93 for Canelo, and the third judge had it 96-94 for Canelo. Now the 96-94 score I can live with, but the 97-93 and the 98-92, we all knew what was going to happen if that fight went the distance. So, I mean, there's no point talking about that now because Canelo got the stoppage. So, it is what it is. Ace Tone says that Floyd had offense from his defense. I guess that's a fair point. Nobody's unbeatable. I mean, I think Beterbiev or Bivol have a chance. Yeah. Speaking of that, Eddie Hearn tweeted after the fight saying unbeatable, referring to Canelo Alvarez's win over Caleb Plant. Nah, I mean, first of all, Canelo already has one loss on his record, and that was against the great Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, let's not forget about that. And I know that fight happened 8 years ago, but Canelo still has that loss, and he learned a lot after that fight. So sometimes losses can make a fighter stronger. So, but as of now, who can beat him? I definitely think Beterbiev definitely is the guy who's going to beat him. Bivol may have a chance, but I don't know about Bivol winning that fight. He could make it more difficult than Plant did, but Beterbiev, nah, I don't like Canelo's chances in that fight. I'm just being honest. I don't like it at all. A Stone says that Canelo may end up having the best career as a Mexican fighter, but not the best or greatest, if that makes any sense. As the greatest fighter of all time, no, he falls short of that. But as the greatest Mexican fighter of all time, I don't know, man. I mean, that's definitely a debate we could discuss because right now the talk is between him and Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. I know Juan Manuel Marquez is not going to want to have that debate because he does not like Canelo Alvarez. I don't know what the animosities between him and Canelo, but he's never respected Canelo Alvarez for quite some time. He never had. So to this day, he doesn't respect him. I don't know what's his gripe with Canelo Alvarez. I really don't know what's the beef between the two. But again, that's a debate we all should have. Who's the greatest between Canelo and Julio Cesar Chavez Sr.? But again, in my book, in my view, it's Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. So not in any way. Canelo still isn't finished. So let's see what he can achieve. And maybe he'll become the greatest Mexican fighter. Yeah. I mean, if he can... I guess if he could take down Beterbiev, then okay, maybe it's worth the conversation. maybe he supersedes Chavez Senior if he can get that win. Mr. Classical Music, Classic. I keep saying classical, man. Mr. Classic Metal says that Usyk is winning that rematch too. Before their first fight, Rukrushiak informed Usyk that there will be a rematch clause. Usyk responded and said, "That's great, so I could beat Joshua twice." Yeah, I saw that comment. So, again, man, Joshua's not winning that rematch. I'm sorry to say that. This is not an Andy Ruiz situation. I have to keep repeating myself because some people don't understand logic or common sense in certain regards. This is not a situation where Joshua got caught with one good shot and didn't recover after the fight. He got beat up comprehensively. He got outschooled. He got outclassed. Well, that's the same word. He got dominated. He almost got knocked out, stopped in the last round. So this was pretty much a one-sided beatdown. Yes, you could give Joshua 3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds if you want to stretch it. Some people had to give him 2 rounds, but he did not win that fight and he got dominated. And now the way he's behaving right now, as if that he doesn't know where his mind is. That his mind is not in a good place right now. Maybe it's best that he just not take the rematch and let him focus on something else other than boxing. Because that's what it seems like to me at this point with Anthony Joshua. And him being forced to take the rematch, he's being pressured to do it. And the thing about Joshua that he struggles with the pressure sometimes. He's admitted this himself. Is that he just sometimes the pressure gets to him too much. It gets to him. So I don't know. To me, he can't. Again, it's a bad mistake for him to go back in there with Usyk. This is not Andrew Ruiz. This is a guy who's constantly in shape, who's got a great boxing IQ, who's not deterred by fame and success. He's always had that before he became a professional fighter. He's had fame and success as a great amateur. That's Alexander Usyk. He's fought many styles. He's fought bigger men all the time in his career. He's done it so many times, man. This is nothing to him. This is not an Andy Ruiz situation, man. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I have a feeling that this rematch is going to end a lot far worse. I mean, McGregor may have a point. Unrivaled had a point the last time we spoke about this. That rematch may end up. The only thing that's going to be different about that rematch, this is Unrival's opinion, but he says that the only thing that's going to be different is that Usyk is going to win that rematch by stoppage. And I can see that because if Joshua's planning to maul Usyk and try to bulk up more, he's going to get knocked out early. I'm sorry, because he does not have the endurance or the durability to fight that type of a fight. He doesn't have it. If he tried to apply that tactic like Fury did with Wilder, he's going to get knocked out against Usyk. I'm sorry, he's going to get knocked out. So again, he's not mentally there for it right at this time. He's not. A Stone says the greatness is subjective. So also people have emotional attachment to their favorite fighter. That's true. Good point. even if Canelo has a greater career than Chavez, some people may never admit it if they grew up watching Chavez first. That's true. I mean, because at the end of the day, some people like me, a lot of guys that, when growing up, some of the friends that I grew up with, they still tell you that Mike Tyson is the greatest fighter of all time, the greatest heavyweight ever. But they never want to admit the fact that Muhammad Ali had greater wins than Tyson, who's had a greater run at heavyweight, not once but twice than Tyson, because of the fact they never see Ali fight. So they can never admit that because Tyson was had a more of a fan friendly style than Ali. I mean, Ali was a boxer puncher. He gave you a lot of exciting fights, but Mike was there to take your head off. That was just that was his style. So so yeah, that right there was what I was gonna say. Yeah, so that's a good point. Uh, Classic Metal says that Charlo is probably first up against Canelo before Benavidez. I kept hearing his name in the rumor mill. Hey, well, I mean, I would love to see that fight if that's the case. The last time Usyk fought in Ukraine was in 2015. Yeah, 6 years. 6 years. I think if the rematch is going to happen between Joshua, I mean, it is pointing to that point. Should the rematch happen, I think Usyk deserves the right to have that fight in Ukraine. I'm just being honest. He deserves that right. He's fought out of his backyard for 6 years now. It's about time that he gets things on his terms. That's just my opinion. Unbeatable with a loss on your record. Yeah, that's what. Well, ask Eddie Hearn that because that's what he said. Wow, Canelo is so. Oh, Canelo. Wow, Canelo is so amazing. He's the greatest fighter of all time. Off all his amazing superiority. Sarcasm at best. All right, unrivaled. Canelo basically challenged Marquez to a fight when Marquez criticized Canelo for taking all these catchweight fights years ago. Well, I mean, to be fair, didn't Marquez take some catchweight fights himself? Well, actually, he took one. Well, actually, he took some catchweight fights, but he didn't do that to his advantage because I know Pacquiao Mayweather implemented catchweight fights against him. But to be fair, though, they implemented to benefit him because Floyd was fighting at 147 for a while, and Marquez was jumping up from 135 to welterweight, and to help benefit Marquez, I think his team negotiated the catchweight clause to fight Floyd Mayweather. Of course, Floyd didn't bother making the weight, so it is what it is. So Marquez, can't sit there and criticize Canelo for taking catchweight fights, but he did it himself. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure that's what the beef stems from, but yeah, that's one Mel Marquez is that's his that's the hit that he's been a hypocrite right there. Oh, hold on for a second. Hold on, guys. Hold on. All right, guys, hold on tight. I'll be right back. I gotta go take care of something. Just give me a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Ugh. So let me get down. I got to catch up to the comments here real quickly. So Joshua may get stopped in the rematch. Usyk does not fear Joshua's power. Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's fought big punches for years. I mean, Joe Joyce, I know that was WBSS. I'm sorry, the World Series of Boxing, WSB, semi-pro, but yeah, I mean, he's fought Chisora too. I mean, to me, I mean, obviously not to me, but this is a fact. Chisora has better durability and endurance than Anthony Joshua, but that doesn't mean Chisora is a better fighter than Joshua overall. But Chisora, to me, hits a bit harder than Joshua. I mean, that's just my opinion, but it is what it is. Hatman made a video recently about smaller heavyweights being a problem for the current heavyweights, kind of like Usyk, Hunter. Those guys are more technical, move a lot more, and they have endurance. Well, Hatman's definitely right about that because this has been going on for many years. I mean, Sam Langford was a very fast guy, and he fought, he started his career as a welterweight, and he fought, beat heavyweights. I know that was a different era, different time. The heavyweights back then were a lot smaller guys, but still, though, you have to take into account that he fought a lot of bigger men. And the same thing with Ezra Charles, the Cincinnati Cobra. Henry Greb has beaten a couple of heavyweights. He never really won a heavyweight title, but he beat a couple of heavyweights. And one of them is Gene Tunney. So um, the fact is that he's the only man to beat Gene Tunney. But after that, Ezra Charles, like I said, he started his career, had a great career welterweight, moved up to light heavyweight, and became the heavyweight champion. And Michael Spinks, Michael Spinks moved up from light heavyweight to beat Larry Holmes twice. I know there was a controversial wins, but he did that. He beat Thomas twice and beat Cooney. And then before that, you had Evander Holyfield, famously coming up from cruiserweight, beating all these great heavyweights. Michael Moore doing the same thing, coming from light heavyweight, going to heavyweight, beating heavyweights. So this trend is not like it's nothing new. This has been happening for decades, for centuries, for years. This has been happening for a long time. This yeah. So to Hatman's point, yeah, there are going to be a problem, particularly Michael Hunter and Alexander Usyk. And we all look what Michael Hunter's doing. Look, he wasn't supposed to beat Mark Bacoli. He wasn't supposed to beat him. In fact, people were saying, "Oh man, Hunter's been biting more than what he can chew." They thought that Eddie, I think, who was promoting Mike Hunter? I mean, I know Mark Bacoli, was he promoted by Eddie Hearn at the time or Frank Warren, one of the two? But anyhow, Hunter was supposed to be a tune-up opponent for McCauley, and look what he did to him. He battered him and beat him pretty badly in that fight. All right, and then after that, he beat Sergey Kuzmin, and after that, he beat Alexander Ustinov. I mean, Ustinov was never a great heavyweight, but still, though. Then after that, he beat Kuzmin, outpointed him, and arguably beat Alexander Povetkin. I thought he beat Povetkin in that fight. But, I know he didn't take the Herkovich fight, but the fact is Michael Hunter is going to be a big problem for anybody at heavyweight. Hell, look I know they fought at cruiserweight, but Alexander Usyk, in my opinion, he gave Usyk probably the toughest fight of his career, other than Marius Briedis. The toughest fight of his career. Yeah, Hunter is a huge problem for all the heavyweights out there. A huge problem. We know what Usyk can do at heavyweight, and definitely Hunter as well. So these guys, man, between these two, don't be surprised if Michael Hunter picks up a title somewhere and he picks off all those other heavyweights. I actually give him a good chance of beating Tyson Fury. And same thing with Alexander Usyk. And even Tyson Fury said himself that he had problems with smaller heavyweights. He was alluding to the Steve Cunningham fight. So that's why Fury's has kind of been very, very careful who he's been fighting after that Cunningham fight. And that's why he's been dismissive about Alexander Usyk. He doesn't want nothing to do with Usyk right now. Fury said it himself. He doesn't want to fight that guy. So, to all the Fury fanatics out there, you think that Tyson Fury is going to walk all over Alexander Usyk? Hell no, he's not going to do that. Fury knows that. This is not a Deontay Wilder type of fighter who's going to stand there and try to trade with you. No, this guy is going to give you a lot of head movement. He's going to pop you with different punches at all different angles that you can't keep up. You can try to maul him all you want to, but he has every answer for that. And Fury knows that, and that's why he doesn't seem on taking that fight with Usyk. So, yeah. Vodcast fought a catchweight to bigger guys, didn't he? Yeah, he did, but he requested it. That's what I'm saying, though. He's requested those catchweights. That's my point. And Canelo, on the other hand, he's made catchweights favorable with certain fighters, but he's also requested it as well. Marius Breedis could do damage at heavyweight too. He's a beast, but he's 36 years old now. He's fought at heavyweight once and knocked out Char. Yeah, I mean, he could do something, but to be fair to Usyk is 34, 35 years old, so they're not that far apart. And here's another thing too we got to talk about here: the age of heavyweight. First things first, 36 is pretty young to be at heavyweight. Number one. Number two, the reason why I say that is because the heavyweight lifespan is far longer than any other lifespan in any other weight classes. And the reason why I say that is because the heavyweights can absorb a lot more shots than the lower weight classes. So that's why they're not completely compromised until maybe in their mid 40s at best. Sometimes it depends on how severe the damage has taken a toll on their bodies and their and their mental capacity. But the lifespan is a lot longer at heavyweight. So 36 is not that old for heavyweight at all. It isn't. Marquez versus Mayweather was supposed to be a catchweight, but Mayweather pissed off Marquez to come in at a regular welterweight limit. Yeah, I know. It was supposed to be at 144, but Floyd came overweight. So he had to pay Marquez a penalty fee for coming overweight in that fight. Joshua's problem may be more mental than physical. I wonder if he's lost confidence in the fight after taking a hard shot. That's an excellent point, Ace. I mean, excellent point. I think it is more mental than physical. I mean, he still has his physical attributes, but he just lost confidence of applying those attributes. And Joshua said it himself. The reason why he's having issues because he's worried about getting hit. He doesn't want to leave that ring coming in all concussed, not having any brain cells left, and not being able to speak again. He doesn't want to have to go through that situation. That's what he's worried about. And after that Andy Ruiz first fight, he's been extremely cautious ever since. And to be fair, he was kind of cautious after the Klitschko fight. So, yeah, Joshua said himself in the interview with Kugan Cassidy, said, I am not going to be the guy who's going to sit there and take punches and lose my brain cells and not be able to speak after the fight said none. He doesn't want to go through that. So I think when he's getting hit, that's what's crossing his mind. He's like, oh, shit, fuck that. I'm not taking any chances. Let me just try to survive this and land my shots the best way I can. So, yeah. Mala, what's happening, man? He says Joshua's problem is that he knows he has vulnerabilities and makes him very cautious. Yep, that's what I've been saying all along. Wasn't Ezra Charles the guy who influenced James Toney the most? Yep. James Toney was the guy. Yep, Ezra Charles was the guy that influenced James Toney to become a fighter. That's his favorite fighter of all time. Yep. Usyk is not going to go to war like the Fury, is not going to go to war with Fury like the third Wilder fight. No, he's not going to do it. Nah, not at all. Usyk is too crafty. He's too smart to engage in that type of fight. And Fury knows that too. So that's why he's not very keen on taking that fight. He said it himself. I'm not fighting that guy at all. What's the point? That's what he said. He doesn't want to fight Usyk for some reason because he doesn't want. It seems to me that he's gotten that recollection of what happened to him in the Cunningham fight. Yeah, he won the fight against Cunningham, but go back and look at that fight. Cunningham was giving Fury a lot of problems in the first round. He was outboxing him, he's outmaneuvering him, and he was making Fury look like a fool. And that's why Fury's beating on his chest in that round because he wanted Cunningham to come after him. He wanted to throw Cunningham off his game. So, I mean, it worked to some extent, but he almost got knocked out. So after that fight, he's like, nah, man, I ain't fighting these little heavyweights again. He ain't fighting Usyk. And we all know Usyk is far superior than Cunningham was. So it is what it is. And it was Hunter who predicted that Usyk would beat AJ. I mean, Michael Hunter's predictions has been on point. His predictions has been on point. He was the guy that said that that Alexander Povetkin was going to knock out Dillian White in the first fight. He's the one who predicted that, and people called him crazy for saying that, and and it happened. This guy's been on point with his predictions. So, I mean, he doesn't mean he gets them all the time, but he does get a couple of them wrong or so. But he's been on point with most of his predictions. Amala says, I gave Plant rounds 1, 2, 3 Though the third round was very close, I gave him the seventh round. 8 and 9 were competitive, but I gave him the Canelo. Yeah, I mean, it was a very close fight until the stoppage. So, yeah, it seems like we all have a consensus of agreement there. Ace says a heavyweight 36 is much different than a welterweight 36. Yeah, it is. It is much different. Fury has a 7-inch reach advantage and a 6-inch height advantage. He knows how to use his skills in ring generalship are superior to AJ. I got him beating Usyk on points. Look, I'm not saying Fury cannot win the fight, but this is not going to be a Deontay Wilder type of fight. It sure as hell ain't going to be a Steve Cunningham type of fight. I mean, it may be close to that, but I think that Usyk is far more crafty and superior than Cunningham. Far more superior. And Fury had a lot of issues with that guy because of his movement and his speed. Fury couldn't match him by speed and movement. He knew that, and that's why that's why when he got knocked down and tried to get in Cunningham's hand in the middle of the fight in his first round, I should say. When he got knocked down, he said, "Fuck that, man! I'm not gonna let you humiliate me like this. I'm gonna take you to you." And that's exactly what Fury did. And I don't think he'd be able to get away with that with Usyk. So that's just the way it is. I wouldn't be surprised if Joshua retires in 3 years. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. In fact, I probably won't be surprised if he retires right now. I'm sorry to say that. I wouldn't be surprised if he retires within a year. Because the way he was speaking in that interview seems like he's fucking done with boxing. That's what it seemed to me. He seems fed up. He's like, fuck trying to please everyone. Fuck taking punches in my head. I know my vulnerabilities. I can't do this forever. I got millions of dollars in my bank. I'm not going to starve. I'm financially set. So fuck this. That's what I got out of that interview with Cook and Cassis. I think after this Usyk fight, who knows if Joshua's going to continue to fight after that. I don't see him winning it. Even if he wins it, would he still want to continue to go through this? Because if he catches that titles, if he gets his titles back, then it's going to go back to elite level again, where you're going to be fighting harder, tougher fights. You'll be taking punches in your head. Say what you will about Deontay Wilder. If they were to make that fight, I got Wilder winning that fight. I know it comes to whoever lands first, but Wilder's got more. I think he's more mentally strong than Joshua. I know Wilder be saying some crazy shit, but when it comes to that fight, going in that ring, he's gonna give it all he can. He don't give a damn about getting hit. He gonna keep trying to come at you and fight as long as he can. But that's how Wilder is. That's his mentality. He's a warrior. All right. Joshua, on the other hand, not saying he doesn't fight, but the fact is his mental capacity is not there anymore, man. It isn't. I made my money. I'm at peace in my retirement. Joshua 2024. I mean, that's your prediction. I mean, fair enough, Ace. I think Joshua, like I said, I think he'll continue on fighting, but I wouldn't be surprised if he retires within a year. Especially the way he spoke in that interview with Coogan. That's just my opinion. Let's see. Fury's had issues with Cunningham, a former cruiserweight. Yeah, we all know that. The Cunningham fight was a long time ago. Yeah, it was a long time ago. In fact, Fury was a far better fit and conditioned fighter at the time. Now that he's blown up in weight, I mean, his endurance is still there. He still got some conditioning left, but after that third Wilder fight, how much is that left in him? And let's not get twisted. He's taking a lot of punishment in that third Wilder fight. All right, we're back in, guys. I don't know what the hell happened there. All right, I agree, Dan. Usyk would be more competitive fight. Yeah, it would. Ace says that Usyk and Fury needs to happen next year. I definitely want to see that fight. I want to see how Fury does against Alexander Usyk. If he claims to be the greatest fighter of this era, as he says he is, then he needs to fight Alexander Usyk. Hell, he needs to still fight Dillian White. He needs to fight Anthony Joshua. He still needs to fight those guys. But speaking of Dillian White, the WBC is expected to order that fight, but Team Fury doesn't even seem like they wanted that fight. I think they're going to quote unquote swerve it or duck that fight because here they are coming out talking about we're going to fight Joe Joyce and Dillian White should fight Deontay Wilder. This is what they're saying. And speaking of Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury is coming out there and dissing Deontay Wilder again. Right after you gave him the good, birthday message, all the respect in the world. I know Wilder didn't respond to it because he's out, he's trying to, he's enjoying his life and he's recovering. But this fool came out, Tyson Fury, that is. He came out yesterday, got mad at Manchester United for the performance they had yesterday against Manchester City, right? They lost that football game. Tyson Fury comes out and says that you guys took a beating far worse than Deontay Wilder took against me. And I'm like, whoa, hold up. You just gave the man his props, wished him his good birthday wishes, and then you come out here disrespecting him, and he's recovering. Ah, come on, dude. I don't know what that was about, but to me, I think Tyson Fury could have chosen his better, had a better choice of words. But it also goes back to my opinion and my theory that they're going to have that fourth fight. Definitely not going to happen anytime soon. No. Wilder's going to take a couple tune-up fights in between. But that fourth fight is coming, guys. Watch and see. It's coming. That's just my opinion. Fury is an excellent fighter, but Usyk is very crafty and very experienced himself. Very experienced yourself. Well, hold up. Fury is an excellent fighter, but Usyk is very crafty and very experienced himself. So I think he could pull it off. I'm not saying he'll win, but it's not a one-sided affair here. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Definitely it's not going to be a one-sided affair. I think it's going to be a nip-and-tuck fight, but I think Usyk is far crafty. He's far experienced. He's dealt with guys like Fury before. So he knows. He knows what to do in there. Classic says that I think the franchise belt is in the making for Fury. Yeah, that's coming. He's going to be the franchise champion because Fury's going to look at that and say, wait, I'm just the alphabet champion. So what? I'm also the Ring Magazine. I'm also the lineal champion. So I don't need this hatred body tell me what the fuck to do. I'll fight whoever I want to fight. All he needs is the ring belt and the linealship. And to be fair, the ring belt, you do have a requirement of fighting a top 10 opponent within what? I think within 18 months or something like that, or 12 months or something around there. But the guidelines or standards is not as strict as it is if you had an alphabet belt. So to be fair, the alphabet, sanctioned bodies, they do cater to a fighter's demands to some extent. So yeah. Let me see. Happy birthday, but I whipped your ass. Yeah, that's pretty much what he said. Well, he didn't say that in that one message, but in the message, going to defer to Manchester United, he brought up Deontay Wilder's name, man. I'm like, oh, dude, there. And Wilder didn't say nothing, man. Wilder's just recovering and he's enjoying his life. He just had his birthday. He's talking to me, Lee Scott personally. They're trying to come up with a strategy how they're going to come back from this. They could keep their heads high and say, hey, look, you gave a courageous performance. You almost got the guy out of there, but you came up short. You went 11 rounds. You went out on your shield like you wanted. So you have nothing to be ashamed of. So we could come back from this and you could be stronger. So, but for Tyson Fury to come out and say this, I know this guy right here, man. He's begging for somebody to knock his ass out. I'm just saying. Alexander Usyk may be the guy to do it. Hell, Michael Hunter may be the guy to do it. Hell, if one of those guys will knock out Tyson Fury or embarrass him, then Tyson Fury definitely will be a fighter with sour grapes. Okay? You could talk about, being humble and being gracious to your fighter, but if Tyson Fury takes a loss to either one of those guys, he will not be toting that line. He'll be having sour grapes. He'll be making all sorts of excuses why he lost to a smaller man. He's going to do that. Watch. So, I do not want to see a fourth fight, man. Yuck. I don't want to see it either, but if they're going to do a fourth fight, it has to happen later. Wilder's got to come back. He's got to he's got to regain his form. And the rumor mill is that he'll be fighting Trevor Bryan for the regular title. I think that's a fight he should take. That's a fighter he should take. And then take that win and to fight Robert Helenius and maybe fight Andrew Ruiz. Take those 3 fights, and then you can fight Fury in the 4th fight. Then you could do it, because if Fury can still keep his leadership and his Ring Magazine belt around that time, then why not? So yeah, Fury strikes me as a fighter who doesn't care about that Undisputed. Yeah, he doesn't care, man. I mean, he doesn't give a fuck. This dude's vacated belts so many fucking times is unbelievable. He doesn't give a damn. He doesn't give a damn about that. I mean, why is he going around saying I don't want to fight Usyk? Why is he going around saying that? And why is he going around talking about I shouldn't even fight Dillian White. Dillian White needs to fight Deontay Wilder. This is what he, or actually his team, is saying. And now he's talking about a fourth Wilder fight. This guy is just he's talking about a fourth Wilder fight. Not coming from me. He's doing it. That's what he's doing, man. So I don't know, man. Ace says that I can't even see Fury trash talking Usyk. Fury would be real quiet in the middle. Yep, exactly. My point there. You know the reason why he can't do it? Because Usyk is too mentally strong. I don't care what people say. Usyk does speak English. He does speak English. It's not perfect English, but it's broken English. But he understands. He understands what, the things that people are saying to him. Usyk is not fazed by all the trash talk and all the psychological warfare that Fury brings to his opponents. Fury knows that he cannot do that to Usyk. He knows that. And that's why he's not even keen on fighting him. He doesn't want to fight him. I think he's waiting for him to slow down. If he wants to fight him, he'll wait till he slows down. That's what Fury's going to do. Why do you sound upset with Fury, Stanley Hudson? I'm not upset with Fury. I'm just saying this guy is just like a walking contradiction. First, he comes around and says, props to Deontay Wilder. I want to wish my friend a happy birthday. Thank you for the memories and the trilogies. Respectful thing to do. And then he comes back and talks shit about Wilder right after that. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, you're begging to get knocked out, son. I'm not saying Wilder would do it if they ever have a fourth fight. But if you fight Usyk or Michael Hunter or somebody, or hell, probably Dillian White, who knows? I don't think Dillian White's going to win that fight. I think Dillian White is too slow and he's too uncoordinated with his punches. But other than that, he's a lot shorter than Wilder. But the fact is that I don't think Tyson Fury is going to get knocked out by somebody. He is. So it is what it is. It is a comment that Fury was expected to make. After all, it is Tyson Fury. Well, true. Because one day he'll say something that's admirable, the next he goes back and be disrespectful like he always is. So it is what it is. Ace says that Wilder needs a KO streak before a fourth fight. I agree. I think he could do it against Bryant. Yeah, definitely do it against Bryant. Robert Helenius, I definitely think he could do it against him. Andy Ruiz, that's a little tough one. But if he dominates those three fights, then yeah, I think a fourth fight would be warranted. Fury is the weirdest, most unpredictable guy outside the ring, and as weird as he is when he's inside the ring, he has a heart of a lion. Perhaps he's bipolar. That's a fair point. I mean, you can't take away Fury's heart and his durability, and to win. He'll do whatever necessary that he has to win the fight. I do expect that out of him. But the one thing I just don't like is sometimes I know Deontay Wilder gets a lot of flack for the things, how he approaches certain opponents, how he approaches certain fights, and that criticism is warranted and whatnot. But Fury, he deserves that type of criticism as well. You can't come out and say that, okay, well, I mean, it is him. You could go out and say, I respect the man. I wish him a good friend. He's my good friend. Happy birthday. Thank you for the memories. And then turn around and disrespect him like that. I mean, okay, it is what it is. I know people are going to say, well, Wilder deserves it after all the shit that he said about Fury leading up to that third fight, which is true. But Wilder hasn't said nothing pretty much after that fight. So he's recovering. He's trying to regroup, and he's trying to focus on getting better. So that's all you can ask for. Should Fury have respect for Tyson, or do you mean should Fury have respect for Wilder? I think that's what you meant. Look, Fury doesn't have to respect. I mean, he doesn't have to like a person, but at the same time, show a little bit more respect to your foes, man. Show a little bit more respect, please. Same thing, Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder needs to do the same thing as well. I've been saying that about Wilder for a long time now. Tyson Fury may retire and unretire 2 times before he fight Usyk. Hey, it wouldn't surprise me if he does that, Ace. It would surprise me. Who in the heavyweight division is good enough to knock out Fury? Wilder couldn't do it, so who can? I wouldn't go far to say knocking him out, but as far as beating him, I think Usyk would probably be the best, be the closest guy who can do it. I think Usyk would be the one who's good enough to beat Tyson Fury. Now, as far as knockout, I doubt it. But as far as beating him, Usyk is definitely the guy to do it. Dillian White, nah. But if you want to talk about knockout Fury, Dillian White may have a good puncher's chance of doing it, but the problem is that he doesn't have the reach. He's slow-footed, and he's a lot shorter than Deontay Wilder. So I don't. Yeah, Dillian White not going to do it, but Usyk definitely could do it. Usyk can. Tyson Fury is beatable, but he has a hell of a chin. Yeah, he does, but after those shots he took from Wilder, is his punch resistance going to be the same? Who knows? We have to see what happens in his next fight, man. Because if he gets touched that chin, man, he may capitulate. After the allegations made by Wilder, if it was Tyson, would you become friends with Deontay Wilder? I mean, fair point, but Tyson Fury called him a friend. My good buddy. Tyson Fury said that a month ago. About a month ago. Then all of a sudden he's coming out and saying disrespectful shit about him again. I mean, again, I think to me it's all planned to build that fourth fight. I think that's what it is because he's came out and said that he may fight him before time before the third fight even came off. He even said that. So I think that's all planned for them to get that fourth fight in. All right, because I don't see Tyson Fury doing any undisputed fights. I don't see him fight Dillian White. He's going to go franchise. Wilder may pick up that belt. What it is that Wilder's going to fight for the WBA regular belt as is being rumored right now against Trevor Bryant. Beat him, beat Elenius, then beat Ruiz, and then probably fight Dillian White for the WBC title. And then, under certain conditions, the WBC will allow Wilder to walk into that fight as a regular champion, and that would be a quote-unquote unification bout. Wilder beats Dillian White, and then you get the Fury fourth fight. That's the way I see it. I think that's the roadmap that they have. Fight Doctor. Shout out to Fight Doctor in the chat. Alvarez has decided that he doesn't want to use his jab anymore. That's the thing, though. Canelo didn't really throw a lot of jabs in that fight, and that was very surprising to me. Very surprising. So, I don't know. He's going to have to – I think also when they look back at that fight where they had with Plant, that's the one thing they're going to have to point out. Dude, you got to use your jab a lot more before you set up your shots. And he wasn't doing that. So all he was doing was trying to catch and shoot all night. I guess that he figured that was the only way he's going to beat Plant. So he couldn't out-jab the jabber. I think that's what he felt. But he should have threw a little bit more jabs. Yeah, he was eating a lot of jabs and right hands that night, but they weren't deterring him. Stanley Hudson says Usyk beating Joshua doesn't prove to me that he can beat Fury. Yeah, Styles makes fights, but Fury is the one who said, I'm not fighting Usyk. He said that himself. I'm not fighting that guy. He said, what's the point? He doesn't speak English. Why should I fight him? That to me shows that he doesn't think he could beat Usyk. He can handle his style because Tyson Fury has said himself in an interview with Joe Rogan. He said himself that I struggled with smaller heavyweights. He pointed to the Steve Cunningham fight. After that fight, we haven't seen Fury fight a small heavyweight. What I mean by small heavyweight, I'm talking about a guy coming up from cruiserweight to a heavyweight, like Steve Cunningham, a guy who can move around in circles, who could box, who got great technical ability. Fury hasn't fought that type of fighter ever since at the Cunningham fight. And he got through that, but he said himself, I'm not fighting Usyk. I'm not fighting him. Defeating Fury, especially via KO, would be a tough one. I can't think of a name right now. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, if you want to talk about KO, the only puncher's chance, Dillian White, but I don't see how he could get close to Fury. I just don't see it. But Canelo won by stoppage, but maybe you missed that part. Oh, you're talking about Fight Doctor. Didn't Barrera and Morales hate each other's guts back in the day, and now they have a podcast together? Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's true. They hate each other back in the day. And I mean, look, Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield. I mean, they had a lot of animosity towards each other. This is before they actually fought. They had animosity in their amateur days. So, ever since then, we all knew that Holyfield had Tyson's number, but they all became after that, all that animosity and vitriol towards each other, they became great friends. And they talk regularly. So it is what it is. That's what happened, man. Jerry Cooney and Larry Holmes, same situation. David Hay and Chisora didn't exactly see eye to eye, but they were ready to kill each other. And then Hay became Chisora's manager. Yeah, they put their differences aside and became great buddies. Same thing. Just because Fury doesn't want to fight Usyk doesn't mean Usyk can beat Fury. No, I mean I get that, but but the thing is too, if you feel confident enough to, here's the thing about Tyson Fury. He's a very, very strategic type of fighter. If he knows he could beat a fighter, he's going to take the fight. The fact is now he's dismissing Alexander Usyk shows to me that he doesn't feel confident that he could beat him right now. He's going to beat him when the time. He's going to fight him when the time is right to do it. That's what Fury was pretty much saying indirectly. That's what he's saying. And by the way, Usyk is not even bothered by Fury. He said Fury is nothing special. He's nothing that I've never seen before. So I'll beat this guy. That's how confident Alexander Usyk is. Ace Stone says that Usyk's style is unorthodox to Tyson Fury. Great, good point. Ray Leonard and Hearns are very good friends today. Yeah, true. Marvin Hagler and Tommy Hearns were great friends before Hagler passed, but he never. I mean, I think he patched things up with Leonard over the years, but they really weren't like talking to each other. But yeah, Usyk's face was battered for someone who won a unanimous decision. Okay, I mean, did Tyson Fury win a unanimous decision over Otto Wallin? Look at his face. Let's not forget about that. Well, look what Otto Wallin did to Tyson Fury. He won a unanimous decision. And Fury almost got knocked out in the 12th round. Well, Wallin hurted him, and he was staggering all over the place. So, come on, man. Come on. Be fair with your criticism of Alexander Usyk. Be fair. Yep, Cooney and Holmes are real friends and still helped each other out with fundraisers and things like that. Yeah, true. So, like I said, though, I think Fury, bringing Wilder's name up after the Manchester United situation is almost a scheme to me that he's trying to promote that fourth Wilder fight. I think he is. Because, again, he said it himself that he may fight him a fourth time. Then you got Team Wilder coming out saying they're interested in the fourth fight, but they're going to be more careful this time around. They're going to make sure Deontay recovers properly, let him take some interim fights in between. I think the Trevor Bryan fight would be a perfect fight for him to come back from, and then he could take the Valenius fight, and then after that, the Ruiz fight, and then get the Fury fourth fight. So, yeah. Ace says that Wally almost won. Yeah, he almost won that fight. I mean, Stanley Hudson, you're going to talk about Usyk having a battered face for winning a unanimous decision. Well, Fury's face looked a lot worse. Did you not forget that? His face was a lot worse condition than Usyk's. Fury had a busted eye gash. The fight could have been stopped based off that. Wallin could have been the lineal champion. But they gave him the benefit of the doubt because he was lined up to have that big showdown with Deontay Wilder. The second fight, that is. So, come on, man. Be fair with your criticism. Be fair. So, like I said, Fury's a great. He's a fantastic fighter, but don't go out and say that he's gonna, that he could, that you for sure know that he'll beat Usyk. I think he has capabilities doing it, but this is not going to be a Deontay Wilder type of fight. I think this is going to be a Steve Cunningham type of fight, but a lot more difficult. So, yeah. And plus, Usyk has a longer reach and is a southpaw, and he has faster feet than Cunningham. Has a better boxing IQ than Cunningham. So, yeah. Mr. Dan, my point is that Usyk's face was bad at taking heavyweight shots. I'm not talking about Fury, am I? No, what you're saying is, to your point, is that you said that Usyk had a better face for a guy to winning an unanimous decision. Well, Tyson Fury had a better face himself too against Otto Wallin, did he not? Did he not? In fact, did Tyson Fury have a huge cut over his eye that bled all over the place? If Fury was, was pretty much tiring out and he was getting hurt multiple times in that fight, wasn't he not? I mean, did Usyk get hurt? I mean, look, here's the thing. Did Usyk take far more damage in this fight against Joshua than Fury did against Wallin? He didn't. So, yes, Usyk, this is not the first time that Usyk gets marked up. I mean, he gets marked up easily in his fights. He does. But that doesn't mean that he's deterred or something like that. He's deterred by that. He keeps coming forward. He keeps getting stronger. His endurance is unbelievable, and that's how Usyk is. That's how he is. He's going to get hit, and he's going to get marked easily. But Fury was in a far worse situation when he fought Otto Wallin and got a unanimous decision that fight. So, come on. Just be fair now. Rocky Marciano's nose was split in two and he still won. Yeah, Rocky Marciano was always getting battered in his fights and he was still winning fights. So yeah, but my point is that Usyk's face was beat up when he faced a real heavyweight with power. Okay, so did Tyson Fury. He fought a heavyweight what we thought was a slouch, got barked up very badly, got cut very badly. So same situation. It took far more punishment in that fight. So again, be fair with your criticism of Usyk. All right. So what else we got to talk about here? Let me see. I think I covered everything, guys. Let me see if there's anything else going on. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and. It is. Sorry, I got talking to my wife. Is everything okay? All right, now, guys, I'm actually talking to my wife. Let's see here. Oh, Conor Benn is fighting Chris Algieri. So that fight is set for December 11th on the Zone. That's a bit of a headline there. Conor Benn versus Chris Algieri. Well, Chris Algieri hasn't been in the ring for almost 3 years now, so definitely Conor Benn's gonna steamroll Chris Algieri. So we'll see. Okay. Well, let me see. It's clear to you at the Fight Doctor that you have no idea how to score a boxing match. You should consider watching more boxing and just not let big fights like a casual fan. All right, let's keep it respectful, guys. Let's keep it respectful. Ace said that some guys mark up easier than others, but it doesn't change the way they fight. Excellent point. Excellent point. Couldn't say it any better. Excellent point. I forgot about Chris Algieri. Yeah, I mean he's been retired for a long time now. So they actually brought him out of retirement to fight Conor Benn in another, let's say another I guess another fight where he gets more experience on world level. Yeah, Chris Algieri was a world level fighter, but again he hasn't fought in nearly more than 3 years now. So he's been retired. And Conor Benn, I expect him to get through that fight with relatively ease. I think after that fight, they need to put him in there with somebody that's more formidable. David Avanesian, I want to see that fight, but I still don't think that Bennett will be ready for that fight. Particularly, I mean, he'll be ready to some extent, but I think he's going to be outgunned in that fight, to be honest with you. I think he is. All right, Fight Doctor Stanley Hudson, come on, guys. Let's keep it respectful. Let's keep it respectful, guys. Let's keep it respectful. Conor Benn is a potential moneymaker due to his bloodline. The crowd seems to like him, and he has Matchroom in his own behind him. Yeah, I mean, he has that crowd-pleasing style, just like his father did. So, I mean, he's definitely got a lot of potential. I mean, he definitely I like his fights. I like how the way Conor Benn fights. But I do think he needs to step up. And I mean, look, I understand why they want to put him in there against Chris Algieri. Because I think they want to see him knock somebody out because the Granados fight was definitely, I mean, he definitely won the fight, but it's all due to the fact that Granados made that fight the way it was. Let's be real. Let's be real. But yeah, I think after this fight with Algieri, he has to fight Avanesian. If not Avanesian, then fight Kavalauskas. I think that's another fight they could make. Fight Avanesian or Kavalauskas. I think that would be his next fight after the Algieri fight. So yeah. So Ray Fargas is supposed to be. I think WBC is going to mandate Gary Russell Jr. to fight Ray Fargas. I think that's going to be a very good fight. And Gary Russell Jr. Man, I don't know. Man. I don't want to come off as if I'm being disrespectful to the guy. I'm just critiquing. But he's really wasted so much time and a lot in his career. After he won that title from Johnny Gonzalez, he beat JoJo Diaz, great win. And then I think he had another fight before that. Since then, Gary Russell just really hasn't really wanted. He hasn't really seen him getting in the ring. I know he had a little, back and forth with Devin Haney, but let's be realistic. Did he really want to take that fight? I mean, then you had Josh Warrington that want to fight him, and you had I think a kid Gallahan who didn't want to fight on me. I get there's some guys at 126 that don't want to fight him, but dude, you can't hold on to that, for a very long time, man. You gotta fight somebody. And the last time he fought was in February 2020. It's going on 2 years now. He's been out of the ring. I mean, after the JoJo Diaz fight, he had Kiko Martinez, a shot fighter that is. Then he had Namyabar, which is a pretty good win. I'll give him that win. King Tuck to a Namyabar. That was a good win. Oscar Doan, no, not so much. But look, I'm not saying Gary Russell has a decent resume, but he needs to do a lot more work, man. And it all goes back to the fact that we all have to hold fighters to their quotes and their words. Is that he said himself that he doesn't plan on fighting being too active. He doesn't plan on fighting twice a year. He always wants to get one fight every year. And to me, that just goes to show that Gary Russell is just trying to make as much money as he can and get out of the sport. It doesn't seem he has much love for it. He doesn't. And he's a good fighter. He's a fantastic fighter, terrific fighter. But I don't know. I think he was removed out of the Ring Magazine rankings, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a look at that. If he's been taken out of the rankings, let's see. Ring Magazine. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. We're talking about featherweight. Featherweight. Where are you? Featherweight? Featherweight rankings. Junior featherweight. Here it is. So featherweight rankings, you have. So there is no Ring Magazine champion. We all that. We have Emilio Navarrete ranked number 1. Get Gallahan number 2. Mauricio Lara number 3. Josh Warrington number 4. Mark Basayo from the Philippines at number 5. Lee Wood at number 6. He's a regular champion. Then you have King Tut Namyabar at number 7. Cam Zhu at number 8. Number 9, Jesse Madaleno. And number 10, Joet Gonzalez. Yeah, so Russell's been taken out of the top 10. I know a lot of people, people are not happy about that, but you have to understand the situation for what it is. He's not an active fighter. So how can the Ring Magazine continue to have him ranked there if he's not fighting? So, yeah, man, he's got a lot of potential, but he just doesn't want to utilize it for some reason. It's just sad to see what, the path that Gary Russell Jr. has gone, man. It's sad. It's sad. He had a potential to be a great featherweight, but he just seems like he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't care about that. He just cares about, picking up that championship with Gonzalez. He's made some decent money. Not saying he's got $1 million paydays, but he's made enough money to invest into other things outside of boxing, and that's what he seems to be focused on. So, I mean, it is prerogative, but man, I mean, it's kind of like the situation. Just wake me up and let me know when Gary Russell actually does something. I mean, I know the Ray Fargas fight has been talked about. The WBC expected to mandate that fight. But let's see if Gary Russell really takes that fight. I hope he does. Let's just hope we see. Oh, man, the fight doctor and Stanley Hudson's going at it. Let's see. Ace says that Gary Russell is a guy who did not maximize his potential. Yeah, exactly. He didn't. Let me see. Classical says that Algeria is pretty tough physically, although he's been beaten out of the ring for a few years. I'd be impressed if him puts him to sleep. I mean, I'd be more impressed if he gets him out in one round. I'll be impressed if he does that. So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. If you're in a small weight division that doesn't sell on arenas and then make per view, you need to stay active. Yep, couldn't say it no better than that. I know. And look, Gary Russell Jr. is an angry garden gnome who unloads on silly videos every few months to keep his name in circulation. He might as well retire. Well, yeah, I mean, if he's not going to fight anybody, you keep calling all these guys out. But if you're not making any attempts to make these fights, then, dude, you're just blowing a lot of hot smoke. You're blowing a lot of smoke in hot air. That's all you're doing. So, yeah. Canelo, Tyson, and Usyk are the best today. Well, I mean, okay, you say they're the best. What about Josh Taylor? I think Josh Taylor is a far better fighter than Tyson Fury. What about Juan Francisco Estrada? I think he's better than Tyson Fury. Um, Earl Spence Jr. has a better resume than Tyson Fury, and yeah, Teofimo Lopez. I mean, you forget about them? Naomi Inoue, Terrence Crawford. These guys are better than Tyson Fury. I mean, yeah, I mean it's your opinion. I mean that's fine. Tyson Fury is the best heavyweight in the world. I'm not arguing that. As far as being the best pound for pound, no, not one of the best pound for pound. I don't see it. Fury hasn't really done much to even be in the pound for pound discussion. He hasn't. I mean, 3 fights with Wilder and one with Klitschko. Nah, that's not going to get you on the pound for pound list. So you only had one successful title defense. Nah, bruh, that doesn't get you on the pound for pound list. Definitely doesn't do it. Josh Taylor is definitely up there. He's undisputed. Him and Canelo. Yeah, Josh Taylor. Yeah, Josh Taylor, and like I said, Juan Francisco Estrada, the unified Superfly champion. You have Kiata Yaoka. Uh, of course, again, you have Naomi Inoue, the monster, and Terrence Crawford. Yeah, those guys up there need to deserve to be up there more so than Fury. Joshua Taylor is a beast, undisputed. He's fought some very tough competition in a short time span, and he still has less than 20 fights on his resume. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I usually don't include heavyweights in the pound for pound discussion. Yeah, I mean they could be in that discussion if they are, if they if they clean out the division and become non-reigning champions like Klitschko and Lewis Holyfield and who else? Mike Tyson did. That's when you could consider them to be in the discussion. The only heavyweight to be ranked number one pound for pound, the best fighter in the world one time at heavyweight as pound for pound was Mike Tyson. I think he's the only one that's ever to do that. And obviously there was a good case why, because he cleaned out the division. He fought everybody. And then, now I'm talking about the late 80s. Fury beat Wilder twice. Yeah, that's a great win, but dude, you got to do more than just beat Deontay Wilder twice. Yeah, I mean, Klitschko, that fight was 6 years ago, and Fury had a hiatus after that. Since then, what has he done? He's beaten Otto Wallin, okay, decent win. Tom Schwartz, yeah. Francisco Pianetta, yeah. Sefa Severi, yeah. I mean, one successful title defense, even though he wasn't trying to defend that title. Okay, but other than that, does that give him all that right there? Is that enough to put him on the pound for pound? No, no. I'm sorry, it doesn't. Arthur Beterbiev deserves to be on the pound for pound list more so than Tyson Fury. I'm sorry to say that. He is. He deserves to be on there. I know Beterbiev was on there at one point, but the reason why he was taken off because he's not active enough. So he deserves to be on that list more so than Tyson Fury. I did come. I did come. I did. I didn't name a top 10. So if I name those names, I only wanted to name those three. I mean, like I said, it's your opinion. I get it, but at the same time, we can also challenge your opinion. Yeah, I mean, your opinion, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that there's other fighters that are more worthy than being, they're more worthy of being a better fighter than Tyson Fury. I'm sorry, it's a fact. Canelo Usyk, definitely. But you forgetting Naomi Inoue, Terrence Crawford, you forgetting Juan Francisco Estrada, Josh Taylor, Arthur Beterbiev, Kyoto Ioka, uh, Teofimo Lopez. So I mean, those fighters, Earl Spence Jr., all those fighters are more worthy of being on the top three than Tyson Fury. I'm sorry, they all are. That is not just an opinion; that's also the fact. Career heavyweights don't belong in the pound for pound discussion. Holyfield and Usyk do because they moved up from cruiserweight. That is a fair point, but again, Lennox Lewis, Vladimir Klitschko, and Mike Tyson. They were career heavyweights and they were on the pound for pound list because of the fact that they did what I call as an exception to the fact that they cleaned out their entire division for the most part, almost their entire division. All three of those fighters did that. So that's why they were worthy to be on that list. I like that comment there, Classic. I like that. He says, I think Canelo is number one by activity and undisputed status. Yeah, you know what? Before the fight, I had Usyk number one, but then since Canelo has won that fight and he has been the undisputed champion, I'm moving back to the number one pound for pound status. So it's going to be back and forth between him and Usyk. It is. Dan, I just say I didn't name a top 10. I only want to name those three. Okay, I'm going to tell you again. It is your opinion to name those three. I acknowledge that's your opinion, but I'm also going to challenge your opinion. Now, if you have a problem with me challenging your opinion, just say that you do. I'm saying that yes, if you feel Tyson Fury is one of the top three and the best in the world, that's your opinion. But at the same time, I'm also going to use my opinion, and I'm also going to use facts. Tyson Fury has done nowhere near what Francisco Estrada has done. He hasn't done near what Josh Taylor has done. He hasn't done nowhere near what Earl Spence has done. He hasn't done nowhere near what Naoya Inoue has done. He hasn't done nowhere near what Terrence Crawford has done. Those are the facts. So if you want to take your top three, I take Fury out and put one of those three in there as the top three best in the world. That's all I'm saying. If you got a problem with that, then just say it. I'm sorry. What up, Ahmed? What up? What up? What up? What up? Salute, Dan. I still had time to watch the Canelo Plant fight in full. It's all good. It's all good. I was it's all good, man. Just hope everything's all right. Everything's all right. The pound for pound concept was created during the Sugar Ray Robinson era to compare the smaller fighters to more of the more popular heavyweights. Yeah, I think it was also created just to give those smaller fighters more recognition than the heavyweights, because you have to understand that back then the heavyweight division was the main attraction. It still is to some part today. It is now. It is now the main attraction today. For years, it hasn't been since the Klitschko's was running. Was dominating the division. So that's why the pound for pound list was generated. So yeah, I don't think you understood my comment. Read my comment. I didn't say Fury was to top three. I said, dude, here's your comment. All right, I'm gonna bring that comment back up. You said here. I'm gonna bring it up. All right, let me find it. Let me find it. You said here, this is your quote: Canelo, Tyson, which is Fury, Usyk are all the best today. Which means, yeah, then you're that when you want to sum it up, those are the best fighters right now. The top three. Okay, that's what you said. All I'm saying is that's great. That's your opinion, but there's far better fighters who deserve to be in that top three than Fury is. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And that's my opinion. And that's also a fact. If you can't deal with that, then sorry, that's your problem. Let me see. Hamed says, hey, that's a troll account, Dan. That Fury's not pound for pound. Yeah, we know he's not pound for pound. He's not close to that. The only time if he could be considered on the pound for pound list if he cleans out the nearly cleans out the division. That's when you can put him on the pound for pound list. Or put him in the top three. However you want to slice it and dice it. Okay, schedule colonoscopy procedure. Okay, cool, man. Cool. Glad everything's all right. Don't take my quote, Larry, because you making my point that I already know. Okay, you want to jump on and explain yourself? Go ahead. I'm gonna put you on here. All right, here's a link. And if anybody else want to jump on, you can come on here too. So yeah, if you want to clarify your point, come on in. You're welcome to do so. Yeah. Yeah, Terrence Crawford needs a bigger performance against Porter. Yeah, he definitely needs a emphatic performance because so that way he get him better position for for that unification bout with Earl Spence, which I hate to say, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Who knows in the condition Earl Spence is at this point? I still think that he's still dealing with the effects of the car accident that he suffered. Was it mid last year? Yeah, or early last year, I should say. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. He's extremely lucky that he was able to walk away from that accident, not being permanently damaged. Man, that was a horrible accident. Much less being alive. So yeah, luckily God was with him that night. Classical. So based on what he's accomplished, I say that Breeders is one of the best in the world today as well. Hey, hey, that's a fair point. I mean, that's a fair point. Mary's Breeders probably has a better argument being on the pound for pound list than Tyson Fury, or being the best in the world compared to Fury. He has an argument. Okay, now that part I don't argue. Tyson Fury is the best heavyweight in the world. I'm not arguing that. My only thing is that if you put him in the top three amongst the other fighters like Usyk and Canelo, no, he's not. I'm sorry. He's not in the top. He's not in that class of fighters. He's just not. Two weeks time, good fight. Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to that fight. Yeah, I haven't really talked about this. Speaking of upcoming fights, I haven't talked about the JoJo Diaz and the Devin Haney fight that's coming up. That's definitely a good fight for Devin Haney. He definitely needs a high profile fight. So if he could beat JoJo Diaz emphatically, I definitely give Devin Haney much props. But I think it's going to be a very difficult fight, far more difficult than the Linares fight. So I can't wait to see that. Yeah, can't wait to see it. I don't think he's going to knock out JoJo, but it'll definitely be a decision. I think that fight's going to go to the cards. Fight Doctor, what's happening, man?
Fight Doctor's in the house on Rick James status as always. What's going on, Dan?
Not much, man. Not much. I see you going at it with Mr. Hudson in the chat.
Yeah, well, Mr. Hudson needs to learn how to read. I mean, listen, just because I can be objective, all right, and see what I see in the fight doesn't mean that I was hoping or wishing that one guy won over another guy. I picked Alvarez, okay, right. But just because I picked Alvarez to win doesn't mean that I can't identify the things that Plant did right in the fight, such as land jabs and right hands. And somehow Mr. Stanley Hudson, a.k.a. You don't know shit about boxing, seems to think that just because I can identify the things that Plant did right, I somehow was wishing or hoping that he won. I'm not quite sure how he extrapolated that from just, my, observation of what I saw in the fight.
Right.
But, some boxing fans are new to this and just started watching the sport maybe 6 months ago and don't understand, basic boxing.
Yeah.
But I will say this, that it looked to me as if Plant did a lot of film study of Floyd Mayweather and Canelo Alvarez.
Right. Yeah, so let's see. All right, well, Stanley, hop on. Talk to us, man. I mean, if you got something to say, say it.
Yeah, well, his nutsack hasn't dropped yet, so I don't expect that he will, come on here and get thoroughly embarrassed.
No, look. He said that he wants to clarify his point about Tyson Fury being the top fighters among Canelo in the class of Canelo and Usyk. I want him to explain that.
I can explain it for him if I may.
Go ahead.
My name is Stanley. I don't know shit about boxing, Hudson, and I think Tyson Fury is top 3 pound for pound because I don't know shit about boxing. Explanation enough.
Look. Again, it's his opinion. I'll leave him that. It's your opinion. But at the same time, dude, let's be realistic and use facts, and let's use objective facts. Tyson Fury hasn't done near what Juan Francisco, I keep repeating names, Juan Francisco Estrada has done. Nowhere near what Kyoto Ioka has done. Nowhere near what Terrence Crawford has done. Nowhere near as Naoya Inoue, the monster, has done. Earl Spence, Josh Taylor. So come on, man. You gotta be objective in that situation. EJ, what's happening? What's
going on, Fight Doctor? How you guys doing?
Good, man. Good.
Shout out to EJ. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, EJ. Yeah, my doctor and Mr. Stanley Hudson going at it in the chat. I'm telling Stanley Hudson to come on here and explain his points.
I'm thought Canelo. I picked Plant to win, man. I'll come out. I wanted Plant to win. I wanted Plant to win, but you know, end of the day, yeah, like I don't know why he's the bigger guy. I don't know why he coming at 167, and then Canelo, the smaller guy, coming at 168.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I don't know why he did that. You know what I mean. Don't make no sense.
He wanted to. I think he wanted to utilize his foot speed against Canelo, and I could see that.
It didn't matter anyway. Like he had no, you know, and you know everyone said it's the resume. And Canelo cements himself as like, a Hall of Famer, first off undisputed at 168. Like Calf Roch was probably Joe Kazagi, probably the closest to do that. But you know, he's done that, and you know, in the Mexican superhero, bro, and you know what I mean. Like people got him pound for pound. I still got Crawford, like him. I think I got Canelo above Crawford right now. But we see what Crawford does against Porter. But it was you know, you can't take it away from him. He did what he needed to do against a decent level opponent. You know what I'm saying? Now we talk about Benavidez. You know, Benavidez is Verdo can't come back down. He's an idiot. So you know, it's a shame that some of the great, not great, some of the good super middleweights not around. Buddy Jack's not around, and some of them other guys are not down to come give Canelo some of that work. But I don't see no one beating him for a while. I don't see no one beating him for a long while, bro. Like he looked like he gonna stay that way. He looks like he's found his weight. And he look like he can make some serious, significant defenses of the undisputed championship, and that's what it's about. That's what fans want: undisputed, one name, one champion, and he's done it. And props to him. Props to him.
Yeah, you know what? Too, I was saying this earlier on my top of this live stream, top of the podcast, is that I think Canelo should make 2 title defenses at least. One against Benavidez, because I think that's the fight that people want to see now. Or Jamal Charlo. I know that's a rumor to be the next fight. That's what some people are saying. Fair enough. Make those 2 defenses against those guys, and then go up to 175 and fight Beterbiev and Bivol. I think he loses to Beterbiev.
They're talking about him versus Fing, man. Junior Caldwell, cruiserweight.
I think that's a winnable fight for Alvarez, but it won't be easy.
No, because Beterbiev will stand in front of you, but the problem is that will Beterbiev give any respect? Because Beterbiev took a lot of big shots against Alexander Vosdik, and Vosdik, in my opinion, hits harder than Canelo, a lot harder. If Beterbiev just took those off and kept coming at Vosdik, it forced him into retirement, literally.
So that's what I see as the problem for Alvarez in the Beterbiev fight, is that Alvarez will have to respect Beterbiev's power. Right. And so right now he's playing the puncher's game. He's just basically standing in front of guys and railing away, dispensing with the jab. I mean, where was the jab last night? Okay. And he essentially showed Plant no respect. You know, I mean, none at all. So I mean, the question is, will he be able to get away with that against a guy like Beterbiev, who honestly isn't like, you know, I think of him as a light heavyweight Golovkin, but maybe not quite as polished. I mean, he's a technically sound fighter, but he's like Floyd Mayweather describes, straight up and down, no special effects. That's Beterbiev, right? But he does have, you know, good power at 175. So that would be an interesting fight. I think if Alvarez wanted to challenge himself, that's the fight he should take, in my opinion.
Yeah, I heard that Linga Macaba was a fight they were talking about too at cruiserweight.
They're talking about that one.
Man. I mean, well, to be fair, the cruiserweight division is not that deep like it was a couple of years ago when Usyk was dominating. Bellew is no longer there anymore. Freitas just moved up to heavyweight. I think Dorticos is still there, but I mean, Dorticos probably doesn't have much left now. We'll see. But other than that, the cruiserweight's not really that depth. I know Lawrence Okoli is there. Kawaki's still hanging around, but Makabu. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. That's a southpaw. He hits hard. That guy's got power. He hits very hard.
And then ain't no one beating Canelo, man. He just right now he's just like looking, he looking real. At 68, ain't no one beating that, bro. At light heavy, yeah, people probably got a better chance. But as long as they're not drained like what happened. See, Sergio Kovalev took a pay cut and also took a weight cut. As long as they're not drained and they're at their weight, I'm thinking people have a better chance. But bro, this guy keeps surprising me. He's a new Pacquiao, bro. But I'm not hating. But the thing, the difference with this, is there's no kind of like animosity. It's kind of a good thing. You know what I mean? I had no animosity against Pacquiao, but with the rivalry with Floyd, it turned into something different. What's going on with Triple G, bro? Triple G sitting there quiet, letting Canelo take all the thing. Why? What's going on with him, bro? You know what I mean? Like, why, like well, that's your rival. Why he trying to make a bid to make it? He's been quiet, bro. He ain't said shit for nothing. You know what I mean?
Of course not. He's not going to go up to weight to fight Canelo. He's a dead man if he goes up to 168. And he's got the Murata fight coming up in December at the New Year's Eve in Japan. That's the DAZN pay-per-view, by the way.
Paid, bro. Get paid. That's what he cares about. The pay.
Yeah, the DAZN pay-per-view.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the DAZN pay-per-view, which, by the way, well, I've been saying for the last 3 years ago, that their subscription-only model is not going to work. I said they're going to have to introduce the pay-per-views if they're going to get their money back for the purses they're paying out on these fighters. I said that, and people call you, AJ, you remember those conversations, and people called me crazy for saying it, and look, lo and behold, I wonder it took them long enough for them, why it took them long enough for them to put this out. They should have did this a couple of years ago or 3 years ago. But anyhow, yeah, Golovkin, man, I know a lot of Golovkin fans are still hoping there'll be a third fight between him and Canelo. That's not going to happen.
No,
that ship is sell. That ship is sell. It's done.
And the thing is, Canelo is a bona fide Hall of Famer right now. He is. And Triple G, I can't say that for Triple G right now. Can't say that.
Can't say that. Yeah, I mean, who knows what Triple G, what Golovkin's going to do after the Murata fight? He might retire. He may retire.
Well, I don't know where his legacy is. What's he trying to do? Like, is he trying to be like? If you're trying to be a great middleweight, then you got to face the Charlos, buddy. You know what I mean? Like running to Japan. Being Mariah, okay, fine, but you like, there's some guys in your division that you need to clean up. If he can be undisputed middleweight, if he could become undisputed middleweight, then you know now we got something going on. He can be, you know what I mean. There's some. I think he beats. I don't rate the Charlos too much, you know. I think Canelo beats them, and I think Triple G can beat them as well. But I don't know what Triple G is around because he was quiet after he got that payday from the DAZN. Ain't no one nothing heard from him. You know what I mean? Nothing.
Well, you know what happened? You know, there was a discrepancy there. When he got that huge contract with them, he been trying to get these easy interim fights, and the DAZN is like, nah, we didn't pay you to take these easy fights.
Really?
That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem they were having. They had to restructure his contract. Golovkin said, okay, fine, whatever. And then Golovkin was like, okay, if you're going to restructure my contract, I want this fight. They're like, hell no, we're still paying you a significant amount of money. We're not going to give you this fight. And that's the reason why he's been holding out for a whole year to fight Murata.
Yeah, so the Golovkin business model is essentially sit on his title, babysit it, defend it against, nondescript opposition until the big payday comes. Right. So right now, the only big payday is Alvarez.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
So that's what he's waiting for.
Yeah, but Alvarez looking good at the minute. Yeah, so he's looking really good.
Yeah, look, we all saw Golovkin fought at catchweight 164, and he looked a lot slower. That was against Steve Rose, a lot slower. So if he thinks he can go up to 168, I don't like his chances against Canelo at that weight class. I don't like his chances. In fact, in his previous fight against Sermenta, he did good, but he looked a lot slower too after the Davichenko fight, the way he took a big beating. But other than that, Golovkin is definitely not the same fighter anymore. He's not the same. He's bound to get knocked out. Hell, Murata might do it. I'm not saying Murata will do it, but he could.
I'm the Abel Sanchez, who was very aggressive, and Abel was talking shit. But with Jonathan Baxter, is very respectful and just going about their thing. But he getting hit a lot, man. I mean, guys, he's getting hit a lot, and other guys are going and cleaning out. Who's the guy who beat up? I think it was the Charlie. Wasn't it one of the Charlies who beat the heck out of one of them guys that Golovkin fought?
That was
Radetsky or whatever his name. I don't know, one of the Russian dudes, aren't
that was
Triple G had a life and death with one guy, and I think the Charlo or Dmitry Nandi cleaned him out.
Yeah, you're talking about the Sergey Davichenko.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Dmitry, he's another one to see what you need. Yeah, they're both on the DAZN. Why are the DAZN not putting the two middleweights together? Like it don't make no sense, man.
Well, that was the whole concept of the matter because Eddie Hearn has a lot of clout and a lot of persuasion with the DAZN, right? The matchmakers is concerned. And the whole idea, and a lot of people were arguing this, is like, hey, they're on the DAZN. Eddie Hearn's got all the middleweights essentially. So that fight should be able to be made, no problem. But I don't know what happened there. I think Golovkin was the one who didn't want to take the fight. He straight up said, he didn't want the fight. He was straight up saying, Golovkin has turned down a lot of middleweight fights ever since he got onto the DAZN. He turned down a McGear fight. He turned down the Andrade fight. I think he turned down another fight in between. I forgot who it was. Obviously, the Charlo fight. I know that wasn't the DAZN. But when the WBC ordered that fight, he didn't want it. He turned it down.
Yeah. Well,
So this guy's been ducked a whole lot of fights after that second Canelo fight, a whole lot of them, and that's why
Demetri Andrade's is like time. Listen, one of them guys, they're gonna end up Guy Russell. All them old dudes, yeah. There's gonna be some young boys coming. Boo, what's his name? Boots Ennis.
yeah.
Right. There's young guys coming up with the division. They're gonna clean them old dudes out, man. They're gonna clean them out, bro, because they've been in this game too long, man. You know what I mean?
Right. They have, bro. But
they ain't done nothing with their time, like. But you know, I can't even blame them here because you know, I don't know, like, I know somewhere along the line, someone's advised them badly, and it all happened when Al Heyman told Kid Chocolate to avoid, I think, Shabransky. Yeah.
Korboff. Yeah, Korboff. Yeah.
Matt Korboff. Yeah, stuff like that. Just avoiding guys like straight out the bat. I think, whoa, what's going on? So all of a sudden, all this money's coming to the game, and like the PVC is like certain guys do not have to fight certain guys no more because I'm getting paid, and they want the credit, and that's a bad thing. But to realize with the PVC and Canelo, PVC are losing. I think they're losing all the matchups right now, isn't it? They lost with Wilder, and they just lost with Plant, isn't it?
Yeah, they have been recently, but to be fair though, they are been making a lot of crossover fights as of late, so they have no choice at this point. Because I mean, here's the thing: because Al Heyman he's trying to get that huge contract renewal with the Fox in CBS, so he's got to put on the big fights. Even Top Rank had to do that himself, so that's why you see PBC and Top Rank working together. You know what I mean? Making these matchups happening. So. I guess it goes to your point, though. I think because the longer you have these guys doing all these 8-hour fights against these subpar opponents, they're going to be compromised. They're going to feel like I don't need to trade hard anymore. I think that's what happened to Wilder. That's what happened to guys like Adrian Broner. That's what happened to guys like, I mean, I'm not saying Earl Spence doesn't train hard, but he seems a little bit complicit himself as well. So
that happens to Anthony Joshua.
Oh,
Dillian, Anthony Joshua, Eddie Hearn's begging Dillian. He's Dillian's best friend now. Because he knows Anthony Joshua's on the way out.
Yeah,
he was the payday with Fury and Dillian, because Dillian, you know, Dillian hasn't made a contract with Matchroom yet. He's still a free agent.
Right. Oh yeah, what's going on with that? Is he gonna resign or still doing a fight by fight basis?
Eddie's trying to kiss his ass now.
Well, you know what though, Joshua's kind of not, you know, I'm not saying he's lost his mind, but as I mentioned earlier on this live stream, you know, Joshua had blocked, not saying blocked, but he removed a lot of people from his social media feeds. Like he removed Eddie Hearn, he removed Matchroom. All he got is
what?
He removed them from his friends list, or so his followers list. He removed all those people, and all he had
on
Twitter and Instagram. If you look at it, yeah, he's the only people the only people he's following are his sponsors. That's all he has.
Yeah, I think that he's having a bit of an identity crisis.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if you want to read much into that. I think Joshua is mentally not there to take the Usyk fight, but I think. To me, I'm going to go further to say this. In that interview with Coogan over IFL, Joshua told me indirectly that he's done with boxing. He doesn't care anymore. Yeah, that's what it seems like to me. He seems like he doesn't care anymore. He's like, fuck boxing. I'll take the rematch, but after this, I'm done. That's what it seems like to me.
He got a lifetime contract with Matchroom.
Yeah, okay, true. But what does that mean? If he retires, he retires. What's Matchroom going to do?
Why would he retire?
I'm just saying, though, if he says, I don't want to do this anymore, what's Matchroom going to say?
I think you're reading into stuff then.
I'm just saying. But the thing is, the way I'm saying is that the way he's behaving now, man, it seems like he don't want it anymore. Because he's talking about, I ain't trying to leave that ring by taking, losing brain cells. I'm not trying to leave that ring being blind in one of my eyes or not be able to speak. Forget that. That's why it will explain why he wasn't trying to knock out Usyk. He wasn't trying to go for it because he knows his vulnerabilities. He knows if he gets clipped, he's done. He knows it. So, I look, man, even if he doesn't get hurt or whatever the case may be, the style matchup is too bad for him against Usyk. He's not winning that rematch. I don't see it going any differently. I know when Rival said that, the only thing I see going differently is that Joshua may get knocked out this time around. I wouldn't surprise me. So, yeah.
I got Joshua beating him in the rematch.
Whenever you say that, it goes the opposite way, EJ.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. I haven't had a winner for a while, didn't it? Wilder, I've been picking. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I've been losing, but I win big still sometimes as well.
Yeah, true, man. True. Hey,
so, did Joshua?
Thought was going to upset Terence Crawford as well. That's what I got that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Porter wins that fight. He wins that fight, but I think Terence is going to be too crafty, too clever to figure him out. But yeah, go ahead, Fight Doctor. What you was going to say?
Did Joshua ever come to terms with an American trainer, or is he still in limbo on that regard?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let me touch up on that. He's not going to get rid of McCracken or his current setup. He said what he said is that I'm gonna try to add a fourth person, a fourth mind into the camp. But the thing, what he said is that I'm not trying to pay anybody 10%. If they're in it for the money, then I'm not gonna bring these guys on. I'm like, well, wait a minute, hold on.
Eddie Hearn talking. That's Eddie Hearn talking. That's why. This is what I'm saying. He's an idiot.
Yeah.
Eddie Hearn, when they're rich, yeah. It's funny thing. When people become rich, they become more stingy.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. So basically, he's threw his team under the bus, right? He's a guy that says, I take full responsibility. I don't make any excuses, but yet you're making excuses through your team. That's what you're doing. And now you're saying that, well, they're the reason why I lost. They're the reason why they're fucking up my career, but they got to sort this out between the three because there's still a lot of disagreement between Robert McCracken, Angel Fernandez, and Joby Clayton. I'm like, wait a minute. If there's the disagreement, then you got to get rid of those guys.
Them amateur, you know why the amateur coaches are with them? Because they're not getting paid. That's why they ain't getting paid.
Yeah, exactly.
The only one getting paid is Robert McCracken.
Right. It's cheaper for Joshua. He's like, fuck that. I'd rather pay you, make millions of dollars, and I'm happy. I don't have to pay anybody.
And that's why he ain't got his own gym. And that's why I think he's a cheapskate, bro.
Yeah, man. All I gotta say is, if you think you're gonna beat Usyk in the rematch with your current setup, then sorry, bro. That's not gonna happen. What else can they teach you? What else are they gonna tell you? Okay, you gotta be more aggressive now. You gotta come forward. Okay, you do that, and watch what's gonna happen to you. You don't have that style. You don't have the durability or the endurance to apply that type of pressure against Usyk. You don't have it. That's not you.
Man, Usyk overrated, man.
What? You sound like Johnny Nelson now. Come on, man.
He is, man.
All right.
Hey, listen, I would tend to agree with EJ's assessment. Usyk is overrated. I mean, look, Andy Ruiz beat Anthony Joshua and looked better in the process, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
But nobody wanted to put Andy Ruiz pound for pound number one.
That's right.
You know. Yeah. So look, the fact that Usyk was able to beat a guy who'd been beaten by the replacement for the replacement, yeah, that's a good win, right? But that A doesn't propel him to number one in the heavyweight division, and B certainly doesn't propel him to number one pound for pound. He needs to do something more impressive.
Okay, I get that argument, but you're forgetting the fact that Usyk, they're also taking to the fact that he cleaned out the cruiserweight division. He beat the best down there. He beat the hard punches there. He beat the Gassievs. He beat the Breedeses, which, by the way, are up at heavyweight now. He beat the Gowakis. He beat Marco Huck. He beat the who else? Michael Hunter, by the way, who's at heavyweight as well. We all talk about Michael Hunter a lot. So he beat all those guys there. Tony Bellew retired him. So if you take all those things into account, you can see why people argue Usyk being number one, number two, even if you include the win with Joshua. So, I mean, look, I to you guys' point, I don't believe, I disagree with you. Usyk is not an overrated fighter. He's proven it over and over again not to be considered overrated. He is a proven fighter. He's proven to be the best. He's taken on all comers in their backyard. He hasn't had a hometown fight for 6 years. 6 years.
He can't sell no tickets.
Nah, ain't that. Come on, man. Come on. Nah, the point is he hasn't had a hometown fight in 6 years. I think if they are going to rematch with Joshua, I think Usyk should have it in his terms where the fight takes place. I think he earned that right. And he deserves that right. He should be honored that. But who knows? But Usyk probably doesn't care where he's at. I'm going to beat your ass far worse than I did the first fight. That's what Usyk is saying to Joshua. So I know.
Listen, if Joshua doesn't make any changes to his camp, I think Usyk stops Joshua in the rematch.
Yeah. Hey, Ace has a couple questions. Well, actually, about Joshua. About does Joshua have a membership at a local UK gym? Maybe he signs up for a 12-week contract.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ. Okay, I didn't know about all this. So Ace is saying if Usyk is overrated, what does that make Joshua?
Overrated.
No.
No, listen, I've been preaching that for a long time. Joshua is overrated.
Well, that is true.
Yes.
Fight Doctor has been consistently saying that. What about you, EJ?
Hell no.
Well, that is a bit of a contradiction because if Joshua's not overrated, but what does that make Usyk? Usyk beat the guy who was the guy that he wasn't supposed to beat. He beat him. He dominated.
Why he's overrated? Yeah.
Okay.
He beat Gawaki. Yeah.
Okay.
Gawaki beat Marco Huck. Yeah.
Okay.
Who's that? Them Dorticus and them Raiders. What have they done? Since?
Well, Bradis beat Dorticus. He became the number one the cruiserweight in the world, the lineal unified champion.
Yeah, but what names did he beat?
Who, Dorticus?
Yeah, Bradis.
Bradis beat Gawaki. He beat Dorticus. Yeah. He beat Mike Perez. Those are big names.
Big names.
Those cruiserweight. He beat those names.
Bro, they don't know big names. They're all trying to establish themselves as a
brand.
They're
the top cruiserweights in the world.
Marco Huck and Dennis Lindbergh was the big, and Guillermo Jones were the three top guys. Yeah, and as far as I know, Guillermo Jones wasn't in that stinking tournament. So my point is this: yeah, some of the wins he's won over them guys there. I never rated them guys. I never heard them guys before they did.
Alejandro Duradolo, right? Bradis beat him.
They were all undefeated and stuff, but they established themselves as nothing special to me. They ain't no Hall of Famers or nothing. So I'll rate them guys either. All right. Now, at heavyweight, he struggled to get travel with Spoon. Yeah, and he struggled to get. Who else he got? Heavyweight.
Derek
Chisora. And he beat a Joshua who came in to fucking play chess with him. Nah, I'll rate him. Nah.
Wait, hold up. Now, when you do that, you're discrediting Joshua now. You have to understand that.
Yeah,
you are. At least Fight Doctor is being consistent now.
Joshua's got the Klitschko win under his belt.
Yeah, he almost got knocked out in that fight. He was supposed to win that fight on his terms.
A great fight. Yeah, good. Yeah. Great fight. Learning fight. Great fight. Great win.
Yeah, he fought him come off a loss and almost a 2-year layoff. So okay.
Let's not forget two important things. First is that knocking out Klitschko isn't anything spectacular because it had been done 3 times before.
That's true.
Right? That's the first thing. Second thing is Klitschko was 40 years old, coming off long layoff and coming off loss.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so all of these things.
It was a close win. Fury barely won. It was close. It went like Fury blew him out. It was close.
Man, I come on, y'all. I mean, y'all, I disagree with y'all. Y'all trying to undermine Usyk for what he was able to do. Because let's not forget. Let's go to the bread and butter. Let's go to the bread and butter of the conversation. Does he beat Tyson Fury? I think he has a good chance of beating Fury. I think he does. Because Fury's going out saying, I'm not fighting that guy. And Fury's also admitted that I struggle against smaller heavyweights after the Cunningham fight. He said that himself.
So, you got him beating Tyson Fury, yeah?
I got him beating Tyson Fury. He's not knocking him out, but I got him beating him.
No way, man.
All right. Okay. All right. Tyson, all Fury's got to do is make that freaking fight.
If he beats Tyson Fury or Wilder, I'll give him credit.
Okay. Why not give him credit now? He beat Joshua, so people had the number one heavyweight at the time.
Yeah, because Joshua's playing games.
Okay.
I wouldn't have rated Joshua number 1. Because one, how can Joshua have been the number 1 heavyweight when he had the loss to Ruiz and Tyson Fury remains undefeated? You know, and on top of that, Tyson Fury has beaten the number 1 heavyweight at least once.
Okay, well, who's Tyson Fury beating? I mean, look, who has he beat other than Wilder twice and Klitschko? Okay, then what else did he do after that?
Well, listen.
Okay, I'm just saying.
But my question is, what else does he need to do? Right? He beat the number 1 heavyweight in Vladimir Klitschko, and he beat a guy who was arguably the number 1 heavyweight. In fact, I think you can pretty much rule Deontay Wilder as having been the legitimate number 1 heavyweight in the world in the second fight, because the second fight is coming off the heels of the Ruiz loss that Joshua suffered.
I get
right?
that.
So that essentially makes Wilder the #1 heavyweight in the world.
Okay, look, and I don't discredit that. 2 great wins. I give Fury full credit for that. But let's look at the in-depth. Look at the depth of his resume. Look, he's had a 1 title defense after 32 fights. A successful one, which he had to go to court. They had to take him to court to get that title defense, which is another thing. Yeah, that's only 1. And what else he's done? He's beaten 2 long-range champions in 30 pro fights. That's all he's done. Desor, if you want to count that win early in his career, so be it. So Kevin Johnson and T. Cunningham, I'll give him those credits. But other than that, what else has he done?
But
he hasn't done. He's done nothing. He's to me. Hold on, fight doctor. To me, he's an equivalent to Riddick Bowe. Great potential, but don't take that many fights because he.
No way.
He is. Yes, he is. No, Riddick Bowe.
Riddick Bowe booked some good life guys, man. And
he did to some part, but he avoided a lot of guys in the process too. He avoided the Ray Mercer fight. He didn't want to fight Mike Tyson. We all know that because they were buddies. Okay. He didn't fight Michael Moore. He didn't fight the Axel Schultz. He didn't fight, George Foreman. Let's be fair, Foreman avoided that fight. But at the same time, he didn't fight those top heavyweights. He blatantly ducked Lennox Lewis. So come on, dude. Riddick Bowe made his career made up of fighting Vander Holyfield, a small cruiserweight. Come on, dude.
But here's my argument, right? How can you lay claim to being the #1 heavyweight in the world or the best heavyweight in the world when you've never beaten the best heavyweight in the world? Yeah. Fury has done that twice.
Okay, I get you that. I get that.
Now, Joshua has, if you look at Joshua's resume, what do you have? You have one of 2 things: tomato can or old heavyweight coming off loss. And that's essentially his resume.
All right, what does that make Wilder?
What it makes Wilder? Listen, if we want to pick apart Wilder's resume, I'll be at the head of I'll be sitting right down front of the class, with my hand in the air, giving prime example of how this guy has beaten tomato can after tomato can. I would agree. All right, but that does not absolve Anthony Joshua of having done nothing but knock over tomato cans for pretty much the whole of his career. Right, and we see that he loses to the best heavyweights that he faces. Right. So again, when you've never beaten the #1 heavyweight in the world, then how can you be the #1 heavyweight in the world? I mean, how does that work?
Right. You know? I get that. I get what you're saying. These are all valid arguments, but the point is that look, if you want to talk about in depth, Tyson Fury doesn't have that depth of a resume or the list of top 10 fighters as compared to Anthony Joshua. He doesn't have that. Plain and simple. Joshua was the one who was collecting belts from champion after champion after champion. Fury done the same thing, but the fact is, if you look at the depth of the resume, Joshua's resume is better. That is a fact.
Well,
I'm sorry.
So Joshua's resume is better if we're counting tomato cans having been knocked over. Then in that regard, yes, I agree.
Okay, you're meaning Povetkin and Klitschko, right? And those guys.
Well, Povetkin and Klitschko were both old heavyweights.
Okay, but they were still. And
Klitschko was coming off a loss.
Yeah, they were top. They were still top 10 either way.
And again, Joshua beat Klitschko after Fury did.
Okay.
So I don't even know why we're even talking about Klitschko, to be completely honest.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Because it seems to me that if you're going to bring up Vladimir as being a feather in Joshua's cap, well, what Fury did negates anything that Joshua did in that regard.
Well, let me ask you this though.
So we have to take the Klitschko win off of the table as far as Joshua's concerned. Well, if we're gonna compare him to Tyson Fury, yeah, we do.
No.
Hold
on. Fury's about to get bounced like a basketball, yeah. And he look like he on the thing, but right, Usyk, yeah. When I say Usyk overrated, I'm trying to say to you, bro. Yeah. I don't know why people have to overthink the fight, man. You know what I mean? You come in there, you're a heavyweight, you put it on him. You know what I mean? Why you put it on him? But for some reason, them dudes come in and trying to outthink themselves. You know what I mean? I don't know what's going on there. I couldn't tell you why Joshua would even think in his mind that I need to play games with this guy.
Of course, he was getting caught every single time. He was getting hurt. What is he? No, but
I still look at Joshua as a man that if that guy became who he's supposed to be, Usyk doesn't stand a chance. But he, for whatever reason, someone's gone in his head and told him you need to be small, you need to be technical. You know what I mean? I don't know who told him that bullshit. You know what I mean? It's every time it's like he's too muscular, he's too this, he's too that. That's why Josh has lost in the plot, because everyone's got the reason why he probably removed Eddie and all these people from his social media is because they talk too much, man. I want to see what they have to say. What he's doing is purifying his air.
Yeah.
Saying, yo, I don't want to hear from these people.
All right, well, I hear you on that one, but let me go back to the question about Joshua's resume and Tyson Fury's resume real quickly. Now, Joshua, yes, he did beat over the hill guys. I get that, but those over the hill guys, I'm talking about Povetkin and Klitschko. What even those over the hill guys beat any of the names that Deontay Wilder has on his resume? Yes or no?
Yeah, no question.
Okay, then. So why is it that we're talking about the fact that Usyk is overrated? His win over Joshua is not. I mean, it's not considered to be overrated.
Well, in my mind,
I think Usyk's overrated, not his resume. You know what I mean?
Okay. Wait. How does that make any sense? You say his resume is not overrated, but Usyk is overrated. How does that make any sense?
He's overrated. People are scared of him, man. They're scared of him, bro.
Y'all don't want to give him too much credit. I get it.
The reason why I think Usyk is overrated is because there's just no legitimate way to make him pound for pound number one. So when I say overrated, I mean overrated in the sense that he should be pound for pound number one, as some people claim, which I find that there's just no logical, reasonable way to do that when Crawford and Alvarez are way more accomplished. I mean, this guy, he cleaned out cruiserweight, right?
Yeah.
Cruiserweight is traditionally one of the weakest divisions in boxing.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I have to stop you right there. Okay, let me go down the list. Gawaki, Machuno, Hunter, Huck, Bradis, Gassiev, Bellew. Stop it. I want to read that list one more time.
I don't read Hunter, though. I don't read Hunter.
Gawaki, Machuno, Hunter, Huck, Bradis, Gassiev, and Bellew. You tell me those guys are overrated. Are you guys telling me they're weak?
What I'm saying is that those guys are not exactly a murderer's row. That's what I'm saying, right? Now, look,
they were the top 5 cruiserweights in the world. What are you talking about?
Well, let me ask this question, Dan. Let me ask this question.
Yeah.
Right? Was anybody really thinking of putting Usyk as pound for pound number one based on his work at cruiserweight and then his 2 wins at heavyweight prior to Joshua?
No, they put him in the top 5, which is warranted.
But was anybody talking about him as being number one?
Not as much. No, until he gets. Only time they were talking about him going number one if he got a big win over Joshua, Wilder, or Fury. That's when the conversation was going to come into play. If he beat one of those guys, then he could have been propelled to number one, which is a legitimate argument. I mean, didn't Holyfield go number one at one point when he knocked out Buster Douglas? Okay, I think he did.
Well,
he did.
Okay, well, listen.
Right.
But we have to put things in context, okay? Who had Buster Douglas just beaten?
Mike Tyson.
Who has Joshua beaten? Has Joshua beaten anyone? Has Joshua even been in a ring with anyone the caliber of a prime undefeated Mike Tyson?
No, he hasn't.
Then I think we've.
Who has? Tyson Fury hasn't been, and he squeezed through Klitschko. That squeezed through Klitschko. Let's get it right. And he got decked by Wilder many times. He's lucky. The referee counts. We don't have this conversation no more. All them guys are all lucky, man.
Right.
I'm not giving none of them. Usyk to me is another one. They've all got stuff to prove to me. So if I'm saying I don't really rate them too much, it's to me they got stuff to prove. And Usyk still, if he beats up Tyson Fury, then I ain't gonna say shit. I'll say, yeah, you can't tell, because you can't take that away from him. We go in there and he beats the shit out of Tyson Fury. Because right now AJ look like he's about to lose, right?
Yeah.
And maybe it's a stylistic thing. AJ he'll never beat Usyk, but he can beat a lot of other guys. You get me? So maybe AJ beats Wilder. Maybe AJ beats Fury, but he can't beat Usyk, yeah? If Usyk goes in there and smashes Fury around, you then fight Doctor, and that you couldn't take it away from him, could you?
No, of course. I'm not taking anything away from him right now. I don't. The guy's not even overrated. I think you guys are. I think you guys are way off on Usyk, what he's able to do, man. And as I recall, both of you guys said Usyk didn't even have a chance against Joshua. I recall. Yeah, you guys did say that, and now you still say that he's overrated. Come on, man. You guys can't have it both ways.
That wasn't Joshua, though. They brainwashed. They brainwashed him.
No excuses, EJ. Come on. At the end of the day,
let me ask a question. You think? So you're telling me the way Joshua used to demolish people up until that point? So you're trying to say to me, yeah, that does Joshua, who's been fighting before, the way he's been fighting, demolishing people, and he comes in there, and then this is that. I don't know. I don't recognize that guy. I don't know who that guy is. That guy who fought against Usyk, I don't know who that guy is. Trust me.
Well, look, I get what you're saying, but when Joshua was doing those things, he wasn't fighting the caliber of opponents of Alexander Usyk. He wasn't doing
That's
that.
bullshit, man.
No, he wasn't. Nah, he was
That's
not.
some bullshit. I don't hear that shit. That's some bullshit.
That is a fact. He
Hella,
wasn't.
bro.
Okay, look who Joshua fought. Okay,
What is he?
after Dillian White, right? After Dillian White, when he got hurt, what?
I don't hear that shit. Joshua was a Joshua. That's it. Simple, pure and simple.
All right.
I mean,
Well, okay. Well, I'll tell you what.
He showed him way too much respect, man. Way too much respect. And you knew it was when he's there and this and that. He's there talking. Joshua's crazy, bro. Like I don't know who. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know where and his team where they come from. Like I don't know where. Like you see, you look at them from Americans, like James Toney and some of them big mouth Americans. Yeah, bro. They know you're nice. They ain't gonna give you nothing. They're not giving you air. Like Joshua, his mentality is all wrong for a fighter. You know what I mean? You this guy's coming to take food off your table, and you're there like being polite. Now it's crazy. And then now he's all Rex. Oh, I'm done. I'm fuck losing. Fuck, stay humble. It's too late, man. It's too late. But you see, this is what I'm trying to say to you. Where was your mentality before coming in? You know what I mean? Maybe his belly was too big. So as far as I'm concerned, that's not the Joshua I know. But you know.
Yeah, I mean, look, I get what you're saying, but I think the complacency has also played to a factor the way he feels right now. He's made over as has been reported, close to hundreds of $millions of purses.
Yeah.
And in a short career, he's thinking about that, and also take into account that hey, I'm taking a lot of shots here. I'm not trying to leave this fight. I'm not trying to get out of this ring being blind or having no brain cells or not being able to speak. Forget all that. At this point, like I said, again, in that interview, I agree he has an identity crisis as a fighter, but to me, it feels that he's pretty much done with the sport. The way I see it,
I don't know about that. I don't think he doesn't beat Usyk, but that's going a bit too far. Yeah, I mean, Eddie Hearn ruined him, by making him avoid Wilder. That's what it was. They should have been fight. Them two should have had trilogies already. Eddie Hearn bad for the game. If he fought Wilder a couple of times, he would have got more credit. Come up, because you fought Wilder, he would have got so much more credit than he got. Because you beat Klitschko, you solidify yourself against Wilder. The only belt was out there, and then he would have been undisputed. And then he would have had a couple of fights, and before Usyk got to him, he could have vacated him and said Joshua was one of the greatest. But now that shit's all out the window, bro, because this guy's coming in it.
Well, both him and Fury, they both disrupted that, and that's why I said earlier in this broadcast, I'm very upset that undisputed fight didn't happen 3 years ago when it should have happened. And
I think that Eddie Hearn was smart to swerve Wilder, because Wilder would have ended Joshua. No question in my mind. There wouldn't have been a trilogy, because Wilder would have knocked Joshua out, and that would have been that.
I don't know about that. But it would have been good to see, though. It would have been good to see fighters, right? It would have been great.
No
question.
Right? No question. Yeah. We all wanted to see the fight. A crime that we didn't get a chance to see it when it mattered,
Yes.
And we got what we got instead. But
and that's Eddie Hearn, right? Doing this fuckery. I hope Canelo doesn't even touch Eddie Hearn. Don't go near him. Don't touch Eddie Hearn with a barge pole. Right now, he's toxic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everyone's running from him. The zone.
Yeah, they're pretty much frozen. He's getting frozen out by all the other promoters too. That's
he should be. Yeah, he needs to behave himself. Yeah, I like Eddie Hearn. Yeah, he's good for boxing in terms of what he's done in the UK, but for some of the stuff he's done, in terms of stopping one of the biggest fights ever, because he decided a guy from Alabama, it's cost him. It's cost him dearly. Upsetting Shelley Finkel, Bob Arum. It's just madness, man. It's madness, and they're constantly messing him up. They're constantly he's out there. He can't make these big fights. Devin Haney, right? He bypassed Devin Haney to fight Lomachenko. Put Luke Campbell in there. He put Luke Campbell in there. Didn't give his own man Haney. That's what I'm saying. He does stuff like that. But Bill Haney is an idiot. They're giving him JoJo Dan, a golden boy. Like, that's a hard fight, Even if he gets through that fight, how the heck is he gonna beat Teofimo Lopez? Teofimo Lopez is gonna back. Teofimo's got an easier fight with this unknown Gambosis from Australia. He might talk a little shit, but he ain't beating no Teofimo. He's gonna slap him around, man.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. I mean, that definitely some great points there. Can't argue that. But Ace said that losing to Ruiz ruined Eddie's plans. I mean, it didn't ruin his plans. It changed Joshua after that. Joshua hasn't been the same after that fight. Yeah, he has not been the same fighter after that. I don't care what anybody say. They can slice their dice. Yeah, he came back and beat Ruiz in the rematch, but look how he fought Ruiz in the rematch. He fought him on the outside. He didn't want to engage with him. So ever since then, he has not been the same fighter. He doesn't think about offense first. He's defensively minded. So, even though he doesn't have great defensive ability, but still. But yeah, that's what I would say.
Hey, Rafi's channel's on the way out because when AJ's gone, I don't know what he's gonna do with himself. He's gonna be a lost puppy. By the way, Canelo Alvarez got 40 mil. Caleb Plant got 10.
Yeah.
See, when you get 10 mil for your fight, that doesn't go down. When you lose, you kind of stay around that range. That's why when you fight, you know what I mean. That's his big career ever payday. You know what I mean? Is it really a loss? You know what I mean? That when you wake up next day, you've got 10 million in your bank account.
Well, plus Canelo's getting upside on top of that 40 million because that's his guaranteed money. I'm not sure Plant's getting any upside, but I mean I think that's probably one of the reasons why the Zone wanted to introduce the pay-per-view platform because they need to get Canelo back. I think that's the reason why they're doing it.
He ain't coming back, man. I don't think he comes back. I think he looks over there. And then Steve Espinosa and Showtime, they say, come over, stay over here. This is where you need to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck Eddie Hearn, man. For real. Like, look where he's at, bro. That fight, the numbers did very well, didn't it? The numbers did very well, right?
Well, I don't know about that. They haven't announced it yet, but I know they were going up against the UFC last night. That card was stacked.
That Kobe Covington, that whack shit, that was whack. Man.
That was whack. That was a good fight. I don't think Canelo was beat that.
Whack, man.
As far as numbers, they're not going to beat the UFC. That's not going to happen.
What? You heard what? Canelo Alvarez versus Caleb Plant wouldn't beat UFC.
You telling me Kamaru Usman versus Kobe Covington 2 was not an important fight? That was not a whack ass fight. That was a good fight in the undercard, the co-main event, which is Rose Namajunas versus Wali Zhang. That was a good fight.
Stop it.
Please stop it. I know you don't like the UFC, but come on, you got to keep it.
Say that for? My favorite guy is John Jones. Why would you say that? I'm telling you.
If he ever fights again, how
can Alvarez got a whole? None of them guys have a whole country behind them. They have a whole country behind them. Canelo Alvarez, and you're trying to tell me that the numbers did better.
Wait, so you're saying Willie Zhang didn't have a whole country behind her when she was fighting Rose Jimenez last night?
Who?
Willie Zhang. You don't know who Willie Zhang is?
Who the fuck is that? Who's that?
Exactly. She's from China.
They don't care about that shit. Look, listen. Canelo Alvarez, the number one guy in the number one power fighter in the world, the number one highest paid in the sport. They did big numbers because Fox everyone can find it. It's easy to access, unlike the Zone, because you have to subscribe. People have been leaving the Zone since. You know what I mean? They've been leaving. In the UK, they've left it a lot because they realize, Anthony Joshua, they're trying to, it's crazy. No one's got time for Zone. That was whack.
Well, what happened is the Zone kind of did a bait and switch on you guys over there. They promised you guys, like they promised us, pay-per-view fights or premium fights, if you want to call it, at one subscription charge. No additional prices. You will deal with no ads, which they did turn around and start putting ads in because they need to recoup their money that they're paying the fighters as far as revenue is concerned. Right. And now the pay-per-view is coming in. They lied to you guys. And the reason why they're putting the pay-per-view in is because, one, they're trying to get Canelo back, and I think they're also trying to get Joshua and White to come in. That's the reason why they're doing it.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. and you guys, look, you guys over there have every right to feel betrayed because you weren't told this. It's false advertisement.
On my bank here, it still only takes $1.99. So I haven't changed my tariff. So they're not gonna take any more without my consent on my bank. So I'm not paying $7.99. I'm only taking $1.99, and I'm still on the Zone. They ain't gonna get no more money from me. All right, they ain't putting shit on. Yeah, they ain't putting shit on. That's what they're a waste of space. Eddie Hearn's the biggest blagger ever. Right? Left Sky. Sky's their biggest signing recently is Natasha Jonas. Waste of time. Yeah. They signed this old woman here. I'm like, why they sign this old people for, man? So boxing in the UK is on a downhill right now. And Joshua's going down.
Well, Frank Warren's making a comeback now, man.
He's getting shut down. The Zone's buying him off. The Zone's buying BT, and Frank might be kicked off the network.
Yeah, he might be kicked off, and he probably wants that too. He don't want to work over there with Eddie Hearn. He like, fuck that. I'm not working with this guy. I want exclusivity rights. That's how Frank Warren is. He's a very bitter guy. That's how.
No, Frank wants to work with him. Eddie doesn't want to work with him.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, because Eddie thinks Eddie's the one walking around like he's too big, innit? And his dad, the reason why his dad stepped down, because they're after him because of the Epstein thing, innit?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that I think that's what it is. But I mean, I don't know, man. Let's see how this plays out with Joshua and the White. And speaking of Dillian White, I still believe, and I firmly believe that fight with the Tyson Fury is not going to happen.
Which one? Tyson Fury and Dillian White? No, it has to happen.
It has to happen, but I don't think it will happen.
Wow, why are you so negative? Why would you say that?
I wouldn't say negative. I'm just being objective and all and being realistic here.
What? That's the fight the UK. That's one of the biggest fights in the UK right now.
I get that. I don't dismiss that. What I'm saying is that Tyson Fury don't seem to want that fight. He don't want it. His team even come out and said that no, we're gonna make a decision. We're gonna decide either we take that fight or Joe Joyce. That's what they're saying. Because it seems to me that they're trying to get out of that by going to franchise status. That's what it seems like. With the WBC, with their convention coming up, I know all eyes are going to be on that in a couple weeks or so. I think they're going to be they will order the fight, but guess what? Tyson Fury is going to come back and say, "Now fuck that, I'm not fighting him. He needs to fight Wilder." That's what they're saying.
If he does that, he's going to get. If he gets that, he's going to all his legacies are in question. Then
exactly, and he don't give a fuck about that. You think Tyson Fury cares? He don't care. Like, I don't give a damn what people say. I vacated belts so many fucking times. It's up to Yin Yang. As long as
that's bullshit. Nah. He's not getting a pass. You can't do that. If he does that, then he has to pay Dillian White.
Pay him what?
You have to pay him money.
What he's paying for? There's no fee to pay to avoid your mandatory. If you avoid your mandatory, you avoid your mandatory. You give up your belt. That's all you do. So I think, yeah, dude. Exactly. Well, he doesn't give a fuck about that. He does whatever hell he wants to do. He ain't
he can't listen. Americans, yeah. You Americans, yeah. You know you'll hold him to a standard. He can do it in the UK and maybe he gets away, but not in America, bro. They ain't gonna say,
he ain't getting away with that here in America. I get that. What I'm saying is that he doesn't give a fuck. He don't care.
No, he does care.
Okay,
every interview you're gonna get every interview you get when you go fight Dillian White. Because the thing is that they're gonna say every interview there's two names they're gonna bring up, right? When you're gonna fight Usyk or when you're gonna fight Dillian White, and he has to answer. So what are you gonna say?
That's true. He gonna try to avoid it.
Wilder's gone now. That whole court case, he's won. He won the court case. He's won it. He's back at home. He's there sitting there biting his nails, talking shit on social media like he always does and stuff like that. He's back talking shit. Yeah. But within 3 months' time next year, he has to fight and defend his belt. Simple. Or he has to make a purse bid or something. So you ain't got time to be sitting there. How many belts he got now? So he's just got the OBC and the ring. That's all he is, right? Yeah. And that's all he's happening. Usyk is coming, bro, because Usyk wants he wants the unification. Eddie Hearn hasn't got no clause with Usyk no more. So Usyk's contract with Eddie Hearn is over.
Right.
So he has to, he has to talk to Rabinski, and he ain't got, and they're gonna try to fuck Joshua over. You know what I mean? And then but look what happened with Dillian and Povetkin. Yeah. Bruv, Dillian's lucky he got his position back, you know. I'm telling you, very lucky.
Yeah, he was lucky because even if he won the rematch, typically that doesn't put you back in mandatory position. It doesn't. But the WBC pretty much gave him that exception, but gave an exception to him. But it is what it is. Speaking of Wilder, you do realize that fucking Tyson Fury came out with a disrespectful comment talking about Manchester United. He got mad at them for losing to Manchester City the other day. He said, this is what he said. He said that you guys took a beating far worse than Wilder took a beatings against me. I'm like, okay.
How's that disrespectful?
I mean, it's disrespectful in a way because it's like, okay, look, I mean, it's not a surprise, but it's like, okay, you just congratulate the man for a great trilogy fights. You wish him happy birthday. You call him a friend, and now you come out with this shit. That's true. I mean, even thinking Tyson talk shit, Wilder gonna take that personally. Wilder knows he took a beating, innit? Yeah. Wilder took a beating. It seems like, right? He took that beating because Wilder, that whole fucking like that. I don't know if it's lying, but making up the guy cheating. That shit needs to stop, man. That needs to stop. I ain't got time for them excuses, man. That needs to stop. No, I ain't got time for that. No excuses. So if he wants to say Wilder be beating worse than a Wilder, I ain't gonna say don't take that personal. Come on. Nah, I don't take it personal, but I just think that it's kind of a contradiction. It's like, okay, you said admirable things about him, and then you come back with this comment. Okay, what's that mean? No, that doesn't mean he's telling you. He's just talking about a situation. Wilder did take a beating, didn't it? Yeah, he did. I know he did. I'm just saying though, but I'm reading it. I'm also looking at this and saying, you know what? I think he's trying to promote a fourth fight down the road with this guy because he said it himself. Wilder. Yep. He said himself he would.
the Wilder who's on his back here, crawling on his back. Why would anyone want to pay money to see that again?
Well, let me just say,
you couldn't get anyone to buy that. Fight Doctor, would you watch that?
Would I watch that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would watch it.
Yeah, but not immediate though. What I'm saying is Wilder has to come back and get three straight wins. Here's the roadmap that I think they're going to take. Wilder comes back and fight Trevor Bryan for the regular title. That's what's being talked about right now. I think that's a good comeback fight for him. He gets that title. I don't count that title, but many people will call that a legitimate championship. But in the record books, they go call him a two-time heavyweight champion of the world. He makes a couple of defenses against Robert Helenius and Andrew Ruiz, because I know that's another fight they were talking about. He beats those guys. Then you can warrant the fourth Fury fight if he could come back from that. I think that's a good way to promote it. What do you think?
I don't think we're going to see that fight, to be honest.
No, you as well. Why you say that?
I mean, I would like to see it. I wouldn't pay for it. Okay, I'm not going to pay $80. No.
Yeah.
But I just don't. I honestly, one of them is going to take an L before that happens.
Who, Tyson Fury?
Tyson Fury or Deontay Wilder. One of them will take an L before that fight happens, in my opinion.
I mean, fair enough, because anything can happen in the heavyweight division. It's very unpredictable. So, but yeah, I mean, look, my point is that if they're ever going to have a fourth fight, then that's what Wilder's going to have to do. He's going to have to earn his way to get that fourth fight. And Tyson Fury's been talking about that before the third fight happened, that I might fight him at the fourth time. And after the fight, Team Wilder's talking about maybe we may have a fourth fight. Like, what the fuck? I see what they're trying to do, but that's just my take on it. But let me see. Fight Doctor, why are you and Mala going at it, man? Why are you guys arguing?
They're just some Special Olympic brain dead trolls in your chat. Unfortunately,
come on, Mala is cool, man. I know Mala for a long time, man. Come on.
We need a proper education on the sport.
What you talking about? Marlo's corner? Is that what you do?
No, not Marlo's. Mala. Mala's from New Zealand. He's called Mala. His name is. He got a new tag called Steven 4722.
Yo, good day, mate. What's he saying? What's the problem with Fight Doctor? What's that?
Go ahead.
He seems to think that sanctioning organizations determine who are champions when they don't. Right? A champion is determined by who wins the fight. That's what determines who a champion is. Right? It's not what sanctioning organization.
I don't know Fight Doctor. I know Fight Doctor, man. That's.
I don't know about that. I know we've been down this road before.
Well, then listen. I would defer to history, right? And there are plenty of examples of where you have a guy who has the titles, but who is not the champion. Case in point, the night that Mike Tyson fought Michael Spinks.
Yeah.
Now Mike Tyson was the IBF, WBA, WBC titleist, but Michael Spinks had beaten Larry Holmes to become champion.
Ain't no one cares about that shit, man.
Right?
I care about that shit. I'll be honest with you, yeah. Be honest with you, everyone saw them shiny belts, yeah. And Tyson there, but you know, you're right. In fact, that's what it is because he beat. But really and truly, people make up the rules as they go along. They lie, like they're ready to say that Mike Tyson was the youngest ever heavyweight champion. That's not a lie. Like Floyd Patterson was undisputed when he won the belt, right?
Yeah.
And Mike Tyson when he won, he only won beat Trevor Burke. He only won one belt. He was a young champion. One of the young champion. He wasn't the youngest ever heavyweight champion. That still is Floyd Patterson because he was undisputed. You see what I'm saying? But what the narrative is changed, yeah. And when they're talking about Triple G is about to beat Marvin Hagler's record, or what's her name again? Cecilia Braekhurst is about to beat Joe Lewis's record. You see what I'm saying? So they make up things as they go along, Fight Doctor, to push their narrative. You know what I'm saying? So when in that fight, with that regards to that, the majority of the people couldn't give a shit if Michael Spinks was champion. People want Mike Tyson, and as they said, they believe the hype behind Mike Tyson. They didn't care about no facts or anything like that. But the fact,
of course, that's the problem. You have these special needs boxing fans, these Johnny Come
why you say special fans.
Come on, man. But let me say this. I'll say this again. I understand we should go back to the old way of things, that we should have one belt, one champion in every division. I really think we should. But the fact is that the sport has evolved to the point that doesn't exist anymore. Fight Doctor. That's what I'm trying to get. We're trying to get.
Canelo did it last night.
Yeah, Canelo did it last night. He unified the division, so there's no dispute there. That's why it's called.
Undisputed, man. Not
That's why it's
unified.
called undisputed champion because there's no
Yeah.
dispute on who's the real champion.
Yes.
So the fact is that
And so it's Felipe Lopez.
yeah, the whole point is that the rules has changed now. Sports evolved. There's multiple paths of you becoming a world champion. For example, now when let's say Carlos Baldomir was the welterweight champion, he was the lineal champion. He beat Zab Judah for the title, right? But does that make him a better champion than the alphabet title holder of Luis Collazo or Zab Judah?
Okay, but now you're shifting the goalposts.
No, not shifting the goalposts. I'm just saying though. I'm just saying. Hold on. I'm just saying though. It goes back. We had this conversation before. A lineal champion in today's era doesn't make him the better champion of the alphabet champion. That's just a fact.
But you're asking a different question. The question is not who's the better fighter. The question is who is the legitimate champion, and you become the legitimate champion by beating the guy who was before you. In order to beat the man, you have to beat the man. Now, in the Carlos Baldomir example, yes, he beat Zab Judah to become the legitimate champion at welterweight. Does that make him better than some of the other guys in the division? No, because at the time, Floyd Mayweather was in that division. And just because Carlos Baldomir was the legitimate champion, that doesn't make him a better fighter than Floyd Mayweather. It just means that he was legitimate champion. It just means that his title has substance because he beat the guy who beat the guy who beat the guy. Right?
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
Is real.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Was Zoe Erdy? Was Zoe Erdy?
So the title that Carlos Baldomir beat Zab Judah for is a title that has historical significance. The WBC, the WBA, the IBF, the WBO have no historical significance outside of thievery.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Who is the lineal light heavyweight champion from 2004 to 2009?
Oh, I think that was, if I'm not mistaken, it was, I would have to go back and look, but it was 2004 to 2009 would have been Stevenson.
No, it wasn't.
Well, it might have been, the title might have been vacant.
No, it wasn't vacant.
It was vacant. Dawson?
No, it wasn't Dawson.
Hopkins?
No, it wasn't Hopkins either. Hopkins had the ring belt, but go ahead. You don't know?
It was, what's his name? The guy from France.
No, not France. He's
I don't recall who was it. I don't recall.
Okay, well, he was from Germany. Zoe Erdy. Zoe Erdy fought and beat Julio Cesar Gonzalez, who beat Darius Michalczewski, who beat Virgin Hill for that title.
Okay, so this is when Roy Jones was pulling off his fraudulent claim as being the light heavyweight champion. Okay, I recall.
Yeah, exactly, because he was the undisputed champion. But anyways, but the fact is that Zoe Erdy, let's eliminate Michalczewski and Julio Cesar Gonzalez because they try to fight the top light heavyweights. But when Zoe Erdy grabbed the title, who did he beat after he beat Gonzalez? Do you know his record?
He was so outside of being a lineal champion, nobody really cared.
Well, yeah, exactly.
He was fighting nobodies.
Exactly, he was fighting a bunch of nobodies.
He lost to Julio Gonzalez.
Exactly. No, he beat Julio Gonzalez, but for that title. But after that, who did he beat after that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Exactly. And the reason why I'm bringing him up because of the fact that he had the lineal status. He had the legitimate claim, but he didn't dare to fight Dawson. He didn't dare to fight Hopkins. He didn't fight Pascal. He didn't fight Clinton Woods. He didn't fight Tarver. He didn't fight Glenn Johnson. He fought literally none of those guys. Didn't go near them. And yet he was the lineal champion that nobody talked about. No one talked about. My point is, to your point, though, I do agree the lineage is the legitimate claim to the world champion. You are recognized. I get that. That's on paper. But my point is that is not the end of be all in today's standard. That day and age is gone, man. We don't have that anymore. My point is that wait, hold on. My point is that the alphabet belts, say what you will about them, but they are recognized championship belts by the Hall of Fame, the International Boxing Hall of Fame. If you make something out of that title defense, whether it's the lineal, whether it's the WBC, whether it's the IBF, whether it's the WBA, or even the Ring Magazine, if you make something out of that title defense by beating those top guys, you get that recognition and prestige. That's just the way it is, man. Again,
and I understand that, but what I'm pointing out is the obvious: is that those belts are essentially meaningless in a historical point of view.
I get that.
Listen, when we talk about the past greats, when we talk about Muhammad Ali, when he won the legitimate and rightful heavyweight championship of the world, we don't remember Ali for having won the WBC and WBA titles from Sonny Liston. We remember Muhammad Ali for having beaten Sonny Liston.
Exactly. Right? That's my point. That's my point.
So my point is the fact that the WBC and WBA titles might have been on the line in that fight is irrelevant.
Okay.
Nobody.
It depends. Sometimes it's
when we talk about the past greats, we never talk about what belts were on the line in those fights, right?
Of course not.
Nobody cares what belts were on the line when Muhammad Ali beat George Foreman. What's important is that Muhammad Ali beat George Foreman for the legitimate heavyweight championship of the world.
Well, yeah, but guess what? To your point, is nobody was talking about the thing is no one was talking about the lineal title at the time either. All they were talking about the fights that happened at the end. So what you're saying is that those fighters were bigger than the belts, even the lineal chip, which I agree with. Ken Norton was a great heavyweight, but he ever win the lineal championship? No, he didn't. He never did. So that doesn't mean he was never a great heavyweight. He was.
But at the same time, those fighters, they respected title lineage.
Of course they did.
And
but at the end of the day,
if you go back and if you listen to their conversation, Muhammad Ali and all the rest of them, when you go back and you listen to their conversation was all about lineage, right? It wasn't, look, nobody was concerned about who was the WBC title holder, who was the WBA title holder. And those belts were around back in those days, but it didn't matter because the fighters in that day, they respected the title lineage. They weren't trying to pretend.
They fought each other with or without the lineage. That's what you're missing the point. They fought without the lineage. One of my point is that the lineage was not much of an issue either. Nobody really cared about that. All they cared about was let's make the best fights happen against the best fighters in each division. That's what that was mattered. That's what matters. That's what matters the most. Hell, there's many fighters in the Hall of Fame that never became Hall of Fame fighters, and they were great fighters. I mean, not Hall of Famers, never became lineal champions, became great fighters in their own right. Many of them. So my point is that, again, you can revere the lineage, but we don't want to read too much into it. That lineage can mean shit. It depends on who it depends the fighter who grabs it and makes something out of it.
Bro, without boxing, if there's no lineage, boxing doesn't exist. What are you talking about? Lineage is a history of where it comes from. So
it's a history. So what? So what? Who cares about that now?
Listen, now, what I'm saying is that the belt, there was only supposed to be one belt, one champion, right? And then who you beat, but you had to beat the man. That's how it is. You have to be a person who people recognize as that champion. And so what fighter was saying, but what you're saying with the belts and stuff, yeah, you hear that, because look, it's the same thing with Joshua. What you're saying, Joshua is the guy who picked up the belts, but Fury was the last guy to beat Vladimir. So who's the real champion? Now look at the cream to come to the top, right? Now he had life and death with Wilder,
right?
And then Joshua just lost, and he wins and loses, and wins and loses. So who's the real champ? Who's the real champ of the world? Is it Fury or was it AJ? Who is it?
Well, at this point, Fury is the record. He's got the record. He's got the prestige right now. I'm not arguing
that's
that.
What I'm saying. That goes into again. You have to beat the guy, and that's why when Wilder and Fury. Because to me, if Wilder would have beat Fury,
he's the guy.
No one told me nothing. Yeah. Wilder would have been that guy because he beat. Then you can Vladimir, because Vladimir was the last kind of recognized guy that everyone thinks. So you still have to beat the guy. And whatever belt he's carrying, let's say AJ relinquished like most of them belts, right? But he would still be regarded as the guy because he's still the biggest ticket seller. So you got the biggest ticket seller, biggest money. But right now, everyone knows without a shadow of a doubt, Tyson Fury is the numero uno of the division. That's it, right now, hands down. It's it, simple as that. Because he got the Vladimir win, he got the Wilder win because Wilder was another champion claimed to his throne, and that's where we're talking about here. But then. The other guys now they're like the second tier now. Joshua was claiming that he was the guy, but that's no longer the case no more, is it?
No, it isn't. I mean, no, it isn't. He's already got 2 losses.
Is right. It still comes down to the guy, isn't it? Who's the guy as we beat the guy? It's still the same thing.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Hold on. I never argued that point. I never dismissed the lineage. My point is that sometimes we can't make that title as if that's an end to be all of all titles. I'm just saying that all titles have very significance, whether it's a lineage, the WBA, WBC, IBF, and WBO. They all have significance depending on who holds the title and who makes something out of that title. That's my whole point. That's all I'm saying.
And I would agree with that. It's just that my point is that, and listen, the Air Day situation is an outlier.
Yeah.
Right. And listen, I will be the first to agree that the lineal system is not perfect because it allows for champions to take time off to fight nondescript opposition, to do all kinds of malarkey. So I agree. However, I believe that the lineal system is the most objective and is the most fair, because the lineal title can't be arbitrarily stripped or reappointed like the WBC, WBA, etc. titles can be.
Okay,
right?
so you're saying the linealship that gives fighters the freedom to fight whoever they want without engaging in big fights. That's exactly what Fury did.
Exactly. Yes. I would agree. But then at the same time, but at the same time, is that any different than what we see with these mandatories coming from the WBC, WBA, etc.? I mean, honestly, this look at the Yildirim.
That's a fair point, but
Yildirim, right? So Yildirim was a mandatory. The guy was coming off of a loss.
Yeah.
So honestly, people want to poke holes at the lineal title because fighters have the privilege to fight nondescript opposition. But how is that any different than what we see coming out of these mandatories from these sanctioning organizations?
Okay, let me ask you this then. Let me reframe the question. What do you get? I mean, see, in today's standards, do you get great fights from alphabet champions fighting dangerous ranked contenders in those sanctioned bodies, or a lineal champion fighting whoever they want?
I think it depends.
It depends?
I mean, listen, we would all agree that Michael Spinks was a great fight.
Yeah.
And that was an instance, where the lineal champion fought who he wanted to fight.
Yeah, and that was over 30 years ago. I'm talking about in today's standards.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was 30 years ago, but again, like I said, the Era Day situation was an outlier.
Okay.
Right? And I think that if you have a lineal champion, listen, boxing is a business first, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if you would allow for a lineal champion to fight who he wants at his discretion, then he will 9 times out of 10 opt to take the fight that's going to make him the most money. And typically, the fight that's going to make him the most money is the fight that the fans want to see. Typically, not always, but typically.
Yeah.
So in such instances, we will get the fights that we want to see, as opposed to when you have the sanctioning organizations dictating who can fight who, then we don't get a chance to see the fighters that we want to see fight each other because of the machinations and the politics involved regarding these sanctioning organizations and how these criminals do business.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying? So listen, at the end of the day, what's more fair in my mind is if we follow the lineal system, because it's objective, right? Because listen, you can be undisputed today, and then the very next day, having not taken a fight, you can not be undisputed because a sanctioned organization can strip you at their whim.
Yeah. Okay. The lineal. Okay. How is the lineal system objective compared to the sanctioned body system? Explain further.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Well, you said that the lineal system is far more objective than the sanctioned body system.
Yes.
Exactly. How's that? How is that in today's standard?
Okay. Well, then let's look at 135 pounds. Right. Okay. Who's the WBC champion at 135 pounds?
Devin Haney.
You sure?
I know there's a dispute there because
there's a dispute there, right? Yeah. So what's fair and objective about that? Nothing.
There's
nothing fair and objective about this situation.
I never said the sanctioned bodies is perfect. I never said that. Hold on, I never said that. What I'm saying is, I'm asking you, how is the lineal system more objective and fair compared to the sanctioning system?
Because there's only 2 ways to lose a lineal title, or 3. You have to lose it in the ring, move up in weight, or retire. That's the only way you can lose your status as lineal champion. Move up in weight, lose, or retire.
Okay, well,
now that's objective and that's fair.
All right, how's
Whereas
it objective?
with the WBC can strip you at any given moment, whenever they get ready.
Okay, how is it fair for lineal champion to go fight a bunch of tomato cans and not fight a dangerous opponent like Fury did for 2 years?
Well, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, you earn that privilege.
Wait, how did he earn that privilege after come out one against Canelo?
But listen, that's a long-standing tradition in boxing that the champion earns the privilege.
They fight stiffs to just make up the paydays, voluntaries, and then they fight names. Like Fury gives you, he does a bit of everything. He fights fucking bums, yeah, and then he steps up. By the way, he got forced into that shit against Wilder, but. The thing is, he can't listen where he is now, Dan. This is the thing, right?
Yeah.
All your questions will be asked, yeah, because the thing is, he's the number one. You know what I mean?
I'm not discrediting
number one. When he's number one, This is when he starts playing these little fucking fuckery games. Yeah. So we're gonna see what's going on. But right now, no one could play. They gave us what we want in an epic fight with Wilder. He's cementing himself as number one. He's cementing himself as a Hall of Famer in that win of Wilder, one of the great wins. And now he can't. He's up there right now. So the only way is down. So let's see what he does next, rather than just sticking to this narrative that he don't defend. He's already defended it. Whether he forced or not.
He was forced to defend that title. He was taking the court to defend that title. I'm just saying.
It don't matter, man. He defended it, man. Yeah, you're right. But you see, the thing is, what he won't get to court on is when he has to fight Dillian White next. That's one thing that the fans in the UK want. And if he doesn't fight him, he in the UK, he's gonna get rinsed, man. He's gonna get rinsed. He can't get away from it. And enough for that. He said it's okay. You duck him. Let's say you duck him, right? Yeah. So in the UK, you duck him. People are pissed off, right? Then you say you don't want to fight Usyk. So you're gonna fight. The network's gonna let you, after that epic fight another stiff. That's not happening, bro. They couldn't do it. Yeah. They can't do it. And if you fight a stiff, you might get beat up to Walland. You might get cut up. See?
So listen. I want to address this issue of ducking as far as the alphabet title holders are concerned. Now, there seems to be some misconception about alphabet title holders don't get to duck. Yeah, they do. Prime example, you had, so a couple of years ago, you had the WBC, you had the WBC title being held by Deontay Wilder at heavyweight. Yeah. At the same time, you had Anthony Joshua holding hostage the IBF, WBA, and WBO titles, right? Now, those two guys at the time were the legitimate number one, number two heavyweights in the world. They did not fight each other. And the sanctioning bodies were only more than happy to allow them to duck each other. So this idea that sanctioning organizations do not allow their champions to duck is a false claim. It's false.
Yeah, that is a false claim.
Sanctioning organizations allow ducking all the time. If you don't believe me, look at the situation at 135 pounds where everybody is ducking everyone else with the blessings of the sanctioning organization.
And so does the lineage, guys. So does the lineage too, right?
Yes, you can definitely win in the champion.
Look,
examples of that having happened in the history of boxing. Yes.
Yeah, it'd be recent times too. We saw what Fury did with the leadership after beating Klitschko. Look what he did after that.
Question.
All right. Okay, but what I'm just saying, my point is that look, it's not a what's the word I'm looking for? The sanction body system is not quite as comprehensive as I would hope for. It's not as fair as I hope for, but it's nowhere as bad. It's just not as bad as the leadership is as you make it out. It's not.
I disagree. I disagree.
Well, again, we saw what happened when Fury gave up his alphabet belts, and he had that leadership, and we saw what he did with that. I'm just saying.
But again, we have plenty of examples of ducking. And again, I go back to the example I cited earlier. Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua ducked each other for years. They're both alphabet champions. And the crime that's going on, the criminal activity that's currently being perpetrated at 135 pounds amongst the title holders at that weight. Ducking. With the blessing of the sanctioning organizations.
I get that, but they were still fighting top contenders in those sanctioned body ranked.
How are they? But they're not fighting each other.
I get that, but I'm saying they were still fighting top heavyweights at the same time, even though they didn't fight each other. That's what I'm saying. Because they had to. Well, how do you explain? They had to fulfill. If they wanted to hold on to that belt for a payday, they had to fight those guys, like the Ortizes, like the Beckins, like the Beckins, like the Ortizes. Yeah, I know Pulev was a mandatory, but I know he wasn't much of a challenge against Joshua. The Usyks. I mean, I'm just saying though, man. I mean,
so they're fighting top opposition, but not fighting the top opposition, which is each other.
I get that.
I don't know what's
look. At the same time, the sport is bigger than two fighters, man. There's still other top guys who are worthy of getting a shot. They can't get their act together and fight each other. That's my whole point.
We're talking about the heavyweight division at the time. The two top guys in the heavyweight division were Wilder and Joshua. Right. And again, I'm addressing this whole point about the sanctioning organizations seem to keep ducking to a minimum, which is clearly not the case.
Yeah.
Because once again, I don't understand how the alphabet soup situation can be better when the alphabet soup allows ducking between the top guys in a division. And we saw that clearly at heavyweight.
So does the linealship. They
okay,
all.
so let's talk about lineal. So then you had the lineal champion come out of retirement, and what did he do? He fought the number one guy.
Yeah, how many fights though?
He fought him 3 times.
No. How many fights did it take for him to fight Wilder?
But he fought him 3. But
come on. You gotta answer the question.
It took a bunch of fights, but it happened.
Okay, then.
Meanwhile, we never got. But at least we got the fight, and we got it 3 times.
I get that, but
Joshua and Wilder, that fight never happened.
Oh yeah, but Wilder, the fact is, the Fury is playing games too. He was playing games before he took that fight. Okay, so he didn't go into that fight immediately after he came out of retirement. I could see where your argument would have been a lot more solid if he did that, but he didn't do that. He was playing games with it, fighting a bunch of cream puffs, as you want to call it, before he took that fight. So my point is, again, the linealship is no different from the sanctioned bodies at all, other than the fact that you got the prestige. There's a history that goes all the way back to John L. Sullivan. I get it, but the fact is that's what it is. I respect that. I respect that tie, that lineage goes all the way back to him. But the fact is, it's no better, in my opinion, than it's no different, I should say, than the alphabet bodies. And to Mala's point, To Mala's point, all the championships in today's era all have the same amount of significance.
Yeah, but you can't be stripped of that belt, bro. Like, you have to retire.
Of course not. You can't, because you could fight a lot of cream busters you want to. Like Zoe.
Yeah, but you can fight
I'll show you this. If Lennox Lewis would have come out of retirement right now, right? If Lennox Lewis would have come out right time right now, do you know that he'd have a claim to say that he was the last champion? He's the last real champion, you know. Not Vladimir, Lennox Lewis. You know that he could come out of retirement right now and straight have claim to say he's the last undisputed champion. And people say, what? You can't really argue that. And that's how deep it is, because really he never lost.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to tell you. So you have to beat. The only way you lose it, literally, you can retire but you can make claim. Like that's why what's his name again? The guy who fought Jim Jeffries, when he came out, there was an argument. He had to fight Jack Johnson. That's why when he came out, people say, well, Jack Johnson's not the real champion. He never beat Jeffries. Right. So if Lennox Lewis was to come out, because he's really the last kind of guy, him and bloody, what's his name again? Who's that guy? Gene Tunney, right? They came out. Gene Tunney. I'm going deep, right? They're the kind of last guys who could lay claim and come out and say, well, I'm the last undisputed champion, and bro, you need to beat me to get your legitimacy. Like Larry Holmes, had to beat Muhammad Ali to get legitimacy. If he didn't beat him, people weren't really calling him the real champ until he beat Ali, bro. And he didn't matter how many defenses he did. So that's what I'm saying. That's how deep it is. So what Fight Doctor's saying, is the credence with it, that you have to beat me to get your respect, and you have to go through right now the Fury. You have to beat Fury, and even if he loses all the belts, he's still the guy that you have to beat. That's what Fight Doctor said.
I get that, but to Big Boy's point, this is what I've been trying to get you guys to understand. If the lineal since the lineal has no obligations to any tough dangerous opponent, how's that better than the sanctioned bodies?
I can answer that question. I can answer that question. So listen, you don't have any obligations as a alphabet soup belt holder, and I can give an example. All right, Larry Holmes in 1983 was the WBC title holder, and the WBC wanted him to fight someone, and he felt he. Wait.
That's not the question. That's not the question. The question is the linealship does not have any obligations whatsoever. The sanctioned bodies we do to some extent, but that's up to the fighter. You don't. Wait, hold on. The fighter does have a choice whether they want to defend that title or not. But the lineage, you're not held down to that standard. So the question is, how's that better when the sanctioned bodies have to tell you, but then it is up to you whether you want to stay the champion or not.
Yeah, because some of them guys don't deserve a shot. They get paid. That's where it was getting corrupt, because them guys were getting paid to move at the rankings. And I remember Roy Jones still always embarrassed at the OBC rankings.
So in the modern era, you have this concept of a franchise champion. Now, let me ask you a question. Does a franchise champion have an obligation to make mandatories?
No, they don't.
Okay. So then how is it any different?
It is no different. I do not disagree with that. What I'm saying is that, but at least with the sanctioned bodies, they have some restrictions and standards to defend your belt.
But the franchise champion...
Wait, hold on. If you don't want to defend it, then that's on you. You either give up the belt. So to me, the franchise is just a shield to give up your belt. That's all
it's a
it
show.
is. It's just to give up your belt. That's all it is.
So essentially, it is a sanctioning organization sanctioning ducking. That's what that is. Because they give you a belt, recognize you as a champion.
Yeah.
But hear me out.
Okay.
So you get this. So why do you get the franchise belt? You get the franchise belt as the means by which a sanctioning organization verifies your ducking. So they're going to call you a champion. You retain your status as champion, but
verify that though.
Right. Well,
so now, as a champion, you are no longer required to make mandatory defenses. And you have a similar situation in WBA with their quote unquote super champion.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, though, to be fair, the WBA super title, you do have some type of obligations there. You have to defend it against either the regular champion or anyone in the top 5, I believe. So they have their restrictions there. The WBA does as well. The IBF, they're very strict, and the WBO is somewhat strict as well. So I look, again, the lineage, I respect it, but given the fact that when you hold that prestige like so early and Tyson Fury did, when they were going out and fighting fucking cream puffs, the guys that we didn't care about, didn't even know, that gives them more credence over the alphabet.
Yeah, his fan base like it though. This is what I'm saying. Like, I remember when Mike Tyson was defending the belt and he was fighting guys that I didn't care who Mike Tyson fought. And that's what you get with Joshua. You think Joshua fans care who he fought? There's a certain point that the fan base is paying money to see that, you know what I mean? But I wasn't happy to see him fight them guys. But that's why he lost against Otto Wallin. And that was the beautiful thing about it. You kept fighting guys, subpar opponents, Seth Ferrer and all them guys there. And one of them bums and he put you on your bum. One of them bums and he upset you. So now you realize, boy, you know what's getting a bit hard fighting them bums now. I'm gonna have to step. You know what I mean? Fury's a disrespectful guy. He's in boxing. He calls guys bums, calls guys this. And bruv, I ain't gonna lie to him, yeah. As much as I want to see him get banged, I couldn't take it away that the way he beat Wilder was fucking masterful, bro. He banged that Wilder badly, bro. So I can't take, as a boxing fan, you can't. So even though he gives you stuff, he still gives you the other side. Now, he still is the man to beat. Now, he talked that linear shit, and I thought he's full of shit. But now, he's actually the guy that he talked himself into. He is the linear guy right now. He has Vladimir, he has Wilder, and he's right now the guy that you need to come see, bro. That's what he is. AJ now is just on the verge of trying to get stuff back.
Go ahead. What's up, Ahmed? Go ahead, Ahmed. Go ahead.
He was like, Hamid. What's going on, Hamid? Long time.
How's it going? I won't be on too long. I just want to see. The only thing is, I get that accomplishment, but you still got to fight the other champions or the belt holders. Like, could you hear me?
Yeah,
I'll just see. All right, I was just saying the undisputed champion majority of the times is the lineal champion. I agree with Fight Doctor. Normally, when you become the lineal champion, you're the guy in the division, you're the champion. But like Dan said, it depends what you do. You can't just hold that hostage just like any other alphabet trinket. But what Usyk did at cruiserweight, or Crawford did at 140. To me, that shows they left no doubt. I know in the past there wasn't 4 belts, but just in this era, since the 4-belt era, these guys who become undisputed champions, to me, that's a greater accomplishment than what Fury did. What he did and then retired, and then I know he came back and he's got some good wins, but it depends what you do with the lineal championship. If Fury goes on to beat Usyk, then he's left no doubt that he's the man of the era. Or if Usyk beats him, then. But you can't just become the lineal, fight Wilder, pull out, fight Wilder, fight Wallin and these guys. Like, it depends what you do. Because Stevenson, I really rated him, but in 2014, 15, 16, the guy held that belt hostage. And even if he was the lineal champion, a lot of people disregarded his status at that time because I think he got overtook.
Yeah, that's true because Kovalev was the one with the 3 belts and he was fighting better competition than Stevenson. That's why people looked at that and say, wait a minute, if Kovalev is beating a better competition than Stevenson, regardless of what you say about Bernard Hopkins, he was 49 years old, but he was the unified champion when Kovalev beat him. Did he beat, Pascal? Then he beat, some other guys like Chalumba. So people look at that and say, well, look who Stevenson's fighting. Fonfara, Shikotsky, and who else? Karpensi. I know Low Place is not here. I know he's going to be.
Otto Williams a duck, bro. Dillian didn't want no part of Otto Williams, so you know what I mean.
That's true. Yeah, I guess we'll give Fury a little bit of credit there.
He done some of them guys, yeah, but like, Otto Williams is turned out to be a decent little son. You know what I mean? He's actually decent. Yeah, man don't want to fight him. Man don't want to fight him.
He pulled off. It's not a good look. The only thing I will say regarding lineal status is if someone does become the quote-unquote undisputed champion, collecting all 4 trinket belts, but there's a guy who's not got any sanctioning, organizations, but is the lineal champion, I do think the undisputed champion, to leave no dispute, still has to beat that guy. Because if Golovkin, I think, if he had collected that WBO belt a couple of years ago of Saunders, Canelo was still the lineal champion. Same with Fury, I believe, after the first Wilder fight. If Wilder and Joshua fought, quote unquote, a lot of people would have classified him as the lineal, whatever, the undisputed champion, but I don't think the Ring magazine would have been on the line, and they definitely would not have been the lineal champion because Fury was still regarded, but that's very rare. My main point is, you could become a lineal champion, but you're not normally now an undisputed champion. When now, majority of the times, if you're undisputed, you will be also the lineal. So that's a great accomplishment.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look. I mean, we all have our differences, opinions on this, man. But yeah, to me, I do respect the lineage. I do respect where it traced all the way back to. But today's era is now. It is just that, and the alphabet belts they all have equal points depending on who does something with those title defenses. This is my point. That's all I just wanted to say, man. But I'm not sure if you guys. I want to move along a little bit here. I'm not sure if you guys heard about this. Conor Ben's got a fight with Chris Algieri coming up in December the 11th, which is about 4 weeks ago.
Good fight.
Good fight. You sure?
Yeah. Wait. Good fight. He's a former world champion. It's a good fight.
Conor Ben is a middleweight.
Nah, he's not a middleweight.
No, he's
welterweight.
He's a welterweight.
Welterweight. Okay. All right. So within.
And the thing is, he actually was a lightweight, right? When he started off, because he got money in that. He got up to super light welter, and then now welter. But really, he really should have been a lightweight. But he's probably 140. So like Algieri was a champion at 140, and he fought at 147. So. When you're building a guy coming through, you have Conor, you have to try to take care. He's a ticket seller. So a former world champion who's been in retirement for the longest, it shouldn't be too much of a threat for Conor. But I'll tell you what, Algieri is crafty. Algieri is crafty, man. He's still good.
He's 37 though. No. His last 2 opponents.
Yeah, but he's still good though. This is a big levels above Conor. He's still levels above Conor.
No. He's a part-time. Check his record since the fight in Spain. He became not perfect. Provodnikov, that was like 7 years ago.
Yeah, 7 years ago, man.
Listen, since
he beat Posto, innit?
No. He lost to Khan.
No, you're right.
He got knocked out by Spence. Since then, he became a part-time chef of Danny Jacobs, and he went life and death with Tommy Coyle on the AJ Ruiz undercard. It's not a good fight. I think Conor Ben.
He beat Tommy Cotto.
I think they can't rush Conor Ben. I agree with EJ. He's someone Eddie needs to match up well. But after the Granados fight, at least get him someone decent. If you don't want to put him in,
he's a big name. Big name.
The guy's 37. He's way past.
Algieri's got a big name. Algieri can still beat him, bro.
Nah, well, I think they should have matched him over Kavaliauskas. Yeah. I think that'd been a better matchup for Conor Ben. That'd been a better matchup for him.
You trying to get him killed, Dan. Trying to get him killed.
You don't think he's ready for Kavaliauskas type of fight?
Connor's just hanging around, bro. Eddie matchroom, it's like Phoenix Cash. Eddie don't want to put them guys in there. He likes them.
Why not have an Essien then? Because
he ain't ready for that fight. He ain't ready for that fight.
No, but EJ's got a point. Kavaliauskas knocked out Avanesian badly.
Oh, you did.
I know there's a couple of fights, so that's what I'm trying to see.
Dan's trying to get people hurt.
I mean, you got to step up some point sometime, man. I mean, Conor Ben wants those fights. You got to step up. I mean, you can't continue to be fighting these.
I realize that. I'm going to tell you, some people don't want to be world champion. They just want to hang around and say they're a boxer, but they don't really want to be the best. That's what you got here.
That's right.
Joshua Buatsi stepped up, though. I just want to see his fight in the tough opponent.
I like Joshua. He's fighting bums, man. I mean, he's fighting
No,
bombs, man.
the next guy he's fighting is a very good fighter. He
Yeah,
fought,
Blaskov.
Who's he fighting? Who's he fighting?
Massive Blaskov. Yeah, he fought Joe Smith for the WBO title. Arguably won that fight.
That Russian guy.
Yeah, he arguably beat Joe
Robbery,
Smith.
I thought.
Yeah, I think some people argue that Robbie against Joe Smith.
If he's fighting him, then Watts is gonna lose then. So forget what he already lost. Seriously, that guy's good.
That guy beat that guy. He actually beat me. Like,
my point is, he's stepping up. He's stepping up, and whereas if he loses or not, he's stepping up. You can't continue to be fighting these low-level oppositions forever, getting away with it. I mean, you can't do that. I mean, Boati's best win is against that undefeated guy who was a retro super middleweight. Who was that guy? Daniel Dos Santos or Ricardo Bolognic? Yeah, Bolognic. But I mean, Marco Antonio Parabon. I guess those are good. I mean, field fight. What's the word I'm looking for? Prospect wins, I would say. If you want to include Ronald Quinlan, fine. But Vlaskov, you step it up to against Bolognic, you go away from him to Vlaskov or Vosov, then that's a huge step up. So credit to Boati for taking that fight. But I'm saying Conor Ben, he got to step up, man. Eddie Hearn can't continue to protect him forever. I know he's got a name. He's going to try to milk it the best way he can, but at this point, you got to put him in there against all these other guys to see how he does. That's the fight game. That's the way it works. You took your chance with Joshua. Joshua came through with it, but we all see that down the line. We see what Joshua is becoming mentally now, but still.
Oh my God, there's nothing wrong with Joshua. It's in your head. It's in your head.
Okay. Whatever. The man is not the way he speaks. He ain't mentally ready for that rematch against Usyk. He ain't mentally ready for that rematch. I'm telling you that right now.
You sound like the what do they call it? The LDB.
Whatever the LDBC. Nah, bro. I'm to recognize, bro, for what it is. I'm telling you. You think he beat? Let me ask you this: you think he's ready for that rematch against Usyk in 4 months' time?
Yeah, of course he is. He needs to stop playing around and stop playing around. He could beat the shit out. You don't think that he could beat the shit out Usyk? Come on, be like.
How's he gonna do it?
We'll handcuff him. Hold him this time. He needs to hold that guy.
Good luck with that.
Beat him up, man. Lean on him and batter him. You think? I was listening to Hatman, yeah, and Hatman was saying when Fury was going against Steve Cunningham, he realized, that this guy's actually a better boxer. Like Steve Cunninham's actually a better boxer than Fury. He said, you know what? I'm not going to play his game, I'm just going to get close to him, elbow him, and bang him up. And that's what Joshua should have did. But you know why? Joshua was too nice. Joshua wanted to do that, He didn't want to come across like, you know why? Joshua don't want to come across like he's a thugger. Yeah, that's why he didn't want to do that. But you see, Fury don't care about that shit. See, Fury, that's the difference between Joshua and Fury. Fury will do that shit. I don't give a fuck how people want to perceive me. What Joshua's too worried about how people perceive him, so he won't do what's necessary. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Well,
Hatman said when he went to the Klitschko training camp, Dylan White said that Joshua was acting too nice and he's trying to become friends with Klitschko. Yeah. And the White goes, he went and they tried to, knock Klitschko's head off, and Hatman was trying to see. Fury did the same in the press conference where Joshua, I think that nice persona took over. Yeah, I don't think he's ready, man. The guy seems a bit off in that interview. I don't know, maybe we're reading too much, but it is not a good sign. The body language and all that didn't look good.
It doesn't, and that's a good point. I also want to add too, if you want him to bum rush Usyk, go ahead, do that to your own detriment, because Joshua doesn't have the endurance or the durability to apply that type of style. That's not his style, man. How many times we gotta go over this? He's not. If he does that, he's gonna get knocked out early. That's all I'm saying. So what else do you do? You're gonna try to outbox him? I mean, you could try that, but that ain't gonna work. So what else can Joshua do? If you don't have the durability, if you don't have the endurance, what can you do?
You're right. Usyk's gonna get flat. When Joshua gets him, he's gonna be flat on his back, man. That's what's gonna happen.
I think he could do one more thing. He could let Fury and Usyk fight. I think he might have a better chance against Fury, because if Fury gets sloppy on the inside with Usyk, I think he has to hope Usyk makes a really big mistake. I just can't see him beating Usyk unless Usyk gets rocked.
Usyk thinks he can. Usyk will be looking to stop Joshua in this one, and what Joshua needs to do is a mentality thing, right? When he went to fight Big Baby, he could remember Big Baby said something about his mum, yeah. Joshua was ready. He was all making speeches at Big Thingy's mom and all that. Joshua knows how to play mind games, yeah. But with Usyk, yeah, for some reason he really respected him, and that's what it is. But then he realized, yeah, that don't pay the bills when at the end of the day. I can't go in there and really respect him.
You can't really disrespect him either. Because now he talking about he want to kill the guy. I'm like, okay,
yeah, that's how it should be. Because it's a $1 million payday. $1 million payday with Fury. You've just messed up. You had $1 million payday on the table with Fury, and you've just messed it up by the mentality. You know what I'm saying? It's a mentality thing.
Like,
it's a mentality thing in the gym. Like he's too eased back and comfortable, bruv. Yeah. And that's what's happened when you're rich. But it's hard to make uncomfortable when you're rich, though, isn't it, Dan?
That's true. That's a good point. But I think what we're all kind of more focused on or fixated on, we're all fixated on what Joshua did wrong, what he should have done. Shouldn't we also say that what also Usyk didn't allow him to do?
Nah, man.
Why he lost the fight?
Usyk's lucky because Joshua's rich. That's all it is.
Yeah, but Usyk didn't allow Joshua to apply those attributes that he would have wanted to do. He didn't allow him to do it. Joshua just couldn't get close to him. He couldn't do it. The movement really bothered him.
Joshua tried rushing him, and he felt that left hand in the first round. And then
he did. He tried
kind of defensive.
Yeah, I know. Ever since he took that left hand, I was like, "Oh man, this shit's gonna be over." I said, "This is gonna be over for Joshua." When he took those left hands plus in that first round, I said that was over for him.
Joshua needs to stop playing games, man. Joshua needs to stop playing games.
Yeah, well, not that same. Well, if he's gonna keep the same trainers and same amateur system, he ain't winning that fight for sure. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
He ain't winning that fight. He better change something because if he ain't changing anything, then his chances are far more dire.
Yeah, he needs to change the mentality. That's all it is, man. That's also mentality.
Okay, well, he could change the mentality.
Wilder really believed Fury did that stuff to him. Wilder really believes that Fury cheated and stuff like that. But that never helped him. Fury said, "I didn't do that. I swear to God, with my own God, mum, I never did. I never cheated him. He's a shit house."
I think Joshua should just try and fight Wilder, Fury, or someone else, man.
I agree.
Another bad loss to Usyk it could be career threatening because say he goes out more aggressive and he gets knocked out, that could be a really bad look, man. Where does he go there? Because Wilder and Fury and these guys, they may not want to fight him. They may want to try and get a fight with Usyk, and then on top of that,
or they try to fight each other the fourth time. Yeah, I mean that's what they're gonna try to do. I mean,
fight Dilla White maybe. And another thing is he doesn't have the style of Chisora. I don't know, unless he gets a chin transplant, he can't walk Usyk down.
Yeah,
that's a bit strong.
He don't have a good chin, EJ. You know that his chin is not that good.
Yeah, why would you say why would you say that? None of them are. Who? All of them. Wilder goes down. Fury's. All of them go down. So why AJ's getting
but that's the point. We're not saying he's worse. He's out the three. He takes the most time to recover, and that's dangerous.
That's rubbish again. He's actually got a better chin than Wilder, bro. Yeah, AJ's never finished the fight on his back. Say that for free. Even when he got knocked down by Ruiz, he was still standing up.
He gave up. Don't matter. He got stopped. He mentally gave up in that.
Hold up. He got stopped. It's a technical knockout. He was on his feet, bro. That's what I mean. He wasn't hurt. He wasn't hurt. He wasn't blooded up or anything in that fight. Look at that fight with Ruiz. He wasn't blooded up.
His nose was bleeding. What are you talking about?
What, brother? What are you talking about? AJ? What? It was not.
Yes, man. It was. His nose was bleeding in that fight. What are you talking about?
You talk. Nah, come on.
No. It's the truth. His nose was bleeding.
I don't remember. But did he finish the fight on his back? You're talking about shit. Did he finish the fight on his back?
He got stopped. So what?
He got the referee.
He took a lot of punishment. He took a beating.
He wanted to fight. He was in two minds. He wanted to come out. And then he was grabbing into the ropes.
He took a beating in that fight. That's what matters the most. He took a beating.
If he took a beating, why was he still on his feet?
Okay, a lot of fights take a lot of beatings.
Okay, Andy Ruiz is not that big of a puncher as well. We got to factor in that. If that was Wilder,
oh come on, what?
Andy Ruiz got fast hands, but he don't.
Andy Ruiz got fast hands, but he doesn't. He's not a concussive puncher. That's what Muhammad is saying.
I don't know about that, man. Listen, remember you're dealing with the heavyweight division, you know. Yeah, Joshua hit him. He hit Joshua. So it shows that both of them have come
But
from power.
you said
The
why
heavyweight division,
did he?
all of them have been down. So I don't know why everyone's on Joshua's chin more than anyone else. You need to stop that bullshit.
No,
I get.
I think Joshua got a good chin, but what I'm trying to say, if that was a bigger puncher in there, I don't think he would have kept getting up 4 times.
Wafflers,
You
mate. It's
seen that?
waffling. You need to listen
Look,
to the hype. Frank Warren's the
look,
one who's put all the narrative.
listen. Remember the Klitschko fight?
Yeah.
If that, you know, if he got hit by another big shot, I think it was the round after where Klitschko kind of teed off and tried jabbing him or whatever. I don't think he would have got up four times or 3 times off Klitschko. It took him like 3 rounds or something to recover. Klitschko made a bad
Vladimir's
mistake
got a
not
bad chin
jumping
as
up.
well. Vladimir's got a terrible chin as well. Every time he got
Yeah,
hit.
we know that. But we're saying that if that was Klitschko, Wilder, you know, a big even he in his prime, I don't think he would have kept getting up. I think the thing
I
that
don't know about
surprised
that.
him.
I think all of them, yeah, the heavyweight division, when you get hit by these big guys, I think everyone goes down. Dillian White, all of them.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but Ruiz could have kept him down in the 3rd or 4th round. The guy was almost fell through the ropes. If that was a bigger puncher, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up with the Rock 89? He said that. What about the the round ending early against Usyk when he was in the ropes? Good point. Good point. I mean,
that's a lie as well. That round ended early.
That round ended early, like 2 or 3 seconds early, man. Dude, come on, man. I find it suspicious too that they waved a white towel when the bell rang too. What was that all about?
That's a lie as well. That's a blatant lie. People need to stop with this.
They don't basically lie. There's a tape of that. They waved the flag. They waved the towel to when the round ended. That was very suspicious. I'm not reading them too much into it, but that was very odd. The
round ended perfectly. It's the same thing like Fury didn't get up in time with Wilder. Like everyone's on that bullshit as well.
Joshua's way more hurt though, man. The guy was on his stool for 5 or 6, 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Come on. You don't think Joshua?
Yeah, Usyk was a punch or two away from stopping Joshua. And had he had a couple more rounds left to work with, I have no doubt in my mind he would have stopped.
No, I don't even think you need a couple of rounds. I think you need a couple of minutes. That's a minute more.
Or 30 seconds. Yeah, he needed 30 more seconds. He'll stop. Hey, but you know what though? You do hear that Usyk's team did tell Usyk not to knock out Joshua for some reason. They didn't tell him that. They told him not to do it. I think because if he had did it,
Usyk looked like if he rolled up to Joshua, he never got that. No, how about him?
No, I think part of the reason why because they wanted to get that rematch because they know they're going to get big money for it. I think that's what they were all talking about because Usyk said himself is that when his promoter told him, hey, there's a rematch clause for Joshua should you beat him, and Usyk said, oh really? So that means I get to beat him twice? Hell, I'm down with that.
No. Hold on. They got low on the payday. The second payday, they're going to get more. That's what it is. Because Joshua, you get paid.
Yeah. But of course, if Usyk would have lost, he wouldn't have got that rematch. He wouldn't got a second fight because the rematch.
Yeah. Fight Joshua. Look at Ruiz. Yeah, he ain't recovered. Fight Joshua like that. Them messing paydays and messing his head up. He don't even need to box no more.
You can't compare the two.
Nah, man, you gotta stop it, EJ. Stop it.
Madonna fought Mayweather twice, right? Madonna fought Mayweather twice. He ain't never boxed again in his life, bro.
Yeah. You can compare Maidana to Ruiz, but not Usyk to those guys.
No, you can't. Exactly. Usyk is far too disciplined. He's still in his prime. He's very conditioned. Those guys are known. Wait, hold up. Those guys were known to blow up in fights. Madonna and Ruiz. They were known to do that. They weren't the most disciplined guys. You can't compare them to Usyk, man. This is a totally different fighter.
Bro, this is all they are. That is getting that money and chilling with their kids. That's all they care about.
Well, Usyk's been a millionaire for years. Why is that? Why does that matter?
I saw that bum. He was living out of a hotel before AJ gave him the payday.
Oh, get out of here! Usyk was making $1 million paydays before that fight. What are you talking about?
The money, man. That's why he got rid of the Sauerland brothers because they were robbing him of the money. Get out of here.
I think Joshua needs to fight someone like Chisora. I know he's in his camp now, but maybe I don't know. Maybe a style like that would have helped because we don't know if he's got that killer instinct in him anymore. Like I know Chisora's past his prime and he's now in the same camp, but we would have found out how he would have dealt with. Because I put this up recently. Guys like Vladimir, Wilder, and Joshua never fought Chisora. And then when Usyk beat Chisora, I know it was a close fight. A lot of people are ripping into him, but we don't know how those three would have done with Chisora. Even Joshua, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Joshua would have had an easy time with him because he struggled to beat Dylan White towards in 2015.
Right.
At that time, I think Chisora was way more dangerous.
Yeah, I mean he's still dangerous as we speak. But yeah, to your point though, I think to your point though, I think Joshua just need to get out of this rematch. Get out of it. Don't forget about Usyk. I don't think he'll beat him right now. I think you need to focus on low level fights so that way he can get his confidence back. That's the key. Get his confidence going again, and then learn some new techniques. I think that's something Lennox Lewis had to do. Yeah, be more active. That's something Lennox Lewis had to do. That was a blessing in disguise when he got knocked out by McCall. I'm not saying nobody should be knocked out.
He should stop Usyk and don't get his belt back.
No, wait, hold up. Lennox Lewis, when he got knocked out by Oliver McCall, he wanted the rematch. He was going to get it, but he was advised not to take it because Emmanuel Stewart was going to be his new coach. And Emmanuel Stewart told him, no, don't take the rematch. There's some things you got to work on because right now you're not going to be ready for it. So let's work on some things. Let's get you some low-level fights. And that way it gives us time to gel and mesh with each other. And then you'll be ready for the rematch down the road. And that was a blessing in disguise for Lennox. Yes, look, if you saw him fight Lionel Butler and those guys like Justin Forge and whatnot, you could tell Lennox wasn't ready for that fight, for that McCall rematch, because he still was tentative. He was still undecided what he wanted to do in that ring. That knockout loss did something to him. It did affect him for a while. But again, it took him a long time. He took some, interim fights to get better at his technique and learn the craft of the crunk style, with Emmanuel Stewart. And it proved to pay off for him. He got the McCall rematch 2 years, and I know the fight ended in weird circumstances, but he got his title back. He was more confident. He was more fluid with his style. He had a very different style, very effective style. He became the undisputed champion. He beat the Tyson in Holyfield. So that the Lennox Lewis that was trained by Pepe Correa was not going to beat Oliver McCall in a rematch, nor Mike Tyson or Lennox Lewis. That type fighter was not going to beat him. So beat those guys. So my point is that Joshua is still young. He could get Usyk in a later time if Usyk still stays in the sport. But the point is he needs to get better, man. He needs to just forget about that and just take some more little fights so he can get his confidence back.
I would add Riddick Bowe to that list also.
Riddick Bowe, what do you mean? Riddick Bowe would have beaten Lennox Lewis?
But prior to Lewis coming under the tutelage of Emmanuel Stewart, Bowe would have beaten him, I think.
Probably.
Debatable.
That's debatable.
I think
maybe not, man. No.
I think he should join
Lewis mentally was in Bowe's head rent free.
Well, okay. Well, I mean that's debatable because again, Lennox Lewis, if you look at his style was upright and he was always his technique. When he was trained by Pepe Correa, you could tell he was a little stiff, man. There was not much fluidity.
It would have beat the shit out of him, Riddick Bowe.
Yeah, because of Riddick Bowe, what he did to Riddick Bowe in the amateurs and the Olympics, I get that. I get that.
Mike, you know why I say that? Because Mike Holyfield always mentally had that mental injury with Mike Tyson.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you're doing the amateurs, when you got a beating of someone in amateurs, that's why Joshua fought Charles Martin because they were in the same Olympics and Charles Martin didn't medal. So when he told Eddie Hearn didn't want to take that fight, he goes, no, I beat him. But you sure now? Because I've seen him. I was a gold medalist. He didn't even medal. So that's why that's why Joshua beat him. That's why Joshua could beat certain guys because he's seen them in the amateurs. But when it Usyk, he respected Usyk. You know what I mean? He looked at Usyk. That guy's really good. That's why I'm trying to tell you it's the mental thing with Joshua. It's not anything to do with skills. It's just mentally he respects the guy too much.
Right.
Yeah, but there's a reason he respected him. Same like Teofimo Lopez and Lomachenko. I think Lomachenko was scared to get knocked out. That's why in the early rounds, he was very, defensive, running around. Same with this fight. I remember that fight, a lot of people are making about what Lomachenko didn't do. I think we just got to give Usyk credit in this fight and that fight, which I did, which I haven't still rewatched. But I thought Teofimo Lopez may have knocked out Lomachenko early or dropped him if Lomachenko tried opening up. Same with Joshua. The reason he didn't be more aggressive really when he felt the left hand, he I think took a step back thinking, I can't just rush this guy because this guy's got power and he knows what he's doing. So
I think another too.
Credit.
Yeah, and I think another thing too is that Joshua just couldn't see the punches coming because Usyk was throwing them all different angles. That's what's taking. That why he was getting confused. He was just trying to figure out where these, the speed and the angle of the punches. He just couldn't figure it out. That was a problem. So, given the fact that Joshua doesn't really move his head that much, so it's like I said though, it's best that he just takes another fight. I'm gonna be consistent. I said the same thing about Wilder when he got beat by Fury the second fight. I said the same thing, but again, it is his legal right to take the rematch. If he wants it, that's on to him. So be it. But I advise that he should take another fight instead and forget about it. Forget about Usyk right now and just focus on getting better. Focus on getting your confidence back. So that's just my take on it. All right, guys, I think that's about it. I think we covered everything, man. I know how many you came in late. We already talked about the Caleb Plant fight.
I haven't watched it, man. I'll try and watch it. I've heard a lot of people are saying Canelo was winning, but then I've seen a lot of people say Caleb Plant was winning. I think it was a close fight, but it's good they ended in a knockout because then we would have had the whole robbery talk.
I'll tell you what. If Caleb Plant had some punching power, the complexion of that fight would have looked a bit different, I think.
Oh, yeah. I think David Benavidez will be more dangerous. I don't know if they take that fight, though.
Yeah, I hopefully they do. But you know what? Like I said, though, I had Plant winning the fight by 1 round before the stoppage. If you had Canelo win that fight, I got no problem with that or a draw. But 2 of the 3 judges who scored it, obviously we knew this was going to happen. The fight was going to go to distance. 2 of the 3 judges scored the fight way too wide before the stoppage. I know it doesn't matter now, but one judge had Canelo 98 up by 98-92. Another judge had Canelo had another judge had Canelo up 97-93, and the third judge had it 96-94 for Canelo. Now 96-94 scored that was more reasonable, but 97-93, 98-92 that was way too wide.
I seen some people having the 7-3 and 6-4. Some people had the level, but 8-2 is too wide. I think you could argue for 7-3 at the widest, but again, I'd have to watch the fight. That's based on the amount of people I've seen who are, former fighters or trainers.
Yeah,
saying Plant won about 3 rounds. It may be closer.
It could be closer. It could be closer, but I think it was all due to the fact that Canelo's crowd influenced, whatever he was doing in the ring. That's another thing too, the crowd. Because sometimes he was throwing punches, he wasn't even landing him, and then the crowd was like, "Ooh, yeah, great job." I'm like, "What? He didn't even land that punch." Yeah, but okay. Sometimes judges get influenced by the crowd.
When you fight Canelo Alvarez, that's what you get, man. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I want him to lose sometimes. But I feel like the whole establishment is behind him, and it's like, even Mayweather never had it like that, bro. They're going say Mayweather never existed. Mayweather beat his ass. When I'm bored, I'll just watch Mayweather beat him up.
That's it.
Yeah, it's true. Mayweather slapped him around, bro. You know what I mean? And then, the way the guy's going on, you look at the level of Mayweather's opponents compared to him. They used to criticize Mayweather fighting bloody, what's his name? Andre Berto. Andre Berto's better than some of the opponents Canelo Alvarez is facing.
Okay.
Billy Joe Saunders.
Yeah, that's true, but I'd
much better level opponents, and he used to get more criticism than Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez, the amount of criticism, he's undisputed right now, yeah?
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? There's going to be live contenders. Now, is he going to duck them? You know what I mean? Is he going to duck the guys? We'll see.
Well, Charlo wants to fight. He was at the fight. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Well, we'll see. Charlo or David Benavidez, I think those are the 2 fights that they can make, and then after that, he'll vacate all the belts on 168, go up to 175, take on Beterbiev and Bivol. I think he loses to Beterbiev. I just don't see how he wins that fight. I don't see it.
I think he beats Berto. I think he beats him.
I don't know about that. I think that's way too much. That's a tall task.
That guy's too chinny, man.
Beterbiev? Really?
Yeah.
He'll have to take his power, though. I agree with Dan. I think Bivol he could beat, because Bivol, I don't think, got the power. And if it's a close fight, I think we know.
Bivol's not educated enough to beat Thingy.
Well, Beterbiev took some big shots against Vosdick. Come on, man. He didn't get bothered by those shots. I know Cal Johnson put him down with the left hook, but the thing is he's lucky
Adonis Stevenson ain't around, bro. I'm telling you that.
He beat Usyk.
Carl Froch would have stretched Canelo out as well.
Nah.
Yes, he would. Some of them middleweights in history would have battered him.
I agree. Froch would have been a problem for Alvarez.
He would have
I don't
battered him.
think so.
Ah, no, I ain't touching
No,
on
Froch
that
would
one.
have been a
No,
problem.
All of them, though. All
Carl
of them
Froch probably would have been a problem, but I don't think he would put much of a resistance. Much of a resistance to Canelo. Let me tell you why. Carl Froch had the endurance. Yes, he had the and the durability. We all know he had a great chin, but Froch was slow as hell, man. Slow as molasses.
Bro,
It would have
Slow,
been like
man.
a Callum Smith fight, I
Joe
think.
Kazaki would have slapped up. He would have slapped up Canelo.
Canelo would
I
pick
think
Froch
Kazaki.
apart. I'm sorry, he would have picked Froch apart. Froch probably wouldn't even gone near him. I'm just keeping it real.
I think Calzaghe may have beaten him, but not Froch, man. It would have been like the Callum Smith fight, but maybe a bit
Froch is better than Calzaghe. Froch is better than Calzaghe.
Oh, what the hell? I mean, okay.
He's true.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Well, you know what? Let me take
Look
that
at his
back.
resume,
Carl
man.
Froch,
Look at his
Carl
resume.
Froch probably had, it's arguably Carl Froch had better quality wins than Kawasaki. But the thing is that Kawasaki dominated the best that was at the time that was there. So
I want to hear that bullshit. He never fought the Phantom. What was his name again? Spinoccar. I don't want to hear that bullshit.
but not conductor fight. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
not conductor fight.
Biggest. He's right on that. And Froch's biggest win was a guy Ward and Calzaghe beat years ago, and that same guy Froch lost to him. Kessler, man. That's his biggest, if not second biggest.
That's not his
I
biggest
think
win.
arguably his biggest win.
I mean, Butte. You could argue Butte, Abraham.
Arthur Abrahams, all those guys.
No, Abraham. Maybe Butte. That was a good win. I think.
Well, Glenn Johnson. I mean, hey, to be fair, Joe Kawasaki ducked Glenn Johnson like 3 or 4 times, and Carl Froch beat that guy.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
But when Froch fought him, he was way past him, and he was. To be fair, though, Calzaghe didn't fight him, so I mean that wasn't a good look as well.
James, there's loads of guys who have beat the shot, you know.
And John Pascal, he beat John Pascal in his prime, Carl Froch. So let's. That
was a good win. That aged well. He did have good wins, but like his biggest wins, I think the Butte win you gotta give him respect because the thing is, I gotta keep it real. Calzaghe and Ward both could have fought Butte and beat him, but they never. And then Froch just went in there and completely dismantled him. But I don't think he beats Canelo, man. I think Canelo would be all wrong for him. I think Froch and Golovkin would be a lot more of a closer fight. I could see if Froch is a younger Froch, I think he would probably have a chance of beating.
Bro, Adonis Stevenson, if Adonis Stevenson come out of retirement, he'll beat Canelo Alvarez.
Don Stevenson is not the same. He won't be able to fight again. So stop it, bro. Stop.
I think that's enough for the night.
Nah, if you want to put, you want to talk about Don Stevenson. If he step in the ring, he's going to get killed. His brain is not the same anymore. His brain can't take those punches anymore, bro. It can't. He can't.
It's truly, man. I think he wants no place to come back.
I know that's what it is.
James DeGale would have beat Canelo Alvarez.
James DeGale would have beaten Froch, I think. Yeah. Froch ducked James DeGale.
And what's wrong with you, bet? Why is you bet not trying to fight Canelo? I mean,
because he's not that good. He's not that good. I'm sorry to say that. He's got skill, but it also goes back to mental. Chris Eubank doesn't just have the mentality to do whatever's necessary to win. He capitulates when fighters are, showing some resistance against him. When they're taking his best shots, they come at him and they hit him with some big shots. He doesn't know what to do.
He's got Roy Jones now.
Canelo would destroy him. I think Billy Joe had a better chance, but I think Billy Joe had a better chance at middleweight, at super middleweight.
That's not his weight class. Yeah.
Caleb Plant did more than him and Callum Smith.
Caleb Plant did a far better job on Canelo than those two guys. He did far better job.
Callum Smith had the better maybe win, but even that win, man, I don't know how much stock I could read because George Groves was
one arm going
shoulder. Shoulder, and he was retired or semi-retired.
Right. Fair enough.
I don't know what Callum Smith is. I don't know what Callum Smith is.
Well, he's at 175 now with Buddy McGirt as his trainer. So
yeah, because he's a waste man. He got no confidence. A waste man. He ain't fought no one. Look how long that guy's been in boxing. He ain't fought no one.
Well, okay. George Groves is a nobody.
Yeah, of course. At the time, George Groves had one arm.
Okay, fair enough.
Listen, Canelo. To me, Canelo is just. When I look at some of his wins in the history of boxing, I don't rate none of them. I don't rate none of the stuff he's doing.
You don't rate his win over Cotto? Mosley and Cotto? You don't rate his wins over those guys?
Circumstances again, man. You know circumstances, man.
Circumstances.
They drain them, man.
How do you drain them? Those guys will come up and wait to fight him. What are you talking about?
He lost against Oster Trout, and he shouldn't even be on. He should have lost twice. That's what I'm saying. He lost against Oster Trout. He lost against Lara. I don't. No, actually, I fucked that shit. I'm lying.
I thought he
Lara
lost to
lost
Lara. I'll tell you that. I think he lost to Lara.
Wow.
But,
That Lara fight could have been a draw.
Lara won
that
that.
could have
Lara lost that fight.
I thought Lara kind of gave it away, but if that was a draw, I wouldn't have complained.
Nah,
that was a really close.
That wasn't even that close. That wasn't even that close, man. He ran away there. I couldn't take that fight. He's lucky Paul Williams are around than some of them other dudes, man. It's just Canelo's lucky in circumstances. I need some guy. There's no one gonna knock him off though. There's no Mayweather.
Paul Williams might have beaten him, I think.
yeah.
Canelo.
Well, I tell you what though. I will say this though. Go up to 175 after you take care of Benavidez and Charlo. If you beat those guys, they'll fight Perturbia. I think that's a fight we really want to see.
If he beats Benavidez, yeah, I'll change my whole stance and say, you know what, that guy deserves to fight because that's a live dog. You know what I'm saying? It's a live big dog. And you know what I mean? And you know, you can't. Benavidez is a tough guy. Like these.
Plant was a live dog as well. Plant
Who's that? Who Benavidez? Oh nah, man. Plant's an idiot. Though. I don't know why he came.
Who was Benavidez beat? That's better than who Plant beat. Like,
yeah, you're right.
I think Benavidez is a better fighter, but again, his opinion, like the.
Didn't Canelo? Didn't he drain that racist Sergio Cole? He drained him though. I didn't mind him anyway. I like when he beat. I like when he.
How do you drain him? How do you drain him? It was the same. The weight was at 175. I think you were talking about there.
It wasn't at 175. Stop lying.
It was a 175. The only thing is there was a rehydration. I think there was a rehydration block.
There you go. So look at Rush and look at him. He ain't even fought since, man.
Okay.
So he got busted for PEDs. That's right.
Exactly.
So Hamid, I just want to ask Hamid a question real quick. So Hamid, you say that Plant has a better resume than Benavidez at 168, right?
No. I said you could argue that I think Benavidez has probably got a better resume, but I don't think there's much in it. Like one guy got a win over Anthony Durrell, I think a good better performance than, but Plant got a win over Uzcategui, and at the same time, Plant has not lost his belt on the scale or what was it to Coke, man. You gotta factor in stuff like that. Like Benavidez has been hot and cold. Some people thought he lost to that Gavril guy. I think Benavidez on the eye test is a much more dangerous fight because the guy got serious power and he destroyed guys like Porky Medina. But what I'm trying to say on paper, just looking at it, I don't think either one of those guys has got anything bringing to the table. Their resumes are both paper thin.
But now that Alvarez has beaten Plant, there's no reason for him to continue to duck Benavidez.
No, I don't. No, I want to see that fight. What I was trying to say was he said Benavidez is a live dog. I said based on resume, you could argue that Plant and Benavidez is not much in it. But on the eye test, I agree. Benavidez is a better fighter. He got more power as well.
He looks stronger. He looks imposing.
He's bigger. He's bigger as well.
Verdo's another one. Like I don't know why he disappeared out of the division. The middleweight, the super division was actually good a couple of years ago. The moment Canelo gone, everyone's scattered. You know what I mean? The only one left, the one last man standing is Benavidez, and he's the one. Yeah, like real talk. If he never messed up weight, Canelo would have to see him. You know what I mean? Yeah. He waited for Benavidez, couldn't bloody make the weight. That belt's off. Benavidez is an idiot. You know what I'm saying? But he really is the guy that you look at. You say he's the last man standing.
I don't think we could blame Benavidez completely. I think Plant and Benavidez should have fought, and then those guys, one of the winner would have had 2 belts. So Canelo got a free ride at that belt. Like, and that's on.
But Benavidez, he couldn't hold on to it though. He couldn't hold on to the belt.
No, but when he had the belt, when they both had the belts, they should have fought each other before the whole problems came into play.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we'll see how that.
Verdo as well. Verdo with the WBO, but they should have all unified. You're right, and James DeGale as well when he was there as well.
Yeah, he was there, but we all know Jay Zagel was pretty much declining after the Badu Jack fight. So
I wish Badu Jack was still around, man.
Yeah, he's at 175 now. You know, he left TMT. He's over there with Richard Safer right now. So
Is he?
He's a
Yeah.
cruiserweight. He's a cruiserweight. No one said for.
Oh, that's right. He is at cruiserweight now. Yeah,
He was better with Mayweather, man. He was better with Mayweather, but Mayweather couldn't take him because he kept getting draws. Man, Mayweather was like, bro, like loud as you. He ain't getting you know, Mayweather doesn't do well with losing. Anyone loses, he don't hang around with him. That's how he is.
well, I mean, he better keep some of his fighters. I mean, he don't really have any fighters left on his roster. Everybody's left him. Savannah Marshall's left him.
He don't need no one. He got Tank. He's got Tank.
Yeah, you can't make money off of one fighter. Take really that big of a draw.
What? Yes, he is.
Based on what?
What do you mean? He's pay-per-view, Dad.
Yeah, what's his biggest draw? What's his pay-per-view draw? What's the biggest he's ever drawn?
The last one, the Santa Cruz was the biggest one.
Yeah, exactly. How many buys did that do?
It done pretty well, Dan.
Listen, I would be very surprised, or I'm very curious to see what this upcoming pay-per-view is going to do.
They're gonna make up the numbers, man. I don't even believe.
I think that would ultimately answer the question of his drawing power.
Yeah, you find a guy that nobody really knows. He's out Cruz. Rolly had to pull out, but other than that,
who's he fighting now?
Izak Cruz. He's coming off a win against Ray. Well, he's a prospect lightweight. He's coming off a win against Ray Vargas, which is a good win. That's a very good win against Ray Vargas.
He's better than Rolly, but as a pay-per-view, that's a tough sell. I heard what you said the other day. I agree with it. I think the Rolly fight may have done a bit better, but I think Ellaby and Espinoza are going to make up the numbers.
Rolly, they're silly though, because Rolly's still saying, "Oh man, it ain't even that big, man." Rolly's saying, "It ain't anything."
Actually, no. Actually, my bad. Hold on. My bad. He beat Francisco Cruz. He beat Francisco Ray. I mean, Francisco. No. Francisco Vargas. My bad. Francisco Vargas. That's who he beat. Sorry. Go ahead.
I think Tank was gonna lose against Rolly. That's why they pulled out.
What?
Yeah, that's why they made the pictures, man. I reckon Rolly would have beat him, man.
Rolly's terrible, but he would have had a puncher's chance. But I don't know about this Cruz guy.
Rolly would have laid out Tank. That's why they made up some excuses and got him out there, because Rolly's still walking around like the city. He ain't arrested or anything. I saw an interview with Rolly the other day. He said, "Bro, nah, man, I'm cool, man. Them girls ain't pressing charges with me." But I think that this Showtime, they made excuses because Mayweather realized he might beat his boy. That's why.
Really?
I'm serious, you know.
You think so? It's possible.
Yeah. I think Rolly would have beat him.
People tagging
stuff like that. Because Mayweather was too scared. He said, "Nah, you know what? I ain't gonna even chance it, bro." Because Rolly was talking wreck. Because when they sized up at the thing, Rolly was so confident. He just said, "You know what? This is a bit dangerous. You know, let me pull up."
Well, no, Rolly did. I mean, Rolly pulled out, and they're like, "Nah, we're not rescheduling that fight. Let's get somebody else in there."
Yeah, you see, there you go. That's how much, bro. They're scared of Rolly. That's what I'm saying. They're scared of Rolly.
I don't know if they're scared of Rolly.
Yeah,
I think Espinoza. They were tagging Espinoza on Twitter, telling him all this. You know, like the whole the Me Too movement and the whole. I think Espinoza, because he got rid of Malnaghi as well. So I think Espinoza was under pressure, but
yeah,
I don't know about this fight. Why they keep it on pay-per-view, man?
Yeah,
I gotta go back. That's a tough sell.
Yeah. I mean, you got a guy who can't even. I'm saying that he can't speak English. So how do you build that?
Rolly can't speak English.
No, not Rolly. I'm talking about Izak Cruz. That's who.
They want a Mexican. They want a flat-footed Mexican to build up. That's how it is, man.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough sell. I mean, Rolly. I know.
You know what they should call Tank the Mexicutioner again, man. Start that bitch up again.
Yeah, who's he fought?
He beat Santa Cruz, man.
Santa Cruz, okay, that's his best win. That's Madrasa win.
Frampton beat that.
He beat the other guy. Who's the other banger? Who's the other banger that Tank
Madrasa. Madrasa. That was a good win. That was a very good
I know Madrasa, the other Mexican recently.
The
last one Tank fought.
Mario Barrios.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Good. That guy's good. That guy was actually pretty good, actually.
Well, okay. I mean, who did he beat?
Yeah, but not
exactly.
Dan's getting smart now, you know. Hey, fight Dr. Dan's learning, you know. What's it, man? He's learning.
Indeed, he is. Indeed, he is.
Yeah, okay. But hey,
he's
look,
better than Rafi. Dan's better than Rafi because you see, Rafi. There's no helping that guy, bro. He's just there. He's the best. He's ranked number thinking this, that. Shut up. Rafi's terrible, man. Rafi's the worst, man.
I told him straight up, but I know him and Hamed were going at it in the chat one time, and because he was like going at Usyk, talking about Usyk ain't shit. He's a cruiserweight. He gonna get knocked the fuck out. And
No, he said.
That's what he said. We told him, like, Rafi, don't dismiss this guy. I told Rafi, this guy's been fighting bigger men for years. Years he's been doing it. Styles make fights. Okay, Joshua does not have the style of a Derek Chisora. I'm telling you right now. I told him straight up, look, okay. I told straight up. I was like, look, if Usyk beats that guy, if Joshua loses, I don't want to hear no fucking excuses. He's like, yeah, whatever. I was like, okay, I don't want to hear no excuses if Joshua loses that fight. All right. So
he had a draw, man. That guy is crazy.
Yeah, I called him on that. It's like, how do you score that fight a draw?
Rafi had a draw?
Yeah, he had a draw. I asked him, how do you score that fight a draw?
People need to stop with that. Hey, listen, bro. People. Hey, what's IQ? I think IQ had a draw. IQ had Andy Joshua winning that fight, innit?
Yeah, he did. I don't know, man. Look, I mean, I guess scoring is subjective, but let's be objective
Are you
here.
crazy? How he had Anthony Joshua winning that fight against Usyk? He must have been the only one on the planet, bro.
Yeah, he probably was the only one, man.
He's just fanboy, man. That guy was just.
That's your boy, man. That's your boy. That's your boy.
You know what?
It's your boy, Hammond. Hammond's boy, like, and Dan as well. That's your boy.
your
I told you it's a bit weird. I told you it's weird from time. You know what I mean? Long time ago.
I think the most you could. I think he's just an AJ fanboy. I think the most you could give AJ is 5 rounds. 5 rounds. That's being generous. I thought.
Nah, that's way too generous. 4 rounds. Four rounds at least.
Listen to what I'm saying. I thought he won 3 but 4 rounds. But I think if you wanna, the most you could give him is 5 rounds. That's not bad. I don't think. Giving him 6 or 7, I think you're being a fanboy. Giving him 5, I could see if you give him every swing round. But I don't even agree with the 5 rounds. But that's the most. You still have Usyk winning. Giving Joshua 7 rounds. I don't know what fight you were watching, or either you're pushing the narrative. But Rafi, he was doing the same, man. But I think Fight Doctor called him out on the. I think I heard Fight Doctor after the fight called him out, man. But we'll see what happens in the rematch. I think AJ could get knocked off.
Yeah, we'll see, but it's definitely it's not going to go any different than the first fight, other than the fact that there's a possibility that Josh is going to get knocked out. Based on the way he's behaving right now, man. I'm just being honest. Yeah. The way he's behaving right now.
Hey, listen, I thought he was going to knock that against Ruiz, and look how he came back. So,
well,
I thought he was going to lose. I thought he was going to lose. I didn't see how he got knocked out that many times, in that fight. I thought, listen, bro, I don't see how he wins. So, I can't be like Joshua will find, if there's a way, Joshua will find a way to beat him. You know what I mean?
All right. Okay, well, let's just say this, though. How many times I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it again. Alexander Usyk is not Andy Ruiz. Okay.
Yeah, but it's another puzzle though. Joshua's one of them guys there. He needs to figure you out where he didn't wrong, where the mistakes are. Now the mistakes are he wasn't aggressive enough when he didn't change into the fight. That's the problem. He didn't change. He kept the same game plan.
You always picked the wrong guy, man. You always picked the wrong.
Who's that? Me?
I don't know what.
Me?
Yeah.
Hamid. Hey, listen, Hamid. Like, if I pick the wrong guy, why is that I've got like 11,000 subscribers and you have 2? Yeah,
that's wrong. That's wrong.
So I'm doing something right. So what I'm saying to you is that I'm gonna get out of like 12 years, I'm gonna get a couple right. But I do a lot of predictions, so what I mean, I have a lot. But what I'm saying to you this, right? When it comes down to this thing, Joshua is a winner. He's a winner. He's a winner. Yeah, no. Joshua's a winner at heart. So he's gonna have to find a way. And look, against Ruiz, he found a way. He realized I didn't have to exchange. Now what against?
Of course not. Ruiz was.
He's gonna have to be aggressive
before the fight.
He was. No. But what I'm saying against Usyk, what he needs to do, he needs to be more aggressive in terms of like, look, it makes sense. Yeah, if the guy's a mover, why would you chase him? You need to, when you get close to him, hold him and beat him up when you get close. That's what. See, Joshua did. I looked in spots when Joshua could do it, but he didn't want to because he didn't want to come across like he was some thug or some bully. But in this one, because he's trying to get his belt, people would accept that We don't give a fuck how he gets his belt back, as long as he gets his belts back. That's how in the UK people
It's
gonna
easier
think
said
it.
than done, though.
Yeah,
man.
he's
Yeah,
a
nah,
Ruiz
it's
guy.
easy because Derek Chisora could do it. Derek Chisora could do it, right?
Ruiz
And
came
Joshua
in.
could do it as well.
Well, Ruiz came in 30 pounds heavier than he did in the first fight. Number one. Number two, given the fact that he doesn't have fast feet to begin with, Ruiz was far more slower. He
He
couldn't
was
even
still
get his
fit though. He was fit though, wasn't it?
And
Well,
he's still almost knocked.
He went 12
Joshua
rounds.
down
Ruiz
with
went 12 rounds easy at easy pace, isn't it? He was good to go the whole friggin' 12 rounds.
Of course, because Joshua did push him. If Joshua pushed him, he would have tired out a lot easier. But the fact is,
Joshua knew that he wasn't trying to.
All he had to do is stay away from him, not get inside against him, not get up in close quarters. He knew that. But this is a different fighter. This guy got beaten on the inside. Hold up. Yeah, Joshua got beaten the inside. He got beat at mid range. He got beat at long range. Hey, I mean, what else? I mean, what can he do?
Your dad. Dad. The adjustments are, instead of trying to play the guy's game, this is be a heavyweight. Be what a heavyweight's been, right? Joe Louis knew he couldn't do that with Billy Conn, right? He knew that if I box him, he's gonna do me. He just be patient, wait for your time, and then unload the clip. Unload the clip. There was points in that fight. There was those points in that fight where Joshua hurt him, and Joshua didn't even realize. You know what I mean? He wasn't even trying to hurt him, and he hurt him, and he didn't realize. They've gone over the footage. They've realized. Listen, if you put a good amount of pressure on this guy, he's gonna fold like a deck of cards, and that's what's gonna happen. Dan, he's gonna beat him. I'm telling you, bro.
Well, somebody needs to tell.
Better.
Go ahead.
Usyk could do better. Sorry, I was just gonna say Usyk could do better in the middle round. Usyk didn't want to risk going for a knockout in order to
That's a lie.
Getting knocked out. If Joshua, listen, because I gotta go now. Joshua, if Joshua starts off like he tried doing in the middle rounds, he won't be able to keep that pace for 12 rounds. Somewhere in the middle or earlier on, Usyk will clip him. The only thing was
he's not trying to do though.
Usyk took a couple of rounds off, and Usyk also, I think, had a bad gash. I think it was a head clash.
Heavyweights don't need to chase him around here. Just cut the ring off, get close, and stop unloading a clip.
Easier said than done, man.
Easier said than done, bro. Okay, well, somebody should tell Joshua, don't worry about get hit because you're going to get hit.
See, Joshua's not an idiot, right? He don't watch history of boxing. Joe Louis against Billy Conn. Watch what he did to him. And even in the second, same thing. It was the same thing. Like he was up on the scorecards and he was laughing his head off Billy Conn, but he tried to exchange a bit too close and Joe Louis unloosed the clip. It's the same thing with Joshua. All Joshua got to do is pay. Joshua's going to be outboxed in the fight. It's just the way it is. But where his strengths are is that when he can unload a clip on him, that man can't take it because he's still a heavyweight. And any punch Joshua hits,
he could take it.
Usyk has to be the perfect
Joshua
fight.
could do better.
One mistake, Usyk makes, and he's out, bro. He's gonna get knocked out. That's how deep it is.
I wouldn't go that far. I gotta go. Look, this is the last thing I want to say. Joshua could do better, but then again, like what you're saying, if he couldn't do that with Joseph Parker, and he has a rematch with Joseph Parker, I'm not even sure. Can he put his sides on a guy like even Joseph Parker? I just don't think he's as good as some people thought. And I think at the same time, Usyk is better than some people thought. But I gotta go, man. Good talking to you guys.
Yeah, good talk to you guys.
I don't think.
Yeah, so shout out to Hamed, and he actually makes an excellent point that Joshua isn't as good as people think, and he does have some technical flaws. He has a problem with his balance, for instance, and he definitely has a gas tank issue.
Yeah, I think that's what Big Boys was mentioning in the chat. He said, "Look, Joshua did hurt him, yes, but that will also take to the fact that that will also use a lot of his gas tank. So obviously, if he tried to hurt him, try to go for it, he would have depleted that and got knocked out. That's probably what Joshua was worried about. So, yeah, I mean, look, let's just hope he wins. Let's hope he can find a way to win the rematch, but I don't see it happening. But anyhow, let me go ahead and get off of here, guys. I've been here a long time, but thanks for coming on, guys. I really appreciate it. Really
nice one, Dad. You take care. Take care, fight, Doctor. Peace out. Peace out,
all right, gentlemen.
Man.
Have a good one.
Care,
thanks
man.
again. Shout out to EJ.
All right,
Shout
take care,
out to
guys.
Dan the Man.
Thanks, man. Peace. All right, guys. Thanks for coming on. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Hamed, thanks for coming on. Ace Stone, thanks for having you in. Big Boys as always. Mala, I know there was a little bit of a banter, a hard, heated banter between everybody, but it's all good. Fight Doctor, and then we had the newcomer. What's his name? Rock 89, man. Long time no here. Glad to see him back here. That guy who was in here earlier. And then you had who else? The new guy here who's a Fury fan. Let me see. Stanley Hudson. There you go. So, but anyways, guys, I'm gonna get out. Thanks for coming on. Until next time, we out. Peace.